Hello, hello, hello. What's up? How we doing? Another excellent thumbnail.
Hello,
Thank
hello.
you. Uh-oh, that's me. That was me in a different tab because I need to be able to see Twitch chat. And I can't even see Twitch chat. There it is. Stream chat. Boop. All right, there we go. Thank you very much, AKL. I appreciate it. How we doing today, folks? How we feeling? Just to be straight up, am feeling pretty bad. I am very nauseous for some reason, and I'm not like really someone that gets nauseous very often, so it's very confusing for me. But you know, that is what it is. What's up, Summer? What's up, AKL? Deadly. What's up, Elizabeth? How you doing? For some reason, only Twitch is showing on screen. This is maybe a lesson to me. I think I need to. Oh no, YouTube's there now. I think we're good. I also updated some of the Nightbot commands in Twitch, so now some of the Nightbot commands work. So yeah, what's up? Badette, how we doing? Hello, hello. Your body keeps trying to stop you from streaming, it sounds like. It's more like my body is responding to the extreme stress of my job. And, you know, you could maybe draw a connection between me referencing how stressed out I've been at my day job, and me pursuing alternate monetization streams on here. You could make an astute observer might be able to draw a correlation between those two things. So, what's up, Cheeky Monkey? What up, Andy Groinhead? I had to keep back to Twitch. Damn, Baronessa. Well, I'm glad that Twitch is at least, that there's at least the choice now. But my man works two jobs. Oh, man. I don't know why you're stressed. I really like one of them. Does that make it easier? Your super secret job. Oh no, is it radiation poisoning? Lol. No. But that is okay. We're here. The adrenaline and the enjoyment of stream legitimately always makes me feel better. It is actually one of the things that I love about streaming is that, like, while I'm in here, it doesn't feel nearly as bad. So we'll start it off with some housekeeping. So, starting to plan Unshot 1. Now, I am going to be out of town. And there's kind of multiple layers of housekeeping here. I'm going to be out of town back in Kansas from the 17th to the 24th. So, I'm going to be seeing family because I didn't go home for Christmas. And they got mad. They were fine. So, won't be able to do normal stream, at least. I will be doing some sort of stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but they're probably going to be a lot smaller, probably going to be like an hour. So not the full kind of kit and caboodle that we're used to. I am considering doing a full episode, but making it like a 3-parter, that Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or just doing some Critical Role extras, that sort of thing. Not sure yet, but it is a consideration. With that, also scheduling the unshots, they will have to be outside of that range. So probably looking at like 16th, 15th, or afterwards, but still in February. The other consideration is just to level up the one shot to 5 and just do it at the end of the tier, which would be at the end of March. Have also considered that. I don't know how we feel about that. I don't want to do it because originally, I'd set out kind of this month and a half long schedule, but when I first determined that, my job was not the way it is. And the one shot is close to being there, but I know it would be significantly better if I did it at the end of March, and I would have significantly more time and time off for scheduling. So those are the things I'm thinking about. I will probably have more maybe comments or answers on the Wednesday stream. But thinking through those things right now. He has a parasocial with chat. Watch out. He's getting parasocial. No! Gremlin, halfway through my workout. Let's see if Megaphone Man gets through his pre-show before I finish my workout. Oh, boy. That's a bet you can keep with yourself. So that is that. Other housekeeping thing. Just referring to the Critical Role, my 2 cents, give yourself more time. Yeah, I want to. I want to. But no shame taking time to do something right, both for the thing and for yourself, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I probably will end up doing that, but I need to think about it a little bit more. So with that, I wanted to talk about spoilers and Critical Role spoilers chat, all of that. So I made a new kind of example document that I will add to as the stream goes on and more examples come up, more example types as well. But if you go to primary share, it slobs. If you go to Critical Role, spoilers, guidance, and examples. So, little bit of that. I also added it to the no spoils command, a link directly to this page. So, going to start building this out to help with spoilers, to give some more in-depth guidance for new folks and such. Also, just sort of. Oh wait, I need to switch back to just chatting. There we go. I agree. Love hanging out with you, but if it's running you ragged, then it's not worth it. I mean, it's hard because the content that I'm doing is work, but it's work that I really, really love. So it's like the amount of work is running me ragged. But there is 3/4 of it that I really hate, and then 1/4 of it, which is content that I love. So it's hard. It's hard to balance my own enjoyment with keeping myself comfortable. What up, Ella? How you doing? First time joining live. Happy to be here. What's up, Tardigrade? How you doing? Welcome. If you just did 10 eps a week, we ask, you wouldn't have to worry about as many spoilers. You're so right, Robin. You're so right. Look, future full-time Jack wants to do a lot of episodes. Yeah, but even if you go down to 2 eps a week, that could probably help too. I already do less than 2 eps a week. I used to do 2 eps a week, Elizabeth, and now I do less than that. I've already reduced my schedule. But anyways, other thing that is 2 streams. Yeah, maybe it's hard when streams bring me so much enjoyment. So that's something I gotta balance for myself. It's this is the thing that makes me happy. And so holding myself back from doing it is hard. So, gotta balance it myself. But I know that I wanted to talk about the Critical Role spoilers chat, because I know that there was a bit of a kerfluffle I don't care about that. As far as I'm aware, it was resolved. We're all good. I do just want to point out, because I can't see in there, I have to fully just trust the mods and the admins, Eden, Paige, now Hans. So, like, I like to think that I can be pretty discerning in the other chats about, like, what's going on, you know, how to go about resolving it. But, like, because of the nature of the chat, I can't even look at what's going on. So whatever they say, I'm going to, like, believe and go with. So just wanted to, I believe in you guys to, like, conflict resolve yourselves. But if there is something that, like, needs any manner of action, I'm going to just have to, like, fully trust whatever Eden and Paige say, because I can't look in the chat. Like I said, this time seemed fine. It seemed like the conflict was resolved, whatever. But if there was something that happened in the future. We want you healthy so you can continue to entertain us for many centuries to come. I need to talk to Taliesin if I want to keep doing it for centuries. I need to go get a shot of whatever he's taken. Which I would do. I would do. But yeah, I also want me to be healthy. So it's a hard balance of, like, if I didn't stream, I would, like, sit here staring at the wall wishing I was streaming. But I also know that, like, streaming is taxing on my voice, and, like, the amount of, like, adrenaline and, like, focus that I have can be very tiring afterwards. And so, yeah, it's really, really tough to, like, it's easy to hold yourself back, I think, from doing something you don't like. It's harder in the opposite direction. All spoilers are okay as long as you say spoiler alert in your next post. Yeah. But anyhow, that's about it. Those are the kind of, in this episode, Matt Mercer will be the DM. Those are the things that I wanted to go over in terms of housekeeping. The non-housekeeping stuff, the takeaway. Takeaway is actually really short. Some of your chats aren't showing up, Pharaoh? I see no shame. Yeah, I see that, Pharaoh. Let's see live chat. I don't have any on the back end. It seems like that everything that's on this side is what I'm seeing on all three of my chat views. So yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Low energy stream an option, maybe make it better for the voice, potentially. The problem is, I'll tell you the problem in that case, I don't really do low energy. I'm not really like a low energy kind of guy. My modes are like when I'm with people, and then when I'm not people, in my off time, when I'm not people, I kind of just stare at the wall, and that's recuperation. So, yeah, I have some thoughts. I have some thoughts on how I'm going to resolve things. We'll see how effective they are. But yeah, that's just sort of the updates, I guess. Tal's Eldritch Espresso for all your eternal life needs, now on sale. Dude, I want... Maybe that's a weird line to go down. Never mind. So I had to talk about how he could give me his blood to be my blood boy, to get his Eldritch blood. I was just saying you should take breaks. I should. LCS hidden message for the win. Yeah, I don't know. He's a changeling. Changeling AI confirmed. Anyways, the takeaway from last episode, very straightforward. There was nothing explicitly wrong with anything that happened at the ziggurat. Like, the only things that I would pin as, like, being, like, maybe wrong were, like, maybe stylistic differences. I think the big thing for me is the amount of lead up to killing the Briarwoods, right? The amount of lead up there felt like it needed maybe more gravitas, maybe more going on with the combat. And we can potentially say that there are meta factors. Is the factor of Pike and Ashley Johnson, potentially. But there are also factors of it being a production. But beyond that, I think the thing that I was thinking over a lot is that it seems like several times the NPCs tried to escape and they were not able to. That seems to be maybe a lesson that Matt is learning over the course of this. And I think it is a real lesson to take away as a DM is, I mean, frankly, it is always possible that because of clever play on your player's side, play that you want to reward clever actions, your NPCs might not be able to escape. That NPC that you put in front of them, they might just kill. The bad guy that you put in front of them might not be able to escape in the way that you have planned. So you always need to think about, as a DM, am I okay? I'm putting this thing in front of them. Am I okay with it just perishing? Just dying right now, right here. Like, is that going to feel terrible? And if it is, I have a solution. It should probably be a lackey. It should probably be a minion. There should probably have been someone under the Briarwoods employs. Someone like, I keep thinking Aiden. Anders. Or someone like Ripley. Somewhat, even like another vampire that could have done a charm on Vax that came and met them in the glass room. Obviously, they didn't, stop them from leaving that time, but they might have. And if you are going to have someone fight them outside of the ziggurat and you don't want that to be where the Briarwood story ends, the Briarwood shouldn't be there. It should be a lackey. Maybe the Briarwoods are there like when they first enter, but they escape quickly enough like before they can even approach. But even that is risky because there are a lot of instant movement options for PCs, especially at this high of level. So it's hard. It is very, very hard. Maybe Taliesin's powers comes from strawberry cereal. Blech. I'm not really a cereal guy. Also switching to here to see if there's less buffering. Oh yeah. Not exactly sure, but I assume the room Delilah went to at the end was supposed to be the lair, but Matt rewarded an earlier combat with the party rushing up to them, not sure. Well, and there is a concept there around, like, what and how you reward your players, because I agree, you want things to be rewarding, but with Briarwoods that have been such a build-up, they've been a build-up over, 10 episodes at this point? 10 sessions? That's not something like giving them earlier access to potentially kill the villains in a non-planned fight is not a good reward pathway for your players. Because it, like, I fully agree that you want to reward like rushing and clever play and all that. But there are certain maybe directions you could take it that I didn't love from Matt this time. I also just, in general, I thought the ziggurat was a super cool set piece that had been built up quite a lot, and then was relatively discarded. Like, the actual battle arena towards the end didn't really make use of the ziggurat as an environment. And sort of what I mean by that, and I'll pull up some stuff for that. Sort of what I mean by that is the ziggurat itself was essentially, like where they fought the Briarwoods at least, there was kind of a hallway here, stairs down, big open areas to either side of the stairs, and then I believe kind of a construction like this with then some pillars. right? This is not a bad construction, but I can't tell that this is a ziggurat. And I was really excited for a lot of the, not only aesthetic, but like functional differences of it being a ziggurat, of it being this massive structure with huge elevation implications, right? Because like these stairs leading down, if the Briarwoods are kind of up here and someone like Grog, who can't fly, has to actually ascend these stairs, that's a great opportunity. Like, there's a difference between this being a drawbridge or like some sort of horizontal surface that maybe crosses like a chasm. You know, let's say that this is a chasm. There's a huge functional difference between Grog crossing, you know, this big path versus him climbing up a ramped surface. Huge difference there. So I was interested to see some of that explored. Also, the difference between a flying enemy that is just hovering over a chasm versus is elevating themselves up a structure. Big difference. The types of defensive things you can do. The literal rule implications of like high ground. So there was just a lot there that I don't know that Matt fully explored within the really cool thing that he created. So it's difficult because I think he did a really good job at creating it, and then it just seemed like a bit of a flat follow through. And we'll never know why it was like that, but it's worth examining why it felt like that to us. And I think that was it for me, is that nothing about that fight, that encounter, told me that this was a ziggurat. Told me that it was this monolithic structure. The actual reality of how everything played out might as well have been like a series of rooms, you know, with like a hallway and like some drop-offs to the side. There's nothing that told me this is a ziggurat. This is a huge structure that they have prepared and built and all that. So yeah, it's I don't even know if I want to call it a criticism, because he did it really well. Like, he led up to it, foreshadowed it awesomely. And there was a lot that I really liked about the approach. The actual execution of the trap room, but the organization of the approach of like trap hallway, trap room, we'll have a little bit of a villain encounter in this trap room. Wouldn't have had it be the Briarwoods, but a villain encounter in there is fine. Again, I would have made it like a lackey. Like, everything about it was like really nice in theory, and most of it was good in execution, but there was a lot of little missing parts that I think soured it a bit for me. And then just couldn't get away. I mean, that's fair, Deadly. That's fair that, you know, he's rewarding them with this maybe earlier, easier combat, but then they couldn't get away. But that is something you have to keep in mind as a DM, is what are you rewarding them with, and how much control do you have over that reward? Seemed well set up for lair actions. Oh, totally. Yeah. Toward the end, Delilah did say something about it being too soon. True. But they did not seem that pressed when they first engaged Vox Machina, so a bit of dissonance. Yeah, and I think that if I had to read between the lines, I think that is because the Briarwoods' last fight was not supposed to be right there at the top of the ziggurat, but they couldn't get away. And while that counterspell was a cool moment, I do think that it led to the Briarwoods themselves being a bit of an anticlimax. So you gave, you took away maybe a cool sequence for one cool moment, which maybe, depending on the levels of cool, might be a good decision sometimes. I don't know that it was a good decision here, and I think in general, it's probably not the way I would lean. But, I do know Matt's maps get better when he makes it with Dwarven Forge, easier to see and use elevation. And I mean, I get that. Making 2D maps is difficult. It's why I have an entire notation for it. Not necessarily even because I think the notation is like an amazing thing that everyone should use, but like, I made it out of necessity because I needed to better understand my own maps because some of them would work incredibly, and then others that I thought I'd put as much time and effort into just fucking flopped. And I could not understand why in my first campaign. I was like, what is the difference between these maps? And so that's why I made a notation for myself, is to, because it's hard to understand your own 2D maps especially when you're trying to represent a lot of elevation type stuff. Slap Ziggurat. You can fit so many plot points in this baby. You really could. It's a cool construct. It's the entire. I've liked the Briarwood arc a lot. Like the slow reveal of what they're doing. I mean, them doing stuff below Whitestone has been foreshadowed since the I keep wanting to call him the cabbie, their driver that Vox Machina captured. It was hinted at like 10 episodes ago. And then the actual execution of it was like whatever. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think that he could have fit a lot more in there. If only Anakin knew the implications of higher ground. Has anyone actually climbed a step pyramid? I've climbed something similar, and it's fucking hard. I once visited Mayan ruins, but we weren't allowed to climb them. It is longer. Like I've climbed. Here, let's see. He said it was about 200 feet tall. Let me look up something for you. How tall is the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Because I've climbed the Leaning Tower of Pisa. 186. This thing is not an easy climb. Like, I wouldn't call it, like, super duper difficult. Part of the reason it was harder was because it was leaning, especially on the way down, and because the stairs were really smooth. But it's not nothing. And like, when we went there, I was relatively fit. So if this is a 200-foot tall ziggurat, which I believe that was around its height, that is a non-inconsequential amount of elevation that they have to get up. Like it would not be easy. And so that's one of the things, again, I was so interested in with this structure is how would a combat look on that, especially with like non-casters trying to scale this structure while maybe someone like, Scanlan is potentially able to just dimension door up there really quickly, or Vex taking the flying potion. Like that, and like Vex taking the flying potion when the flying potion runs out, the fact that you're on this giant, steep structure is a great opportunity for some dex saving throws to not fucking start falling down the whole thing. So there was a lot that was really had some cool opportunities with the Ziggurat. And like, maybe he'll go more into it. Like maybe we haven't seen the last of the Ziggurat. I'm not quite so convinced. I have a feeling that we're about to transition into the runaway sequence that I mentioned. So I have a feeling that the whole Ziggurat's going to get eaten, and maybe they have like an army fight with Smokey at the end. That's kind of my new idea, although I believe that the Ziggurat, I was having a little bit of trouble following Marisha's directions, and I don't know if Matt was quite following them either, but like where the Ziggurat was located, I think it might have been directly under the Sun Tree, but I could have also seen it still being under Castle Whitestone, not the actual Sun Tree. So I don't know quite what the implications are of what is like a kind of like a black hole type structure from what I can tell. And like the inky blackness, like the edge of it is just the event horizon, is what it seems. But we'll have to see. That's a big ass hold the line. How steep must the stairs be for a climbing speed to be needed before they're effectively difficult terrain? Ooh. There's not going to be any guidance in D&D 5e. That's the sort of thing that Pathfinder probably has a ruling on. But that is a great question, Daniel. I would say that a climbing speed is needed if you cannot take the step in a single step. If that makes sense. So I would consider, it would kind of depend on height, but my rule of thumb would be if each step increment is more than 2.5 feet. That would be my rule of thumb. Is it would either be difficult terrain or maybe need a climbing speed if every step is more than 2.5 feet tall. I hiked up a stadium, not as steep as Ancient Ziggurats. Yeah. Good. Already filling up the super secret mega bingo. Lol. Yeah, I've been up the Mayan one, dead on. They're steep. Yeah, man. So that's sort of my thought process here. Wait, did we lose phone KBD? Oh no, we lost YouTube chat. What the heck? I don't know why. That's weird. We're getting some YouTube chat. Oh no, my multi-stream just wasn't getting it. Okay, this got it. Never mind. I had a little bit of a moment there. I know my players would enjoy that cool moment over the cool sequence because they would have felt like they really stopped or messed with the villains. My players planned and stomped one of my strongest villains that was supposed to be a really tough fight, but all they talk about is how awesome it was. And I mean, that's very fair, and that's something you would have to certainly feel out at the table. I don't know that this particular moment was like that. Because it wasn't the counterspell moment was not them like ultimately defeating them. They had this whole, I would say, kind of drawn out fight, and then a stop, and then, a finishing out of the fight, and then the villain still escaped. So I don't know that in this particular instance I would call it worth it. But I do very understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that like as a DM you should hold on to your pre-planned stuff. I would just be careful about something that you have built up a lot. Not going out like a chump, but I don't know. The Briarwoods in both fights did not feel difficult, and it didn't feel like they weren't difficult because of player prep, right? Like, they were stomping the Briarwoods when they first met them in the garden, and like they were making like they killed Silas while most of them were still pretty high HP, and they killed Delilah pretty easy after that, like relatively. There have been harder fights in this campaign, and the thing, they didn't beat them easily because of the counterspell. They just didn't have a different fight with them because of the counterspell. Like, yeah, if they, because of like really good prep, like if the players just like, I don't know, say they like fucking planted explosives on the ceiling and then they detonate it during the Briarwood fight, and that is what like ends the Briarwoods. Yeah, that's a cool moment that you could definitely like replace with maybe a good sequence. But I don't know that I would say this good moment was enough. To be fair, I don't know what sequence Matt had planned. Maybe it wouldn't have been as good. But I just looking at this and like thinking about what could have been, I don't know. Isometric maps all the way. Isometric maps are dope. My impression of most step pyramids is it's a real hike to climb to the top. Yeah. It was under the sun tree. Okay, gotcha. I've climbed Crow Patrick, 30-kilometer hike ending at over 2.5 foot climb up the mountain. Yeah. 2.5k phone KBD. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like this, I think this ziggurat should have been really hard to scale, and that should have been part of it. I'd say climbing means you have to use both hands and feet. Yeah, I'd say so too. Must stop John from pulling a Homer Simpson. Okay, the test worked, so I think it was just for a second. I don't know. I think action economy really hurt the threat of the Briarwoods. Maybe. They could have also had an arena that benefited them more, given that they were at a home field advantage. Like, I think if you start that combat with the Briarwoods being aware of the party and lobbing shit down at them the entire time, having Vax attack from a range. Like, I thought they, I don't know if there are any monsters that have that legendary movement. It's definitely something that rings a bell, but I can't remember if I know it from actual 5e or from Homebrew, because I've seen something similar to that legendary movement where you can move not during your turn. I thought that was so cool, specifically for the design of the Ziggurat. Like, the idea of Silas running down the steps and then, like, fucking with them, maybe doing, like, a strength drain to make it even harder to scale the Ziggurat, and then on his not turn, like, legendary movement back straight up the pyramid where they can't get to him. Like, that's what I'm saying is, like, the weird thing about this for me is that it seemed like Matt did a lot to set up exactly what I was expecting and then just didn't execute it. Like, that Silas legendary movement is exactly what I think would work for a giant monument fight. And then it was just kind of barely used. Like, it was used, but it wasn't used to the benefit of the villains. It was just sort of there. Also, a much cooler version. I don't know if you guys remember during the Underdark, very early days, when they were going and they fought that, like, anime villain that Matt was like, you can barely see it moving, blah, blah, blah. I think that Silas's legendary movement is a much more interesting way to display that type of super speed. I loved that feature, by the way. I didn't really realize how much I liked it until I was thinking about it after the fact. I loved Silas's legendary movement. I thought it was so cool. And again, I've seen something similar, but I can't remember if it's a 5e thing or a homebrew thing. But I really, really liked it for this combat, and then I didn't really feel like it was utilized. Again, Lady Delilah, like, raining down fireballs on them as they go. Like, all of this, the actual, like, setup of the battle arena could have worked a lot more to the Briarwood's favors, but they essentially just fought them on flat terrain instead. But also, all of that being said, also the action economy. Like, Lady Delilah is a necromancer. It has been just repeatedly mentioned that she's a huge necromancer, and oh my gosh, what a crazy necromancer. And then they didn't fight one undead thing during that combat. They only fought charmed things, which is a vampire shtick. Oh, I got a doorbell ring. 1 second. I know. So, like, if you wanted to make that fight more interesting, I think a really easy way to do it is just throw some, I mean, I'm literally talking like CR 1/4, CR 1/4, CR 1/2, zombies, skeletons, just random undead bullshit that are under the control of Lady Briarwood. Just like leave them all around the ziggurat. Just like have them stationed at certain points on the approach, just so that the party has to take a turn to kill them. And that just gives the Briarwoods an extra turn. Just having that chaff there that has to be dealt with, or otherwise will slow the party down. And you could even make it, if you wanted to get even more in depth on that, call it like legendary necromancy or something, and make it to where she can summon like one per turn. But when she gets hit, she has to roll, say a concentration saving throw, and if she fails, she loses control of two of them. Something like that. Like, I think there's a lot of ways that you could lean into their stuff to make that fight really, really interesting with the terrain that Matt had set up. Also, I don't understand the Homer Simpson thing, but yeah. So sort of what you're saying, Rebecca, more minions. More minions is definitely an option, but just utilizing the fact that this is the Briarwood's home field advantage and really making the party fight to get it to where it's a flat, fair fight. Matt just sort of gave it to them. The Briarwoods just sort of gave the fair fight to them. And there's nothing indicating that the Briarwoods would have given them a fair fight, especially after they were stomped in the garden. Like, I had a big whole thing about like how the garden fight felt weird to me. Even if we're assuming that like the Briarwoods changed their opinion of Vox Machina over the course of that garden fight, they should have no reason to estimate Vox Machina at this point. Absolutely none. After like everything that Vox Machina has done up to this point, there should be zero underestimation. The slow effect is a lair action. Slow effect as a lair action would have been sick. But also the anti-magic shell, like the anti-magic shell is an example of like Matt built some stuff into this. But it really seems like everything leading up to that final room was set dressing to get to that final room. And if that's the case, you need to make sure that the fight happens in that final room. Now, and if you want to let the party fuck with things on the way there, like give them a bunch of rewards, make the Briarwoods weaker in that final room. Maybe they can disable some of the like layer things that you have set up. But I wouldn't let them actually take the fight outside of it, because that's just going to lead to a boring fight, which I think the final fight kind of was. Oh man, I know The Simpsons, but not enough to know what pulling a Homer. Me neither. I've not been able to stop thinking of how to make that anime enemy work better since that episode. I mean, I think that the legendary movement, you could give that shit to a weaker monster. It's not that powerful of an ability, but being able to move not on your turn in a way that does not provoke opportunity attacks is so evocative of an incredibly fast enemy. Incredible. I absolutely loved that ability for Silas, and I think that working that in, fuck it, you could make a homebrew mechanic called like off-turn movement. That's not even like a legendary thing. It's just like maybe they can move 10 feet each turn that's not theirs. 5 feet each turn that's not theirs. And so you have this enemy where people are so used to like the enemy takes their turn, they're done doing stuff, and you just have them move around, not even attack, on the player's turns. That shit's terrifying. Again, not even that good, I would say. Like, I don't think that that's like that powerful of an ability. Like, it certainly is powerful, don't get me wrong, but it's not like game breaking. But like you put that in, and that like puts the fear of speed in them. That I think that would be very, very terrifying. Rather than just narrating it moving in a blur or whatever. When Homer was a roadie, test, you're testing my love for you. Woo. Straight over my head. Wasn't the inside of the final room covered in animated corpses, or am I remembering my last birthday? Yes, yeah. The corpses were more set dressing though. They had like the corpses were the reason I was so obsessed with what hand it was, and like the whole left hand thing is because all the corpses were missing their left hand and their left eyeballs, or like one or the other. That's why I was so like, what the fuck is going on here with the whole left hand business? So yeah, I mean that there was that, but again, it was just set dressing. Like the corpses didn't actually do anything. Like we don't know if Delilah was animating them, if it was the necromantic energy of the ziggurat. Like they might as well be writhing walls of flesh for how much they actually, frankly, like mattered. Of all the words of mice and men. Also, don't get that. Hello, Chat Magic. What's up, Mustang? How you doing? So someone has a weird heads collection. Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought it was set for lair actions in there. Lots of dead stuff for Delilah. Yeah, totally could have been. 100% could have been. Yeah. But, like, we abstracted the entire approach to the ziggurat. Like, the moment that you stop abstracting and you, like, present the enemies, that's where the combat and, like, the thinking on the DM's part needs to start. Even if you want to make the entire ziggurat the lair, they're just the most powerful in that final room, but you still make the outside interesting, and they do fight it out there, and they get a huge advantage because they rush and they commit a lot of resources early on. That's totally fine. but it didn't feel like Matt was prepared for them to fight where they did, barely at all. A certain distance per turn that isn't its own is also slightly scaled to party size too. Yeah, true Hans. So yeah, that's just, I thought that like off turn movement was so cool, and again very evocative, but just was very underutilized. Like I almost, like, the reason that I think I didn't have like a pop off moment about it during the actual stream is because it mattered very little. And like I think a mechanic like that is sort of like Monk. I actually think that like Silas's performance and the fact that legendary movement had no impact is actually a good representation of why Monk sometimes feels pretty fucking weird in D&D, is because like there are times where having a bunch of extra movement just doesn't fucking matter. Even in situations where it kind of feels like it should. Like, that's the really weird thing about Monk, is that it now comes down to DM dungeon design as to whether or not Monk feels good. And I think the same thing with Silas in that last fight. The corpses were just decor. Yeah, I mean, a bit. They were foreshadowing. They were clues as to what's going on, but they weren't like a combat mechanic. So, that is my takeaway. Only 45 minutes later. And I think we are... Everything disappeared. Everything disappeared. Where's Firefox? There we go. Get that. I gotta get Discord pulled up for them time codes. Also, wait, no, I already talked about that. Never mind. I was going to talk about being gone, but I already mentioned that. Okay. Matt talks about his Blood Hunter class update. Ooh la la. Let me hear that. I'd love to hear it. So much I want to say, but I'll hold the line. I appreciate it. I agree, just ironing out my own thoughts on it. Yeah, fair enough. Also, was driving during most of that stream, so missed some details. Oh, yeah, fair enough. So, but I have to hold the line. Yeah, and that is the thing, is like, this ziggurat is not done. They could and potentially will. My prediction is that, again, we're going to have the chase sequence out, and that room, that cavern, is going to go bye-bye. But I could be very wrong about that. That is something I'm kind of flipping a coin on whether or not that's going to happen. And I'm taking the flip that says that they won't be able to go back there, but equally as possible that they go back and see it again. For necromancer corpses are both decor and security, form and function in one, but they weren't used as security. Because I fucking agree, Baronessa. But we need to use them. You know, that's you're kind of hitting the nail on the head, because that is like very cool of like an idea for a necromancer. So yeah, everyone got to hold the line. Yeah, holding the line. I pat myself on the shoulder regularly for resisting the urge to make clever spoilery references. That's what Discord spoilers for. Exactly, Hans. Have you considered that maybe they'll try to leave, but then Kima and Simon, the magic shop fellow, will ambush them? We haven't met Simon yet. I have no idea what's going on with him. I also believe that there's someone else on Percy's list, because it was like Professor Anders, Ripley, which Ripley's alive, and I feel like there was another person that we haven't encountered yet. Obviously, Silas is off. Delilah's on there, but she's still alive. So I don't remember exactly, but I don't think it matters too much. But yeah, there's definitely still villains and complications out there. Like, we have not finished the arc by any sense. Thing is, even if my cleverness passes, it also tempts others to build onto it and showcase their own wit. So the chance of real major spoiler increases. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. It's tough when you're in a community like this, where like you want to like engage as part of the community, And like one of the really classic ways to do that is to showcase knowledge, but I have explicitly told you that you can't showcase knowledge. So like that's why I'm really, I do want to be like soft on spoilers, is because like while it is something that I want to discourage as much as possible, I understand why it happens. I really do get it. So that is why I started being like, okay, I need to like make an article about it with examples and like update that article as, time goes on. Because I totally get it. I have a lot of empathy for it. They turned the room into a public swimming pool for local kids. Spoiler alert. Lol. It was Megaphone Man. It was me. Stonefell. Stonefell. I totally forgot about him because I don't think they've mentioned him other than him being on the list. They might have, and I just don't remember it. But that's fair. I totally forgot about him. Yeah. So I have no idea what the fuck's going on with him. He's still hanging around out there. And Simon. We've met all the NPCs that will ever feature in this campaign already. The entire campaign, Timpanist. Stonefell, Ripley, Anders, Delilah, Silas, and then there was a sixth name. The sixth barrel was added. What's her face? His sister, Cassandra, was added to the sixth empty barrel. But Stonefell, Ripley, six barrel is for Megaphone Man. Why, Percy? Better multi-class monk so you can grab bullets. Lol. Stonefell was the first person he killed. Oh, Stonefell was the nobleman? Okay. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. I forgot that he like scratched the name off. You're right. Okay, so Stonefell's been taken care of. So they're really the only one unaccounted for. There's Ripley unaccounted for, and this magic shop Simon person, who might just be elsewhere in the castle. He might just, like, exist over on stage left, and we're just unaware. Maybe he'll come up later, maybe he won't. I think that's how Matt builds his worlds, and I really empathize with that, because that's how I build a lot of stuff as well. So I feel like that is very, very possible, that she is just off, like, again, stage left. We might just never see them. I do want to remind that when Percy got revenge, that name was erased, which then opens up a new slot. You're right. That does theoretically open a new slot. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. You're good. Yeah. So I guess the whispered one, or Smokey. I am hard assuming that Smokey's the whispered one. I don't even know if that's that's not like a crazy prediction at this point. But it hasn't been confirmed, so don't confirm it in chat if that is. But that's a hard assumption I'm making. But that could mean that Smokey could just continue adding names, which is interesting. Matt will definitely put stuff on the back burner and pull it back out later. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Technically, he scratched them off in this version. He scratched it off, and then it disappeared. So he was off in the corner scratching it off, and then Matt narrated it disappearing off the gun. So both. One of the biggest reveals of C3 was a back burner for years. Hell yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I think that's about it. Let's do it. Pop.
Other updates. My class update also went up yesterday, and I was actually just updated before the show tonight with a couple of fixes to some of the text and stuff. So if you already downloaded, go to the website and download the newest one. It's 1.2. But yeah, it's called the Blood Hunter. It's a retool of the Witch Hunter, kind of taking it away from the promotional aspect that it was tied to back in October. I was able to retool it and make it something a little more wholly my own and my own unique design as opposed to being tied to the pre-existing IP. So it's got some cool abilities. Hope you like it. If you feel like running it in your game or allowing your players to do so, have fun.
And it's got the seal of approval.
Well, the seal of approval, I would say I did manage to have some wonderful feedback from Mike Merles from Dungeons & Dragons West of the Coast, who was very, very sweet enough to give me notes and ideas when I was going through the redesign process. So thank you tremendously, Mike, for that. And still my first real homebrew class I've ever designed, and so it's far from perfect. And there's there'll be adjustments as time goes on and play tests and balancings come through. So be gentle, but it should at least be fun.
I've seen the Blood Hunter before. It looked a tiny bit over complicated for my taste. But I will say that I liked the general design tone and direction of like having having the things that you can choose from, lots of customization, like Warlock. And I really do like the idea of hemalurgy dice and just blood magic in general. When I've played Path of Exile, I was a blood magic person. I love. Is it a shock that the Warlock loves blood magic? So I liked Blood Hunter in general, but it felt like it was trying to do a lot of things, which might be tied to its Witch Hunter roots. Like, if you've looked at my Druid rework, my 1D&D Druid rework, it'll be no surprise to you that I like classes that invest in like a core thing. So like for Warlock as an example, Warlock commits to the fact that it is like not a lot of spell slots. So it gives you on one hand not a lot of spell slots, but they're very powerful. And it gives you invocations, which are like passive upgrades. It will also be no shock to you that I hate the invocations that force you to use a spell slot. I think those are dumb as shit. I do not think that they align with the design direction of Warlock. So, I think that Blood Hunter, for my taste, was trying to do a few too many things, but I liked the overall direction from what I looked at it. I didn't look into it in like super big detail or anything. But like it's also why I generally like Barbarian, because I think that all of Barbarian is really centered around rage, which I think is really cool, and a lot of the subclasses lean into that. So yeah. Blood Hunter is pretty cool, and the only non-wizards class on D&D Beyond. Yeah. Lies! His first homebrew class, I disbelieve. Dude, I've never made a full homebrew class. The closest I've ever gotten was reworking 1D&D Druid, which I barely changed. I've never homebrewed a class. It's not... it's intimidating. It's very hard to do. I've looked at it before, and I've made modifications to classes, but never a full homebrew. It's hard. It's hard to strike something that is truly unique from other pre-existing classes while also having it be fun and interesting, while also having it be at least within the realm of balance. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a little too strong or a little too weak, but at least has to be, like, in the general vein. Cough, cough, mystic. But Percy is right there. It feels that way at first. Oh, because of Gunslinger? I mean, Gunslinger's a subclass. It feels that way at first, but like most classes, once you get a couple of the building blocks down, it all falls into place. That's fair. And I've never done it. I've only analyzed. Gunslinger is more of an adaptation. Yeah. I made one from scratch, but it's still a little over-engineered. And I think that is the real challenge of especially D&D classes, is getting them to a point where they are slick and like smooth, and again, just within the realm of balance. Because like I think if you put a bunch of mechanics into a class, it is easier to get something that feels unique. It is hard to make a class simple but also unique and interesting. It's very, very difficult. So yeah. Like, even Paladin. I don't really like Paladin because I don't like Smite as their main mechanic, but I think it's a well-designed class. Like, for people that aren't me. So yeah. I don't know. It's class design is interesting. It's very, very interesting. I've been thinking about it a lot because I fiddle around with... I have a TTRPG that has been a work in progress for, like, 2 years that I fiddle around with occasionally because... I really, 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 really like exploration in TTRPGs, and I haven't played a TTRPG that really leans into exploration as like one of its like really core feature sets in a way that satisfies me. So, you know, I've been looking at making my own, tooling around with it a little bit. The problem is, I know that there's probably a TTRPG out there that does approach it And so I want to play that first before I ever like sink too much time into it. But it did lead me towards creating an interesting setting, which I really like. And just like thinking about all that stuff is not wasted time. A gazillion years ago in 3E, I did an Amazon prestige class. I think prestige classes are cool. But I very much understand why they got taken out of 5e. But I do kind of miss them. Homebrews are only difficult if you worry about things like logic and balance and fun. Speaking of an argument that we had in the Discord today about Purple Dragon Knight versus Arcane Archer, because I said that Arcane Archer was the one that I would discourage the most. I still hold that Arcane Archer is slightly worse than Purple Dragon Knight, but we are fighting over, like I said in the Discord, we're fighting over the arrangement in F tier. Purple Dragon Knight is very bad. But I forgot about Purple Dragon Knight in general because it's in Sword Coast Adventurers Guide, and I don't think there are any good things that came out of that. No, that's not true. But a lot of the things that came out of that were pretty fucking bad. So I tend to forget about it when I'm thinking about the options. Anyways, 10:53. Matt starts his recap. Oh wait, Matt starts his recap. So we're looking at 12:28. Do not slander Arcane Archer. I will slander Arcane Archer. It's not fun. The fact that you get only 2 uses until level 15 is ludicrous. If someone really wanted to play Arcane Archer at my table, they were like, I'm not playing unless I can play Arcane Archer. I'd be like, okay, then we have to buff it for you. Like we have to look at like giving you more uses. Like maybe uses equal to your proficiency. That'd be fine with me. But like as it stands, Arcane Archer is frustrating fighter because you look at a battle master and wish you could do even a quarter of what it does. I will slander it all over the place, Baronessa. Ding, that's your friendly 1 hour belt. Thank you very much, AKL. Didn't Storm Sorcerer? No, Storm is from Xanathar's. Storm and Celestial are from Xanathar's. And Storm is cool. Storm is very cool. But anyway, look, if you like Arcane Archer and you have fun with it, more power to you. D&D's about fun. But I don't think it is very likely. So I would not recommend it.
Up and escorted off the side of the ziggurat, and that was where we left the last game. So, to pick up where we were, Vex, who had Vex in their arms last time? Was like Grog had Vex and is rushing.
Love Talison's scarf. I'm not a big scarf man on other people or myself. Uh-oh, we're getting into Mega Sam territory. We're not actually there, but like I like all of Sam's fashion a lot. A feels like it wants to be a mix between Artillerist, Artificer, and Battlemaster. Oh my god, I love the idea of Arcane Archer. If it was good, I would play the shit out of it. I like blood magic, magic and ranged damage, and selling my soul, which is kind of infused with blood magic. Those are like, oh, and support. I main Mercy in Overwatch. So like those are my play styles, and like I play Arcane Archer for all intents and purposes in Skyrim. I am the prime audience for Arcane Archer, which is maybe why it hurts so much. Maybe that's why it hurts so much. You'll regret saying that. Oh, about Sam's fashion? I don't know that I will. I do not know that I will. But yeah, I don't disagree with you, John. I don't disagree with you. Yes, though, I miss the color.
With her down your arms, who has Delilah and who has Cassandra?
Oh,
I think Grog has both.
he has both of us. I'm piled on top of
That's right.
Delilah.
He was, yeah.
Okay, so you have Delilah and Vex, who has Cassandra?
I think I have Cassandra.
Cassandra, okay. So, as you guys are rushing down the steps of the ziggurat itself, the green glass-like jade material slowly fading into the white stone as you rush towards the base. What little bit of light is available to you from the small bits of torches
Oh, there we go. I have no idea why that wasn't working before.
placed at the bottom
Oh,
of
okay,
the
we're
ziggurat,
chilling.
and the light sources you brought.
I also made Mercy in Overwatch. I'm just a support main, dude, which is really tough because if I could play a support, and I also think that is maybe what makes me a little bit softer on Purple Dragon Knight, is that it is like a very support-oriented fighter, even though it's trash. But I just love playing support. I'm a big support main in almost all the games I play. But D&D doesn't really have a huge concept of a support main. That's why my current sorcerer is her main spells are Mind Sliver and Tasha's Mind Whip. And also Enlarge or Reduce and what's the other one? But it's a lot of support spells. I love being a support main. Yeah, he has a rare style miss IMO at some point here. Can't tell you if that's that episode. DPS with support backup. Yeah. Garlic Bread Cleric. I've read Garlic Bread Cleric. I do. Look, I ain't fighting it. If you want to play it in my campaign. You can't play it in Unseen campaign, but in a theoretical scenario where we were at the same table, you could play it.
With you, you find yourself at the very bottom of the dirt, and looking around, there's the exit where you guys originally entered this chamber. You do also see a number of small metallic carts. Some are turned over to the side. At this point, you can see you have bits and crumpled pieces of white stone and shards of that green glass residuum material left out. And you can see there's piles of leftover building materials that are kind of scattered about the base floor of this area.
Are you saying that Keyleth and I have caught up at this point? Because I know that people started going out of the temple.
Right.
Keyleth ran in. I handed the extra grog. I ran after.
Yes, you guys are still a little bit behind the rest of you. You're on your way now, just down rushing down the stairs with the ziggurat while the rest of you reach the bottom.
Sure, with that natural 20 that kept her from probably getting sucked into Uranus.
Yep. Probably.
Save versus Uranus. All right, so as everyone accepts.
Save versus Uranus is what he's
Put it in the handbook.
The next errata document.
And Lady Briarwood is manacled.
She's manacled behind you, and Cassandra is tied up.
Right.
It's up there. As the rest of you rush down to the bottom, minus Vax and Keyleth, what do you wish to do? Do you wish to wait for them, or are you going to push on towards the tunnel you entered?
Oh, fuck them, we keep running. We're trying to get out of the area, right?
I'm barely conscious right now,
Well,
right?
I was kind of yelling in my earpiece. Fuck it, run.
Run. So you know they're following behind you.
Grog,
Yeah, yeah, yes.
get this bitch off of me.
Oh, sorry, yeah, fuck it. It's like carrying coats, hold on. So I put one in each arm. There you
Are we
go.
leaving?
Yeah, we're trying to get out of here as fast as we can. How are you feeling?
Grog, and I reach up and I grab onto his beard.
Uh.
This is a beautiful beard. Watch out for traps.
So at this point, as you're having this discussion, you guys are rushing down. You guys see this as you're rushing down the ziggurat. The radiant energy that is currently the form of Pike seems to have slowly withered, and she kind of looks over her shoulder with a look of immediate fear as it.
Oh no!
No!
Keepers.
Why?
Because of technology,
technology.
and also the story.
Dude, I love that look from Laura of like, wait, what do you mean? What? No! That was really funny. Them not even realizing that she was out.
I didn't even know she was gone!
I neither.
Pike, no!
terrified.
No, Pike!
It seems as if
very bad service
whatever
down here.
anti-magical aura has slowly pushed the divine connection that keeps her present from the current vicinity.
Did you forget to die?
Also, the battery died on the computer.
Is this on?
Black orb.
No!
Black orb.
Where can we plug
Damn
in
it.
at?
So, you guys continue pushing on. You make your way to the cavern and begin heading back towards the undercroft vicinity of Whitestone.
Yeah, let me know when we leave that big-ass room that the ziggurat is in. We're still in it, right?
You guys have just now made your way towards the exit tunnel, so you're just now leaving.
I remember the tunnel sucking booby trap-wise.
That's what
Not
I said.
until we're past.
Watch out for
Not until we're
traps.
past the gold room, the glass room.
I marked all the traps.
I don't know why the
All the traps
GoPro isn't working.
All the traps that we found.
Yeah,
No,
with, like,
remember
shock,
there was
though.
one.
Yeah, no dog cam for some reason. I think I'm gonna have to get a better solution than the GoPro. It is not very consistent. I might just look into getting like a really cheap secondary cam, like a $20, really low res, like second webcam to run the dog cam, because the GoPro, I just don't think the GoPro's cutting it. 1 second. Speaking of technology. Hi, doggies. Oh, the dogs sensed that you guys wouldn't be able to see them, and now they're being extra cute. It really is a shame for you guys. Oh, I'm being motioned over by wife. Is this like a break type motion or a small? Small? Okay. It is a small motioning. Un momento. What up? We are back. There are security cams that are $20 that you can live stream. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I might. I'm gonna look into some stuff because I mean the location of it is close enough that I can hardwire it into my computer, but for some reason this just wasn't being consistent about it. Did you ever watch the behind the scenes from before episode 30? I don't think so. Need to include the tenets of chairism. I don't know that one. You see the dog in a chair and then provide dog commentary. You want to provide commentary, Bug? Bug does not have the patience or the goodwill towards humans. I2 still doesn't specify CR issues. It's not. I guess it is an AV issue. Damn. That's true. And luckily, that is something that I can't control. I'm always trying to prevent it, but I do think it works as a bingo, even if it's on mine. Poop. He has not watched it. Yeah. Chairs, the magical fruit.
The poison dust one, which we're immune to still.
But that already got
Can
said.
I check for traps as I can I check for traps as I go?
Sure. Well, you push and make your way into the.
You're
What
checking
up, Topaz?
You're holding two ladies.
as you guys rush behind them.
Almost Saturday night, my friend.
You head back into the tunnel, having to lower your head a little bit as you're carrying this payload. You're kind of lumbering through a giant Goliath body, just stomping through the darkness.
Payload. He called you a payload.
Yeah. You come to where there is the partially dissolved stone door.
Right.
And you just kind of rush underneath and using all of your back muscle, make a strength check.
Oh gosh.
That's good. 24.
Tensing the entirety of your entire
I'm not
muscle
that
structure.
heavy.
Oh, it's not about you being heavy. It's about the door itself not being quite large enough for him to come through carrying that large
Thank
group
you.
of people. You lift and you hear the stone shift as it's forcefully pushed up. You hear snaps of things breaking or supports that were keeping it in place as you essentially break the door and jam it upward, giving you enough space to pull through the rest of the
Fucking hate doors. Don't we all?
We do.
The greatest nemesis.
Is Cassandra awake or is she unconscious?
She's unconscious. Damn it. You make your way into the top level of the distillery room, down the pathway into the upward ramp to the opposite side. The door open, and you are now outside of the distillery trap.
That's the danger area.
Oh no.
You're out.
Wait, so who's
I'm so
at like
weak.
0 health?
One
I'm
point.
at 1 point of health.
Oh, we have potions now. We're out of the magic.
Can't you heal people?
We can try it. We can try it just to.
I have potions
just
too,
to mess.
but
Oh, it's like
Are
a
we out of the
medicine?
room?
We're out of the room.
yeah, we're out of the room.
What up, Aiden, son? How you doing?
You're not currently with them though. You're behind with Vax trying to catch.
I have some.
You have
I have a
potions?
common. Can I try giving Vax a common healing potion?
Yeah. You want to stop for a second and just like pull it out.
I'd fucking drop Lady Briarwood like on her face. Hard.
Oh no, she might die.
No, she could die.
Okay.
Yeah, I just
Rolls, bounces a little bit just from the sheer force of the throw. Not even paying attention to whether or not she's still breathing. You reach in, you bring out your potion, set Vex down, and hand it to her. So you
please
go ahead.
work. Please work.
Go ahead and heal 2d4 plus 2 hit points.
Oh! Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's
not
my
magic.
D4. Plus 2. Oh, that's good. That's a whole 8 points.
There you go. That's actually pretty good.
And
roll.
it stays. It works.
At this point, as you guys have pushed outside of that room, it appears to be functioning again.
Yay!
Oh, good. That took. Who can you heal people?
Oh, wait.
This is also a good example of I've talked about how I prefer when we talk about like effects or curses or whatever. I am a really big fan of area locked effects. So whether that's like a wild magic zone or in this case, it seems like maybe an anti-magic shell. Or just an anti-magic zone, maybe a necromancer-only zone. You can also play around with the schools of magic, which I think are pretty underutilized. Even as I'm talking, I'm realizing by me as well. Is like, it would be very interesting if you had like an abjuration-only zone, or a zone that specifically disallowed certain schools of magic, like maybe enchantment. Like, there are some things that you can play with when you play with these location-based effects, but this is a great example of why I like them, is there is a very clear delineation line between where that effect is active and where that effect isn't. And if they had more time, they probably could have played with it a little bit more to, like, figure it out. But I really, really like the, like, very hard cutoff, so that the party can, like, keep that in mind when they're moving forward. Like we talked about at one point, a singing curse. that would be in place on like an entire town. And I said, I don't like a singing curse that affects a bunch of individual people, a bunch of individuals. But I really like a singing curse that affects like a neighborhood, that has like a very clear delineating line, so that you can escape that rule and that thing if you want to. Number one, if you just don't want to engage with it, but also if you need to go outside of it, you can pull things out, you can put things in. I think it allows you to really like understand the mechanics a lot better. Mic it down a little bit. I am seeing the levels look pretty good on my end, so I can potentially also just crank up the desktop audio a little bit and then turn down the stream as a whole, because the level is looking all right on my end. But I turned up, so I turned down my mic a skosh, and then I turned up the desktop audio a skosh. Not near as good as Vicious, though less takes than Viscosius Mockery. Lol. Whispered Mockery. I mean, yeah, if your DM is chill with it, yeah, work with them. What do the schools do? They don't really do much. The only real interaction that they have off the top of my head is with wizard schools. So like all of the or most of the wizard subclasses. There's also, I think, blade singing and war magic off the dome. But most of the wizard subclasses have to do with a specific school of magic, and it makes you better at that particular school. But oh yeah, and scribes. I love scribes. How did I forget scribes? Scribes is cool. But yeah, so generally the schools don't really have much interaction. So I actually, with that in mind, I think it'd be cool to mess around with them a little bit. Zones allow you to play with the rules without breaking things. Yeah, especially since it basically allows your player to opt in to whether or not they want the rules. And then as a DM, all you have to do is play with their incentives. So like, I'm not forcing you to go into that anti-magic shell. But if you want to save Cassandra or Vax or whatever, like if you want to get the magic item that you've been searching for, if you want to get the alchemical ingredient for your recipe, you will have to engage with this zone. And it allows you to go back and prepare for it. It allows you to research it without having to actively deal with it. So yeah, I like zones a lot. I like zones a lot for playing around with rule breaks. Whispered Mockery. So once more with feeling. I'm gonna make a Buffy reference. Spell schools were more relevant in previous versions of D&D. That makes sense. That tracks. So you tell me what spell lists. Do you know a certain amount of spells? Aiden, that's not particularly kind of the tone or the goal of this stream. This is much more like a DM advice, like player and DM advice through the lens of Critical Role. If you want like kind of the core game mechanics explained when it comes to like spell lists or prepared stuff, there's a ton of videos about that online. And like I'm happy to answer like very specific questions or like overarching questions, but the like going through like a tutorial isn't really the tone of this stream. But again, there are lots of resources out there from other creators. I liked when healing and particularly resurrection magic was categorized under necromancy. That's cool. Yeah, obviously you just brought a dead thing back to life. Yeah, I do not disagree at all. I do not disagree with that at all. Hot reductive take, D&D spell schools are dumb. Yeah, I don't mind. I know some people have big problem with the more genericized spell lists in 1D&D of like primal, divine, arcane. I like it in general. I think that maybe the implementation isn't quite spot on, but I really like just those three being the thing. And then each class having like a subset of those things. Now, they're still having schools in that, but I don't mind them genericizing it out a little bit more. It helped make necromancy not the immediately evil school. I don't like necromancy being the immediately evil magic in general, honestly. Like wizards specialize and then get locked out of the opposite schools. Yeah, that'd be cool, Daniel. I would be so down with more restrictive spell lists. I would really be down with more restrictive spell lists for D&D. I think that the current spell lists are a bit too open. Spell slot, I meant. Oh, yeah. They're like an eclectic mix of method and end result. Yeah, Critical Role actually has a series called Handbook Helper. Oh, I didn't know that, Cabium. Yeah, so yeah, that's a good resource to potentially check out. Is Handbook Helper from Critical Role, for like that kind of like beginning tutorial knowledge. Handbook Helper. Cute rant on why warlocks are the best because of short rest. Blah 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 blah. Lol. I mean, honestly, wish Wizard leaned more into the school than it does. I wanted to make a loot divination character, and it was not really possible. Yeah. I do not disagree. Like the pillars of magic like that, keep it organized nicely in an organic and believable way. Yeah. Note the Handbook Helper has spoilers for campaign 2. Yeah, I'm not going to watch it, but a good thing to look into if you're looking in that direction.
It's a yes or no
I'm
question.
awake enough.
I can
Wait.
try.
I'm awake enough. I didn't use all my. I wake up and I cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Oh, okay. Go for it. You can
I can't do that.
Well, shit. There
I'm
you
like,
go.
ooh, I love you so much. Cure.
Women behaves.
At just first level, or
I think second level I have enough.
okay. So 2d8 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Okay.
Whatever your modifier is.
That was not even as good as a common question.
Meh, meh.
See. Oh well, sort of. 14. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Somebody loves.
So basically full hit points at this point.
All
right.
right. Just heal you up just a touch more. What are you at?
23 points.
It's pretty fucking low.
All right,
Okay.
I'll give you my greater heal.
I have one. You can have mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a giant.
No, I'll take this one. I want you to have my greater healing potion. It would mean so much to me if you would
no.
take it. Drink.
Scanlan.
No problem. Pike were here, I'd give it to her, but
Understand.
not so. You're pretty cool too.
Thanks, buddy. What do I roll for that?
4d4 plus 4.
Wow!
Magic.
I feel so strong now.
You better roll strong.
11. So I'm at 34 points.
Hey, as a
better.
thank you for that.
What?
What about that gun?
Scanlan,
Just let me hold it.
Oh, he did it just give you a potion.
I'm just letting you know. You're not skilled with range attacks.
There's nothing he can do with it anyway. I have all the
I
ammunition.
know. You can't
That's
do
what you
anything
think.
with it.
My pickpocket fingers are faster than you could ever imagine.
I really don't think they are.
Sounds like a challenge.
At this point, Keyleth and Vax catch up with the rest of you guys.
I'll take that.
How did it go? Did you kill the little black thing of death?
No.
Oh, that's good to know, John. So yeah, so there's Handbook Helper, and then there's also a GM tip series with Matt. Ugh. That's very good to know. Scanpan is so selfless. Scanlan, yeah, that is definitionally what I think of when I think of Scanlan is selfless. And myself, weirdly enough. Pretty cute though, very short videos. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like I'm not like I have not prepared to explain rules like super duper well. And you know, these streams already take a long time.
Oh, I didn't.
Don't do it. It's so stupid to do that.
What?
Vex
It's not
gave
loaded.
Scanlan a gun. I don't think it's loaded.
Oh God. Be careful.
Do I look? Does it look cool?
No.
Did
I
anybody
tried
take care of
to.
that orb?
No, I tried to jam a piece of the jammy, the magic glass,
Oh, yeah.
jammy magic glass into it, and I'm probably lucky that I was able to pull away as quickly as I did, because I think it kind of eats everything around it.
So wait, it's still there?
It's still there, yeah.
Is it moving at all?
It's doing its like really fast spinny thing.
That's not good.
What about all the
it's all
bodies
good.
in the room? Are they still like? "Bah"?
I thought I could maybe go into my wild shape and bring down the building. I thought maybe if I collapsed the building, maybe it was drawing some sort of energy from the nets of intertwined bodies.
Right,
but
right.
I couldn't because it was blocking all magic capabilities.
Can I look over at Lady Briarwood and do a check on her to see if she looks stable or?
Sure. Which at this point, too, just to know, in all the chaos and all the intent trying to get things out of there, you've just now starting to realize that the seeming spell that you placed in the whole party had also been canceled as part of whatever this triggered anti-field was. So in this, y'all come.
Dude, what a classic GMism. You didn't notice in all of the chaos, but like this thing happened. Classic DM bullshit of I forgot that this thing would have happened. That's not a critique on Matt. That is just GM shit. I got no criticism there because every GM does that. Oh man. Oh yeah, this is definitely Tao's questionable hair episode. I haven't seen it. That style was very much in the fashion. Yes, it was Burning Man. Oh gosh. The GM tips was later taken over by Satine Phoenix, who ain't a great person. I recognize the name Satine Phoenix, but I have no context for anything else related to that. So, and that would be way too long to go into. Scanlan's got a gun. Scanlan's got a gun, Annie, get your gun, or the only other song I can think of that might be a reference to is Santa's Got a Bullet in His Gun. Don't Shoot Me, Santa Claus by The Killers. Those are the only references that come to my mind when I see that line.
Oh, we are a bunch of Percys. And
Oh, beautiful again.
That's also fair, Pharaoh. The general phrasing I just thought was funny because like I detected it immediately of you didn't realize in all of the chaos or you didn't notice in all of the chaos is, hey, listen to this thing that either I forgot to narrate or you should have noticed. There was a semi-recent drama and very talked about. Yikes, don't remind us. Okay, yeah. We won't talk about it here. Probably not relevant until later. I'm only vaguely aware of the person, mostly just the name.
Thank you.
That's good because I noticed your beard.
That's right.
That's right.
Are you checking on Lady Briarwood?
I am.
Trinket's like nuzzling the body.
Keep her
Okay,
unconscious.
careful.
I'm gonna try and wake Cassandra up.
Okay.
Beep.
The sound
That's
of
the
waking
magic.
her, isn't
That's
it?
magic. He's right that.
All right, so you go ahead and check on her. Go ahead and make a. Actually, this is pretty easy. Take a moment. You kind of just feel her for a pulse. She is currently still alive. And with a flash of divine energy just past the outskirts of this anti-magic field, you can see Pike's radiant ethereal form all of a sudden reconstruct itself.
Pike!
I'm back.
Oh, thank
Well,
God.
that's
So
really good.
we're killing Lady Briarwood?
No, we're okay.
Fine.
Everything's okay. Thanks, Aaron. You're back.
Okay, can I heal somebody?
Well, we did that a bit while you were gone, but
But I'm
yes,
still pretty
our
low,
perch
guys.
is
If
low.
you feel like it, I would take it and I would be grateful.
How's everybody else?
Can you heal a couple people?
Yeah.
I'm a little shaky.
I'm a little shaky as well.
Pike, heal us all. We love you.
Are we
Okay, let me do a mass cure wound because I have that.
Gather together, everyone. Gather together.
Group hug.
Oh wait.
We don't want her to
Don't
heal.
let Lady Briarwood in the circle
Wait,
of healing.
is she alive? Did you check
She's
her?
alive. Is she alive?
She is currently alive. She's
Rob, drag
unconscious.
her over there.
And she's thankfully from the blast and the sheer force of it. Part of the wound was cauterized, but she has been bleeding quite a bit on the run down here, and she would probably need some
Should
sort
I
of.
stabilize her?
Let's.
Should we
Yeah,
let
do
her
wait,
die?
stabilize her first.
We're away from
Yes.
the fucking sacrifice area. Maybe we should just kill her.
I want to quickly check my gun. What is Lord Briarwood's name still on it?
You go and inspect the barrel. No, Silas Briarwood is currently erased from the barrel. At previous
Let's
service.
hold off just a bit before we kill her.
I have some really dirty rags. Could I do a medicine check and try and stabilize her bleeding?
If you want to.
With dirty rags? Do
Gross.
An 18!
That's pretty good.
you have medicine
What's your-
skill?
0!
So yeah, as you guys are having this conversation, Grog comes over and like pulls out a model mass
Really dirty, though.
of really filthy rags from the bag of holding, probably,
those big.
probably used in various nose wiping circumstances.
Or other things.
But somehow, manages to stop the bleeding and keep her relatively stable for the moment. Yeah.
Okay, and then I take her by the foot and I drag her on her face away from the group.
Okay.
Very gently, but still by her foot.
Double check, perhaps gag her as well.
Oh, right, yeah, she
Defend,
talks that shit,
defend,
doesn't she?
I don't want her speaking, and she only has one arm, so magic's
Can't
going to be
do
tricky.
This kind of thing, but she can still talk. So.
Like you say, you wanted to cast Master Wounds, you said?
Yes.
Okay, you can choose up to 6 creatures in a 30-foot radius, so it's your choice who you want to heal.
Okay.
So we talked a lot about like magic accessibility in the last stream, and like, you know, verbal components, somatic components. You know, it's gray. It's very not form fitting. What's the word? You can do a lot of things to potentially make some accommodations, but I will say, while all of that is being said, if someone is used to saying verbal components and you take away their ability to do so, I still think that very much cancels out verbal components. However, you're used to doing your components. If someone prevents you from doing that thing that you've like practiced, then you still can't do them. So yeah, Lady Briarwood, person with 2 arms, having an arm missing, probably not going to be able to perform somatic components, at least at my table. I think that's very fair. Also, is actually there. Lol. Pretty much guaranteed their players will make a jizz joke at least every other session. Not at my table. Not something I actively discourage, but yeah, for some reason, doesn't really happen at my tables. Matt's avoidance of sexual references are so relatable to my ace self. Yeah, it is not super duper common at my tables. Truly. Oh wait. Oh no, is the multi chat's working. I just got confused. Nice job with the spoilers article. Thank you. I appreciate it, Kale. Truly a wasted effort as some of the cast working against him. Lol. But I appreciate his efforts, lol. Yeah. I mean, I think they're all just chilling. They're having a good time.
So
She can't see us. Why are we holding our hands up?
I don't know.
Actually, you can see us on the screen. Never mind.
I know I have you guys on my iPad down here, but you're just delayed.
6.
awesome.
Okay, so I'll cure all the 6 people in my family.
All right, so that's 3d8 plus
family.
5 for you.
Whoa.
Pour one out for your homies.
Yeah.
Roll high.
Oh, to have a cleric in the group again.
Yeah, no, shit. Life.
Nice.
3d8 plus 5?
She's rolling.
She rolls.
Come on.
Come on.
26.
Let's be a lesson for all people out there that think clerics are lame and nobody loves them.
We love them.
I like being
Can I tear a piece of fabric off of one of the 3 remaining fancy robes and tie it around Lady Briarwood's mouth? But and then
it's
she
so
can't,
terrible.
like really enunciate.
Yeah, so you go ahead and you pull it and you gag around inside her mouth, and as you end up tying it, you can see one of her eyes kind of lulls open, and she kind of...
Oh, shit, she's awake!
Punch her in the face.
Punch her in the face. Punch her
Hey,
in the face.
don't. You'll kill her. You'll kill her.
What do you want to do?
Blindfold her.
I slap her.
Roll a strength.
Shit.
Oh man.
Gonna kill her with a slap.
She'll be knocked unconscious, and then she'll have to save 3 times again.
21?
Oh, that's good. No.
Okay. Whack! Right across her face. You hear a resounding crack sound as it appears like some part of her cheekbone probably is going to be fairly
shit.
bruised tomorrow, but she is straight to unconsciousness.
If you were curious, she's still alive.
I can tell.
She
Now.
almost killed me.
Is she just unconscious, or is she like...
Still breathing.
Alright.
I'm going to try and wake up Cassandra.
Okay.
Updid bandages on it real good.
So as you're standing
so
in
effective.
the tunnel, they're off one side. You go over to where Cassandra, you reset her down and have a conversation, and she's still bound, arms legs. She's nearly hogtied by Grog when you guys finished up at the top of the temple. She's breathing. You can see like the dirt from being pushed on the ground is kind of caked in on where the tear marks were down her face. You shake her gently, and eventually she comes to consciousness and kind of
Yeah, gently.
her eyes kind of roll around for a moment. She glances over at you and goes, "Percy."
We will have a discussion later. In the meantime, do you know what that thing in there is, and how do we stop it?
She didn't see it, did she?
What?
The spinning
going
orb
on?
of death.
And she like starts kind of moving around and looking around the tunnel real fast at everyone. What happened? What's going on?
You
I
betrayed
don't
some
believe
bitches, that's
this
what
for
you
a
did.
second.
And as she says, you see that she reacts as almost like someone had just punched her in the chest, and the tears begin to flow down her face again. And she's, I'm sorry.
I'm going to slap her in the face.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a strength check.
Sister.
She might be unconscious to you.
Not with my strength.
Natural 20.
16.
That's a cock, man.
My strength. Well, actually, my strength is still thin because of I still have. I have like an. I have
Oh,
a,
-2 strength,
So
right?
15.
The 15, okay.
Just negative 1.
So you smack her, just to kind of get her attention and to stop the circumstance. She kind of stops and for a second gathers herself, and her breathing slows, and she kind of just stares off into space for a moment.
I need my sister back. Are you awake? Are you a terrible person? Do I want to strangle you right now?
Probably.
Good. Then we can work with this. They were building something down here. Briarwoods are no longer a problem. They were building something. What do you know about it? It may be started. It seems to be affecting magic. I think.
I don't know. They wouldn't let me near it.
Don't lie to us anymore.
I'm not lying. Do I have a reason to lie right now? And she looks over at you with an intensity through her gaze.
Did you have a reason to lie before? I guess that you thought the Briarwoods were gonna win. But if you thought that the Briarwoods were going to win, your reason to lie right now is to stay alive. How can we even remotely trust Cassandra after this? Come on.
That catches you not as desperation, but as passionate self-loathing.
You seem to really believe your words, but your word is worth fuck all right now. Fuck all.
I know. She kind of leans her head down on the side of this cavern wall and kind of stares off into space. Because all that I know about this is that they've been building it under the guidance of some other person or entity. They've referred to him many times as the Whispered One. They're very secretive about it. The only reason I knew was because I'd overheard a few conversations and questioned them about it, to which there was punishment. But they mainly kept me to try and keep the people at bay. My job was to keep in contact with anyone who would attempt to rise against them, inform them. I would prevent any surprises, although apparently, and thankfully I didn't do a very good job. And she looks around the room at the rest of you.
Uh-huh. Okay, so she is essentially doing the thing that I blamed Yenin for. Because I was very, like, there's a mole, and we remember that the nobles were all, you know, like, the noblemen were all, like, waiting for them the second time. So I was very convinced. We don't know that Yenin isn't also bad. Archibald could also be bad. Like, they could have dual moles in here. And Yenin was my puppet? Maybe. Or Yenin is also a collaborator. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know that I fully trust Yenin, but this is taking some suspicion off of Yenin, because this is the thing that I was confident was happening, and she is taking blame for it. She's, like, assigning it to herself. It doesn't mean that she wasn't also getting help externally, but it maybe at least partially clears Yenin. I'm definitely less suspicious of him now. And it also multiple operatives of Kima. There's always multiple operatives of Kima. The entire campaign is political intrigue. You just don't realize it until the last week. Until the last session when it all comes together. And the thing about that, this is sort of the Ripley situation again. Where, like, she's giving a reasonable answer. She is saying, this is why they kept me alive. Which I've been, rolling through, like, really? Like, why did they keep you alive? Why did they let you do all this shit? Like, the answers that she gave before were not satisfactory. And now she is giving answers that are somewhat satisfactory. But I don't know. Kima's BBG, obviously.
Can I just sort of check my
I will keep going.
history memory banks to see if I know anything about the Whispered One, or if that jogs any memory?
Roll a religion check, Mr.
Religion
Bard.
check. That's not good.
Cassandra,
20.
what? Natural 20?
No.
Damn it. I had a really strong reaction to that.
Oh.
Yes, the Whispers!
What? He's gone.
He's
Where is he?
whispering about the
This is,
Whispers.
this is the pre-show
I'm
days.
so excited.
It's
not
a
new, it's just been a while.
Yeah, it's been a long
whisper.
time.
He's on this side of the
None of us
table.
have rolled this well in so long.
Used to play it. Don't over-listen.
First whisper in like 30 episodes, dude.
Look at that.
Matthew is the Whispered One.
He is the Whispered One.
The whispered one.
It was all tongue in my ear the whole time.
Lucky,
so
lucky
dirty.
boy.
The Whispered One. Yeah, I have a memory. I don't know where I learned of this knowledge. I'm very old. But I did.
Nah, Andy. Unexpectedly wise grog, I think, has to be verbal. I know it doesn't say that, but I wrote it and that's my intention.
At some point in my travels, I remember reading about something. A lich king
Oh man, not again.
who wanted to be a god, and his name was Vecna, and they called him the Whispered One. That's all I remember. He tried to achieve great power, and I don't know if it was successful or not.
Oh boy.
Cassandra, does any of that sound familiar?
Lich entity.
Cassandra kind of shakes her head and says, honestly, I didn't know anything beyond the name. I just know that they were very, close with this individual.
When you betrayed us, you said you were serving a high.
All right, that is a fucking name drop. Hey, you know what's a little embarrassing right now is I'd say the Mad King Delilah was unexpected skilled. Yeah, that's true. Bro, that's okay, Robin. I've only seen half of the first season of Stranger Things. And I have heard Vecna in general, but I am not familiar with the lore. So, I don't know. I don't know anything about this. All I know is that Vecna's in a season of Stranger Things, or like a thing called Vecna. I don't know any of the lore about any of this. Took me 3 weeks, but I'm finally caught up. What's up, Twizzy Fizzy? I recognize you from the comments. What's up? What's up? Things just got stranger. Yeah. Let's see. Why? Wait, I saw something from Phantom. Is that which chat is that in? Oh wait, is this not coming in? Vecna. What the episode is called? The episodes and the thumbnails are always related to my takeaways that are at the beginning of stream. So if you want to see why any episode is named any particular thing, it's probably within the first hour of stream. Vecna is a name that many people who played old versions of D&D or are who obsessed with lore know very well, I'm sure. Like, the fact that it is D&D lore that has escaped the bubble, and, like, I knew the name as D&D lore before I heard it related to Stranger Things. So, like, it has definitely escaped the ecosystem, but I do not know nearly enough about it to know anything beyond that. So it's like, oh, Vecna. I'm having a similar reaction to like when I saw Beholder. I was like, oh, an enemy. I don't know. My Twitch keeps dying. I lost my Twitch too. Oh, weird. Oh, yeah, I'm also seeing there was a network error. Please try again. Yeah, weird. I don't know why Twitch is dying. That's weird. Huh. Welcome to the future. If you were an old head, you'd recognize the missing hand and eye motif. So lucky you. Fair enough. Okay. That's what it felt like. The entire time that I was seeing the hand and eye thing, that seemed like I was like, oh, this is just lore that I'm not getting. Vecna is an evil demigod, which I'm sure, hopefully, this is what I'm assuming you're doing, Erdturd and Robin and everything, is giving me the D&D only lore, which obviously Matt could have changed at any point and to any degree. So, if you are giving me D&D only stuff, cool. However much Matt may or may not use of that, I have no idea. Vecna is an anagram for Kima. Vecna is an evil demigod-like entity who was responsible for all broken McDonald's ice cream cones. I didn't even finish it, lol. That's legitimate if you take into account the way runes are transcribed in Elvish, yeah. Super weird that Vecna is becoming more known in the general non-nerd populace, yeah. Vecna is the short for Vancouver's transit system. Trams system. For the most part, we're making ridiculous stories up. I'm gathering that now, yeah. D&D uses Vancian magic. Yes, the combination of preparing and spell slots, which I don't love in general. Vecna is an anagram of Vance. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Played by Jamie Campbell? All right, played by Jamie Campbell. Down Detector had a spike? Oh, so Twitch in general is just having an issue. It's not just my stream. That's good to know. Okay. So Vecna. That's cool. Alright, cool. Is this a whole episode or half of one? Mondays and Wednesdays are always half. Fridays are fulls. Because it is currently 7:16 my time. Cannot commit to full episodes when I start at 5:30 p.m. My time. So full episodes are only on Fridays. Well, and they're only every other Friday because that's when I have work off, is every other Friday. Yeah, no problem. No problem.
A purpose. Did they plan to sacrifice you to him?
I know there was a blood ritual involved. I did not know more than that there was to be a gift of power, should I give an element of my life to this ritual. She kind of shakes her head for a second, she blinks her eyes, and she's like,
Especially, I mean, not saying out loud what Seth Theshel, and not saying this out loud, but especially, there's something here. That is not to say to go and contact them. I am working on things, but, if that happened, be something. Also, I am wondering, volume level is pretty different right now when Matt is being quiet. Okay, let me see. I'll throw some gain back on the desktop audio. Or actually, I think it already has gain. I'll turn down my mic a little bit, but the actual level for my mic looks pretty good. So I'll turn the gain up even more on old Matty boy. Let's see, filter. Edit. Turn the gain up a little bit more. But yeah. It's interesting. The whole give part of myself, whatever, to bring Vecna back. I'm wondering why, again, assuming that Vecna is smoky, which I am still assuming at this point. Maybe they're different. Could be. I'm honestly, the fact that it's Vecna is making me lean away from it being smoky. From them being the same thing. That might have been a red herring or a bait. But I'm really not sure. It just doesn't... I don't know. It doesn't... To my brain, it feels weird for Percy to have been talking to like a Lich King this entire time. That just doesn't quite strike me as what's going on. Smokey has felt less, I don't want to say mortal, but less material plane than that. Which, maybe Vecna fucking ascended at some point and there's a whole thing there. And so but Smokey felt more alien to me. It didn't feel like someone you would have a conversation with. It sounded like something that would give you feelings and thoughts and visions. Like a Cthulhu type deal. So now I'm debating if they're actually the same thing or not. Just join the stream. What is the title in reference to? Yeah. Just first hour of the video. Basically, it's the takeaway. It's all the ziggurat stuff, essentially. But yeah, that really, I don't know. Something about it now feels wrong for that to be smoky. It definitely could be. I don't know though. And I'm also now wondering, what makes the people on the list special to be dead, right? Because, we're talking about a blood sacrifice to bring Vecna back. Sure. Down with that. That makes sense. But why? I haven't seen any more info on Vecna. But yeah, I guess good general statement. I'm wondering, because they're talking about the blood sacrifice, why couldn't they just sacrifice more fucking Whitestone townies? Right? What is this powerful individuals are have bigger souls or are worth more in the blood sacrifice than non-powerful individuals? So it's worth more for Stonefell and and I was about to say Kiva and Ripley and is it worth more for them to be sacrificed, and that's why Whispered One, Vecna, Smokey would put Percy on this trajectory? Or is Smokey a third party and is actually trying to fuck with Vecna's return? That is something that I'm wondering about now. Is Smokey potentially some manner of rival to Vecna and is actually trying to fuck with his return? Because the more I'm hearing out of this, the less I feel like Whispered One, Vecna, and Smokey, the less I'm feeling like Vecna and Smokey are the same. The more I'm hearing about this. Because now the motivations are making less and less sense to me. But I don't know. Well, it was a timing thing as well. Yeah, that is maybe approaching spoiler line, Robin. I don't know if you're just like speculating, like, because I don't know if their full intentions become more clear later. But just want to specify this speculation, but maybe all the bodies on the wall were part of it and were originally townspeople. I mean, I guess more of my speculation and my question is, why are there any townies left? If the only thing, because like the implication that I'm getting from Cassandra is that Vecna needs blood sacrifices in order to come back. That's why Lady Briarwood spilled her blood over the orb. So if that's what Vecna needs, why are there actually like any town people left at all? You know what I'm saying? That's where my brain is going. I'm sure we'll find out more. Yeah, perhaps we'll find out more. I'm sure. But as a point of interest, 4e and higher isn't Vancian. Vancian would require a copy of each spell for each casting, e.g. 2 healing word, 1 magic missile. My understanding of Vancian magic was that broadly it refers to the prepared magic system with potentially including spell slots, but maybe not. So like the fact that you have to prepare spells is like the cornerstone of Vancian magic. So like cleric would not be Vancian magic, but would still maybe have the Vancian element of the spell slots. But then like something like wizard would be Vancian. That was my understanding of the term, but it could have become so broad at this point that it's escaped its original meaning. I'm assuming there's at least a facade of normality. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. My bad, forgot, not fully fleshed out. Yeah, all good. Classic Vancian magic had spells be metaphysical phenomena you had to essentially kidnap and then later release. Is 3.5 still Vancian? Never played that edition, but I've read stories about it. Yeah. Interesting. 4e was semi-Vancian, and 5e is neo-Vancian, I'd say. Originally, you had to memorize them and then forgot them after casting. Oh, so essentially, instead of memorizing the mold, which is essentially what you do in, like, the formula, like you do in 5e, you would have to memorize, like, 3 healing words. And then you, like, spent them. So it's essentially a combination of prepared and spell slots. And now they have separated the two to make it more approachable. That sounds bad. I don't love the prepared with spell slot system already. So that sounds even worse. But very Robert E. Frost lower magic vibes. Yeah. Oh God, this is bringing back unpleasant memories. Yeah.
I don't feel like I was right in my head.
Cassandra.
I look back on so many decisions I've made and all the...
Oh God, never fear. Mega will give us all the... I keep forgetting, because sometimes this isn't consistent. I keep forgetting to swap between the two. Never fear, Mega will give us all the info in his perpetually preternaturally accurate predictions. Obviously. It's okay, you will smoke them out eventually. Nice. Despite Mercer trying to lay down a smoke screen, Lady Briarwood said it was too soon. She did. She did indeed. Thaco. I am generally aware of what Thaco is. It has to do with like AC and shit. I am not eager to have that back. I would love I remember this from my pre-double digit life years. Lol. What's your take on the alternative mana system in the D&D, actually? I really like it. I would really prefer... I've said this before. I wish that Sorcerer's shtick was just the alternate magic system. Of instead of having slots, you had like a certain number of points, and then just certain levels cost a certain level of points. I like that a lot. But... I understand that they may not want to switch everything to that idea. That is how sorcerers were in D&D Next. And I heavily prefer that as sorcerer's class identity. Because right now, as someone joked about in Discord, sorcerers are just weird wizards. Like, they're just wizards that are not as wizardy. Like, they're just, like, slightly different. I think that would be an awesome class identity for sorcerers, is to use... full on just points and nothing else for just as their class identity. If you still want that. I remember this. I would love a dedicated stream just discussing magic systems, generally in fiction and RPGs anywhere. I love discussing magic systems. That's a really good idea. I would love to do that. I would have to prepare it a lot, which, you know, isn't feasible right now, but I would love that, to do that stream. Ooh, why I'm not down with prepared magic sounds like a good separate video idea. Yeah. Like, it's I think that there are, like, very specific things that it promotes, and I don't think that those are necessarily good and fun. And, yeah, that would have to be a whole stream. Ooh, okay, that would be an interesting take. TBH, I feel like 5e's uniform... magic is kind of restrictive. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons that, like, regardless of how you feel about pact magic, at least it's interesting. Like, it's different at the very base of it, which I think is cool. Like, I think that the magic casters should feel more different. They shouldn't all just feel like, we just do magic, but we're called different things. Like, I think that, like, in their execution, they should feel much, much different. So yeah, it's one of my other things that I like. I think that, again, I'll say it 1,000 times. I think Warlock's one of the best designed classes. And con-based casters, like need more charisma casters. Look, flexible casting stats is actually something that I thought, I don't know how down with it I am, but I thought it was an interesting experiment within 1D&D where they made the casting stat for Warlock based on your boon. I think it was either your boon or your subclass, which I thought was super interesting. I thought that was a very interesting way to go about it, is to make it linked to your boon. I don't know if I like it, but it's very interesting. I've liked a lot of the really big swings that they took in 1D&D, even if I didn't like strongholds. Like, or I don't know what they actually ended up calling them, but we read over them on stream. I thought strongholds were at least interesting. They were a big swing. I didn't like it in execution. But honestly, if we're talking about like what I want to see out of 5.5 or 6 or whatever the fuck we're calling it, the next player's handbook, I would rather strongholds in their current state be in the new rulebook. I would like to see more big swings out of what we're going to see in the next version. I don't want this to feel like a fucking patch. Like, I want it to feel like I am playing 5e, and if I want to play this new and different thing, then I will play it. Like, people still play 3.5 if they don't like 5. I want it to be very, very different. So, I don't know. I really like pact magic and spellcasting being different. Yeah, as do most multi-class enthusiasts. Yeah, true. Which is funny. I'm not a multi-class enthusiast generally. I remember there being significant cheering when it was revealed that Artificer was an imp-based caster. Yeah, because we only had one up until then. It was crazy. Making blade locks strength or dex casters sounds kind of sick. Yeah, dude. That's what I'm kind of saying. Is like, I think that they sort of did the opposite with blade lock of like, hey, here's Hexblade. It can make your your martial stat charisma, which is kind of fucking weird. But yeah, doing the opposite of like, hey, you want to be a martial warlock? Change your casting stat. Like, that is very interesting to me, and balancing it around that could be really cool. I remember there being a popular take that sorcerer should be based on Constitution. Yeah, sure. Make it based on Constitution. That'd be cool. I'm super down with that. Like we talked about in the Discord, I'm pretty much down with changing any of the casting stats as long as it is not in the pursuit of, like, accomplishing a weird multitask or multi-classing goal. If it's purely for, like, flavor and feel, I'm super down with changing casting stats. Strongholds were done great by Matt Colville and the FCDM team. Yeah, Strongholds and Followers is like the best selling third party supplement ever. I like Cleric whiz religion checks during playtest. Yeah. I think there's a lot of things that have been really cool in the 1D&D playtest. I also really love the dev notes in them. I think that's cool. It makes me wonder how much of a buff ranger spells we get if they scale based on strength dex, whichever is higher. Yeah, that could be cool. And, like, this isn't to say that I don't think some classes should be mad, which is multi-attribute dependent. Like, I think that some classes, it is good for them to be mad. But I also think that more creative class design that really, like, leans into certain things but provides flexibility in others would be really interesting. On dev notes, that makes dev notes. Dev notes. Lol. Anyways, back to Critical Role.
People that I've... And the tears just start flowing again.
Inside check. Yeah.
14.
You already insight checked her once.
The best that you can read off of her is there is a deep, deep look of regret and sorrow in her face. And you do notice that through most of this conversation, as much as she's been able to talk to all of you, she has been unable to make eye contact with Percy.
I'm going to walk over, plump down in front of her, say, "You've backed a losing team, and that's not surprising. You, having been through what you've been through, that's all gone now. Silas is gone. Delilah is on death's door. Whitestone needs to be tended to and protected. Do you know anything that can help us save your birthright here and now?"
I mean, you've already done half the job. Her eyes look over at the unconscious Delilah in the hallway.
Cassandra, is there any reason why they would want to sacrifice you in particular?
She kind of thinks hard for a second, her eyes squinting. I don't. They spoke very little. Intentionally, I think, of what they wanted to do. To be honest, I think there was an element that even they didn't know quite what they were doing. I was a tool. I was to be used. I had my purposes, and I did my best to fulfill them.
I've got a question. Do you care if I smash the shit out of Lady Briarwood's head now?
She glances over at her, and with a stern look on her face, she goes, "Someone needs to avenge my family." And for the first time, she looks over and makes eye contact with you. You feel...
By the way, Mustang, I did implement some of the Nightbot commands, so you do not have to copy them if you do not want to. If you do want to still copy and just put them in there manually, that's also fine. I just want to let you know, because I did that. I just realized, I think I mentioned it very briefly at the top of stream. But yeah, so I put that in. And I'm excited. In general, I made my own commands. Gotcha. Lol. Fair enough. Like some macros. That's cool. For reference, unless things, kind of fall apart or, go significantly differently, I'm seeing Twitch being like a long-term thing. Can't guarantee where the future will take you. But as of right now, if things continue going how they have with the simulcasting, I'm going to I don't invest in Twitch is weird, but like I'm going to consider it like one of the primary pillars of my content and like continue building it up and moving forward. Especially as frankly, it's a very good revenue source with Twitch Primes. And I didn't realize this. They open up running ads at affiliate, which I still can't run ads on YouTube. When I do gain the ability to run ads during streams, I plan on only running them during like bio breaks. So when there wouldn't be any content to speak of anyways. That is at least my plan. And then for the VODs, I plan on putting them at like once an hour, maybe once every like hour 15. That sort of pace. Yeah, but ads pay next to nothing on Twitch. They pay more than nothing. So, and with the amount that I stream, they might add up. But they also might not. Fair enough. Yeah, the main thing with Twitch is the Twitch subs, or is the Twitch Primes. The only money ads will make you is the money people pay to evade them. Subscribers don't get ads. I see. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm only planning on running them during breaks, and from what I know of their length, all of the ads should be done by the time that the break is over. So, we'll see. If they legitimately like actually make like actually nothing, then I might just not run them. But we'll see. How does he do? How do I do? I do all right. I do all right now. Hello. Yeah. So yeah.
The pulse in your hand, like a heartbeat. Boom. The gun itself seems warmer and warmer, and you guys all notice as a bit of smoke begins to billow out the sides of Percy's sleeves. You hear a familiar voice creep up in the back of your head.
You'll need to run 90 seconds of ads? That is not... So I looked into the monetization earlier today, and the Twitch monetization guidelines literally said don't start running ads more than every hour. Like they literally said like start off running them less often. So I don't know if there's any sort of control over that or anything. You might want to slow down a bit for this. A bit, like to 1.25. Might do that. Anyways, that's all. I'm gonna focus back on the stream now, but just thought process things.
Percival.
I walk up to Lady Briarwood.
Yeah. At your mercy.
I put my gun to Lady Briarwood's head.
Wait, Percy, you're gonna shoot an unarmed woman?
Hush.
Don't shoot an unarmed woman without...
Unarmed, she tried to kill us.
You changed the deal. Take her name off the gun.
The deal was never changed.
Who's he talking to?
The deal was made.
I pull the gun away. Things have changed. We need to talk.
All right.
Whoa. Who's he talking to?
I hold my hand up and shush the group with my hand.
You made a great sacrifice for my gifts, Percival. Do not let it be in vain.
Did I even want revenge before I talked to you? Did I? I don't remember anymore. What does she die for? What do I even need? I want my country. I want my sister. I've killed 2 of those who have wronged me, and nothing is better. Nothing feels better. Nothing is avenged. What is this worth to you? And I put the gun back at her head.
Pull the trigger.
I take out my hammer.
Put it back. Put it to her. Put it back. Maybe I will.
You're placing the gun against your own head.
And back to hers.
Oh, Jesus.
Cassandra screams
Percival,
out,
don't!
Percy, no!
Percival, don't do this. We made a deal.
I put the gun to the side of... No. I'm holding the gun on Briarwood. That deal was a soft deal. It was a dream. It was a vision.
What are visions if not a window into the future? You understand so little, Percival. Do not make me regret sharing this with you.
I need more from you. If you want anything from me, I don't trust you anymore. Besides, I put the gun to the right of I put the gun to the hand of Lady Briarwood.
Missing hand?
And pull the trigger. The gun's broken anyway. I drop it. I'm not satisfied. I want my money back.
The smoke still billows out from you at this point.
It's actually also still around her, it occurs to me.
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Yep.
I'm training.
I have advantage. Thank you.
You do.
See, this is really feeling like Smokey does not want Vecna to come back. He really wants Percy to kill Lady Briarwood, but maybe that's how he gets back.
I'm not doing anything, but I'm holding a dagger and just watching Percy and aiming Percy.
Yay! 20.
20. You feel that warm pulse that was in your hand earlier, that was coming from the gun. It pulses like a heartbeat in the hand that was holding it. And for a second, you feel like something just grabbed your wrist and slapped it away towards your back. Reaching for bad news is.
Which does work.
And then you rip control of your hand once again.
Delilah, you are going to die tonight. Whether or not it is a merciful, quick death, or a slow and agonizing one, controlled by something darker than I know, is entirely up to you. How do we stop that thing?
Delilah, whose eyes are still kind of rolling after all the shouting that's been going on and is still coming to consciousness from the gag around her mouth, just kind of goes, and eyes dart around in fear. You can see like their makeup's run down her cheeks from her own lamenting over Silas's loss and the confusion over the ritual, and the fear all of a sudden turns to seething, burning hatred as they dart around, and then she can't talk with the...
I will mage hand to remove the gag from her.
I pull an arrow and aim it right at her head.
Yeah, I kind of I prep my fire hands.
I know the pain you're feeling right now. I know the rage. I know every moment of it, and I guarantee I can make it worse. I can make it so much worse. Fix this. And join your beloved.
Okay, as this is happening... As this is happening, she, the gag falls away from her mouth from the magic hand. She's glancing at you, and the smoke is now billowing up stronger to the point where you can barely see Percy's torso. You can see his head now, and as for a little bit of a view you have, his eyes have gone completely dark. There is just pitch black, completely encasing the entirety of his visible eye. You can see his feet still dangling beneath the smoke, and his feet are digging in tense into the ground.
Delilah, don't make me hurt you.
I reach over and I grab Vex's hand, and I just look at her and I say, oh, what do we do?
Grog, be ready to restrain me.
I'm ready.
Percival Frederickstein, von Musel Kowalski de Rollo III. You will fight this monster inside of you!
Delilah's looking at you right now, and this kind of the anger and fury in her eyes clarified. She just kind of looks up and says, "You've already taken everything from me."
I really haven't. You still have your sanity and your life. I will take your life tonight, but I can leave you your sanity.
Interesting. You seem to be struggling, Percy.
Okay, I'm gonna be an asshole. Fine. Fine. Casting minor illusion.
Okay.
I'm changing my form into the screaming, writhing, slowly melting visage of Lord Briarwood.
Oh shit!
and I'm just going to scream in holy high hell in pain.
Okay. So
Can only be screaming or melting. Which I think is what Matt's about to say, but damn, does it... I want to let him... Oh, I want to let him... but this is like what disguised self is for, and seeming, and a lot of things. And I also believe that minor illusion... I actually don't know how big the minor illusion can be. It might be 5x5. Oh, man. This is the only bit of C1 I've actually seen before. It's very intense, yeah. Oh, boy. Going on a faster speed to catch up. Oh, gotcha. He could scream with his own voice, yeah. Yeah, that is, yeah, he's saying the age will be melting, yeah. Performance check, yeah, I suppose. Oh, man. But that also, this feels like Silent Image. I'm honestly, I will now have to, oh, it is super fucked up. Don't get me wrong. But I think I'm having the same feelings as Matt of like, man, that's cool, but I don't know. It must be no larger than 5 foot cube. Can it move? A sound or an image of an object. I mean, he could create a static image. I think that the silent image would be more applicable to this. But regardless, I acknowledge Percy's fucked upness and love it too. Oh yeah, this is. Yeah. Bird, do you need to go out? You are asking. I'm not sure. Oh, man, I don't know if we should finish this or not. He's also wearing a hat of disguise. I did not remember that. If he is, then yeah, we're right there. Yeah, Taliesin and Percy are definitely fully aware of how fucked up this is. That is not even a remote question. Ooh. I think he took that off. Yeah, I mean, this is in the vein of, like, man, oh, man. Oh, this would be a legitimate moral quandary for me as a DM of, like, minor illusion can make, like, the static image. I don't think it can move it, but it's also, like, this is cool enough that you probably just let him do it. I don't know. Anyways, I think we're going to finish this and then probably take a bathroom break, but we got to get there.
Suck it, girl.
So minor illusion, as a limitation, it would not be a full body illusion, but you could take elements of your features
I'm in smoke.
to resemble it.
I'm just taking, yeah I know
so,
I'm in the smoke.
So where once Percy's face existed, it twists into this shimmering apparition of Silas Briarwood, looking down at her as his face contorts into horrible screaming pain. The head rises up, and almost soundlessly, he screams out as the flesh begins to melt from the bone. As it does, Percy's voice rings out in this cacophonous roar that shakes the cavern around you.
That pain you're feeling I've felt for years. Don't think I've imagined every way to hurt you. I could spend years hurting you before you die. In ways you cannot imagine. Now, how do we stop it?
I don't know. I don't even know if it worked. We've been preparing for this ritual for 5 godforsaken years. All to repay a debt. And that's all. You forced us. It was too soon.
Why? Why was it too soon? What were you waiting for?
We were waiting for a particular date. There's a time each year in which the barriers between the realms glow and grow very weak. You recall Erevon's attempt generations ago
to blur between the realm of ice and this one. What you call the Winter's Crest. Well, this is too early. And you saw our failure. He will not be happy, I imagine. And I still owe him for what he gave me, for what he gave us.
What did he give you?
At which point, her eyes well up with tears, and she looks over.
He gave me my Silas back. And you took him from me again. So do what you must do. I know I've paid my penance. And I know that no matter what steps you take now, it'll only drag you deeper into this dark hole you've drawn yourselves. And you'll hear me laughing.
No, we really won't. Knock her out again.
Oh, fine.
Make a strength check.
Okay. Huh. Well, this... The only thing I can think... No, yeah. I truly believe now that Smokey is not Vecna, Whispered One, etc. Not the same thing. Because even, like, the most that I can see in that direction is that if bad news, the guns, whatever, do suck people's souls, then theoretically killing her for her failure would send the soul to Vecna, and I don't know, maybe they want that. But that would make absolutely no sense if the Briarwoods were on their way to getting Vecna into the world, and the limitation was time, which is cool, by the way. I like that as a limitation. It's kind of the opposite of a clock. Like, it's the opposite of, like, a clock that is ticking down. Actually, no, it is still a clock that's ticking down. Actually, no, it's not the opposite of a clock at all. It's just a clock. It's a great clock. And lots of info, lore. Major reveals, yeah. Smokey's just a silly little guy. Smokey, also, I don't get the I broke the world for us yet. Still sounds weird that it's past tense. Like, I definitely remember it. That's, but it still sounds a little odd that it's past tense. Maybe Silas was like the first vampire, and so now they introduced vampires into the world through Vecna. From Vecna through Silas, vampires have been sent into the world. I guess that's what she could be referring to. But it still sounds like she was planning on breaking the world. So still kind of weird that it's past tense. Go see to the puppy and think it over, then come back with a prediction. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I'll go do that. We'll go to a break. I'll go take care of puppy, and we will come back. Oh, you already took care of puppy? Oh, thank you. Okay, we will still go to a short break, but shorter, because no puppy needed. Boop. And, oh no, I don't have music. I forgot. We will play the BG3 soundtrack once more. Da 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 do 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 da 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 do do do. Okay, yeah. Oh no! It ungenerated. Damn it. That is the only risk towards how I have things set up currently. Is that there is a legitimate risk of if I spend too much time on another screen, it might just ungenerate randomly. So let's look at it for this one. Anyone? Loser haggles. Shit. Percy throws shade. Cold one-liner. Obviously. Insight check. Probably moral dilemma. Damn. Yeah, that sucks. Oh well. I'm confident. I am confident that Smokey is not the Whispered One, is not Vecna. It's a separate entity. Cause just too many things get immediately put into question if the only issue was timing, and like the Briarwoods seem very, or not the Briarwoods, but Lady Briarwood seems very much like, like not Smokey, but the shit's gonna be real. He's gonna be real pissed off. He's gonna be real fucking upset. And I just, if that was the case, I just can't see the entity, Percy's entity, Smokey, pushing him to kill Lady Briarwood. To kill all of these people. To start all of this. Because it definitely seemed like whatever Lady Briarwood was doing was the proper thing that Vecna wanted her to do. Or at least, maybe it was. So yeah. I'm thinking that it is either just unrelated and we don't have enough information to even start postulating on what it was, and or it is some sort of canonical rival of Vecna that I am wholly unaware of as a lore boy. Yeah, Smokey's just a silly little guy. Watching this the second time, though, is even cooler than the first. Oh, wait, I just realized. That's all there. Is even cooler than the first, knowing all the lore this plays into. I love it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But he is a bear. The only thing I'm also thinking of with the whole, I broke the world for us, is there is the possibility that maybe whatever the Briarwoods did, she knew about the winter clutch, which appears to be something that all of the players are also familiar with, about some dude trying to get to the ice realm or whatever. And that implies to me that, she knows about that as well. This whole, the realms growing weak or whatever. So when she says that she broke the world, it could be that before whatever Lady and Lord Briarwood did, right? Silas fucking dies, Delilah becomes evil necromancer, which, by the way, I really like that we are seeing them after Delilah has succeeded. I think that's cool. Because a lot of times you meet the evil necromancer that's, giving up everything to bring their loved one back long before they actually ever succeed to. And generally in the process, the party stops them from bringing them back. So I think it's cool and novel that we're seeing them post bring back. I think that's neat. But my theory is that potentially in the process, potentially just the process of contacting Vecna in the first place, they had to perform some action or, some series of actions that weakened the borders between the world. My thought is that maybe they couldn't even begin to contact Vecna before, or maybe, I don't even want to say they, Delilah couldn't even begin to contact Vecna beforehand. And so they had, or she had, to weaken the borders between the world, which has now led to the incident that she referenced. Wait, I'm confused. Which one of them is Kima? They're all Kima. That's the secret. Winter's Crest. I believe it's explained later on. I feel like that's a pre-stream thing. But I can imply. I mean, she pretty much went, kind of fucking explained it. It was some dude wanted to get to the ice dimension, and he almost did. And now there's like an event called Winter's Crest. Though, also should note, she said it was generations ago. Oh, it was generations ago. Well, we don't know how old they fucking are. She's a necromancer and he's a vampire. They could be ancient, for all we know. So that doesn't. I mean, it's good to note. It certainly is good to note. But that doesn't change my theory at all. My theory is still that she set this all up. And that is what she means by we broke the world. Is whatever they did, or whatever Delilah did, to get Silas back, is now the thing that has blurred the dimensions yearly. Kind of like, an explosion of energy brought Silas back, but then also had like ripple effects out into the multiverse is kind of where my thought process is going. But I do not think that Percy's demon, I don't know what the fuck his deal is with the Briarwoods specifically. It is also possible that he's just horny for vengeance. Percy's demon. Smokey. Like, it is very possible that Smokey is just horny for vengeance and has absolutely no personal stake in any of this, doesn't give a shit about the Briarwoods, doesn't give a shit about Vecna. He just wants Percy to kill people. And he's like, oh, Percy, let me wriggle around in that little brain of yours. Who do you want to kill? You want to kill these people? Okay, sure. That feels incorrect. I want to put it out there. That feels wrong. But I haven't been able to piece together why Smokey would have wanted to kill the Briarwoods. Because now the explanations that I am kind of drawing in my head don't feel correct to me anymore. So, take all that for what it's worth. Interesting. I'm going to turn the playback speed up a little bit, if that's cool with everyone. All right.
Shit!
Oh, shit.
19. You hear tink, 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 across some of the lower rocks as two of her teeth go scattering up the side of her mouth.
Collect them.
They're not pointy, right?
No.
Let's check a person for anything.
Oh, I will gladly do that for
Wait,
you.
hold on a second. Are you sure you don't want to smoke this bitch?
I check her person for anything
I think I'm just going to throw her into the acid pits. What's that? Let nothing remain.
Wait, what?
No, I don't feel...
What's the plan here, Percy? This is
I
all
go to
over
retrieve his
town.
pepper
What are we
box off the
doing?
floor to give it to
Percy,
him, and I
what-
try to sneak out a bullet.
The different bullets...
Does it matter? I don't know that.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Yes! 3. Shit!
You break it further.
+2.
Okay, so 5. Go ahead.
With 3 in theory is actually low enough to break it further.
Make a perception check.
+2 is 5.
Fine. Natural 1. No, that's a 16.
So you watch as Scanlan kind of looks around, grabs it, picks it up, and the full barrel comes off of the gun.
I just sort of back away from it.
You guys have got smoke billowing out of him right now.
Just sort of kick it off away to the corner.
Scanlan, give me the other gun.
Wait, Vex loots? Was that... Did I miss Vex looting? Also, is Vex on the... Oh, yeah, it is. Tooth of a necromancer buried thrice under thy silvered moon. Gain on CR feels a bit high. Okay. I will turn it down a skosh, but I'm not gonna play around with it too much further. She said she checks Delilah's body. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, it's on the floor right there.
The other gun.
You were talking to something out there. What was it? I was very scared. I'm a little man. What were you talking to?
I need another gun.
Are you gonna kill me?
I walk between them and say, Percy, what are we doing here? That woman deserves everything that is brought upon her, but what are we doing for Whitestone? What are we doing?
More importantly, what was that just now? Who are you talking to?
I don't know.
What?
Things have gotten a bit weird.
Percy, you cannot honestly tell us you don't know anymore.
I don't
we
know.
We just watched you have a full-fledged conversation with yourself.
Did they not hear any of the voice?
Yeah, was he talking out loud?
Oh shit, I came off like a crazy person.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Here's what I know.
We were trying to answer you for a little bit.
Here's what I know. Vecna is possibly, maybe on the loose, maybe coming back. We know that this ritual has been started, and we don't know whether killing her is going to end it or not. So I propose that we start leaving right away.
Do you know anything about Vecna?
Anything further?
Mike, you can go make a religion check.
Matt, fly to New York to whisper in her ear.
It's done.
Yeah, just text
47.
17.
17. Okay. Not a whole lot more information than what Scanlan was able to ascertain from this. You just know that this entity known as Vecna, once a very powerful archlich, had once attempted to ascend to godhood, and was supposedly halted in the process. A battle that occurred on another plane amongst heroes that were mostly only a few came back from, but apparently stopped a very terrible thing. But that was hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
I wonder what Erevan has to do with this.
And he created a vampire? He made Silas a vampire?
You do know that. Sorry.
Go ahead.
You do know, and Pekala's this too. In particular, Vecna is known as, for lack of a better term, kind of the patron saint or lesser god to those who worship as the deity of secrets, dark secrets, things that wish to be kept out of the knowledge.
That's I'm very glad, Erdturnmons. Definitely don't say it, but that's fine. Just to draw an example for like what is all good. Oh, and it's just a fucking joke. Ah! Honestly though, fucking Erd is just fucking around. Oh no, it's another troll. Honestly though, if you did just say, "Oh, I just figured it out" or whatever, and it wasn't a troll, that is not over the line. It could be some degree of like, potentially encouraging other people to do it, but Erd is just fucking around. She's the reason they switched.
Of most of the world at large, and these secrets are coveted.
Jeez.
Things are complex, and
I'll watch you talk to yourself for 5 straight minutes, and we're not going to deal with it for much longer.
I also really love right now Matt just listening in on just going the Percival, like while everyone else is talking at Taliesin. I like that a lot. Stream dropped some frames? No, I don't got any drop frames on this side. I don't know what's going on. Oh, it's saying... Oh, now it's saying that the fucking bitrate is lower. It's saying that the bitrate is lower by like 100 kilobits. It's fucking YouTube's weird. Weird. This is my favorite part of DMing is just picking the best ideas my players didn't know I was listening to. Yeah. Yeah, I only play with spoiler combos if it's away out in the land of absurd. Oh yeah, that's good. The dimensional waning is the CR equivalent of the spell plague. What's up? I do not. Bug did? I think we can only get them rubber toys from now on. Do you think she ate all of it? Do you want my help? Okay. Bug just puked up some of a rope toy that we gave both of them. And Paige is looking for the rest to make sure that she didn't eat the whole thing. Damn it. But it was about for 1 to 2 seconds. Oh, weird. I just know at some point during this show, Matt, as does my DM, swapped a page of content for something they said, and I have no idea where it happened. Yeah, I do really like. I've talked about in my How to Give Quests in D&D that I really like player-directed quests. Like, I love leaving holes open in content and such for potentially, like, player theories or directions that players want to go in. Yeah, that's really cool. It looked so tasty, forbidden spaghetti.
I found it.
You found it? Okay, cool. Woo, that's what I was still just trying to, I was like, I don't know, if she doesn't find it, like, that's like a blockage in the making. Okay. It was mostly there. Okay, cool. Gosh. These freaking pups. They just love eating shit. Doggo ate cloth toy. Sadly common. I hope Bug threw up or passes anything. It sounds like most of it's still there, so she's just gonna throw it up. The forbidden spaghetti. But yeah, no. I like that little moment of DMing from Matt. I know that this was very disconnected from what was just happening off screen, but I like that little moment, and also I like that Vox Machina is really fucking pressing him on this point. I think that they have been doing a good job narratively, having it like drip feed out, and I think that their dramatic timing right now is solid. Of like, this is the time to absolutely press him on it. I love Percy constantly understating. Yeah, and I think that everyone has known, including the characters, not just the players. I really, really like that they are now saying, like, you've been understating this for too long. You need to fess the fuck up. Like, I think that this is solid.
Sorry, Percy, I'm with
Oh, shit.
I had a dream. That was all.
You mentioned just now that you wanted your money back. Was this a dream? Did you pay somebody?
It was a dream.
And with what?
It was a dream where I was offered a means to revenge. It was a dream, and...
Well, clearly it wasn't.
Well, I know that now.
First of all,
this is as new to me as anyone.
it feels like you are lying to us.
Can I do an insight check on him?
It does feel like you're lying.
Let me know if I'm lying, because fucking.
Why do you all keep rolling so poorly against me?
Tell me, Taliesin, tell me what your
Ooh, 23
persuasion and deception skills are.
Persuasion 6, deception 2.
Asking for passives.
23.
Go for
Oh
Whispers!
my god,
He's
I'm
gone.
so
He disappeared.
excited.
Inner party stuff.
Man,
The theme of the episode. We have the titles from Whispers.
Whispers.
I think we've already had an episode called Whispers.
Have we?
Well, this one's called Secrets and Lies.
This one's called Whisper Sync.
Ear tonguing.
This one's called just...
You're talking applesauce.
For the record, I like the shadow stuff.
I don't want to.
He whispers to you all the time.
It looks like there was more tongue with you, though, Sam, so.
Well,
Didn't get sufficient tongue in yours?
Meanwhile,
I thought there'd be more.
Oh, I thought there were tongue.
Say that right here.
you don't seem very
remember, these shirts are available online at geekandsundry.com.
I knew you were gonna do that. I almost did it when he was whispering in your ear, just for your sake.
I know, no whispers on the new bingo. I really need to check that out. It hasn't. I've known that it was a potential issue this whole time, but I thought I had generally avoided it. It does not look like I did of the thing regenerating. So I'll need to look into that because I do not want that to be a consistent thing. If loot is Laura's first love, whispers are her second. Whispers are everyone's other love, yeah. Ronan a distant third. Travis just outside the top 3. Travis at least makes the top 10. You know? He's at least somewhere in the ballpark, I assume.
I would also like you to make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Snoke.
Natural 20.
Shut the fuck up!
Breaking the game.
What?
Don't tell.
At this point, you feel your hands tense up and once again begin to reach towards your back. You close your eyes and with all your will and might, you just scream, "No!" instinctively. It wasn't even a conscious thought. It was just an animalistic response to feeling your physical form being taken over. And in that moment, every muscle in your body tenses. And you guys watch the smoke momentarily kind of drift from his form behind him.
Behind him?
Off of him.
You don't need to yell at us, Percy. We're just trying to help you.
Like, the smoke dissipates or goes behind him?
I don't think he's rational.
Behind him.
I'm aiming at the smoke. I'm just watching, waiting.
At this point, you can see this this smoke that's kind of was once billowing from Percy is now standing in this outer human-like shape.
Unbeam say. Unbeam say.
It's cashed out and say.
As it kind of stands there for a moment,
Say,
it begins to swell and grow larger, filling almost to the height of the 10-foot tunnel you guys are standing in, looming over Percy's body, still connected through his shadow and through the floor of the tunnel itself. It just kind of looms over, and as it peeks forward, you guys for the first time hear the voice that's been poking through him this entire time just say,
Percival, do it.
I shoot a holy arrow at it.
then let's roll some initiative.
Oh my god! We're fighting the thing that's
All right.
Man, so they do end up fighting Smokey down here. It is just seemingly disconnected from from the rest of everything. I mean, we'll see. No, don't say anything yet, but weird. Smokey be smoking. Smokey be something. Yeah.
So
Therapy!
There's so many allegories!
Therapy!
You're fighting the demons in your head.
that's pretty great, actually. All right.
My therapist would be so proud right now.
That's on the one. Got me that 4. All right.
Oh man, we are out of like everything, aren't we?
Yes.
Oh, we're great. We're fine. We're good.
Got a guy with a hammer. We're fine.
Just you are fine.
Jeez, okay.
But that's pretty good.
I still got 2 third-level spells.
I need stats on Lord Briarwood's sword at some point.
You know what we have?
You haven't taken a short rest.
You know what we have? We have fucking pipe.
We have to
Oh yeah, we do. We got pipe.
I'm pretty low on spells, guys, but we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay.
I have been dreading this for years.
What? What have you been dreading?
This moment
Oh my
right
god,
now.
this has been in him for 3
I've been waiting.
years.
This
4
is
years.
Yeah, no, forever.
Since the beginning.
Since
we've
it's
known-
cool.
Since we've met you.
Since you've
I'm
met me,
standing in
this
front
has
of
been
Lady
like
Briarwood since I
years
reached
of
You're gonna
shit
be like
going
a
on.
You're right there with her.
person
I know,
after
I'm so
this.
excited.
Please use it for a second. I forgot
Or I'm either going to be a new Percy or a new person entirely.
Or
No,
die.
don't say that.
I'm so sorry, it's so fun to
Oh,
talk to
shit,
you.
oh, shit, oh.
As everyone's drawing their weapons, I shout, maybe we should check and make sure that it won't kill him if we kill it.
It's too late. I shot an arrow.
It's too late.
at it.
Who's standing where? I'm going to say, Pike's probably...
You have a little cavern for this.
Where's Percy? Where's Percy?
Percy is currently kind of right here.
Yeah,
I'm more by the center there talking to everybody.
I would be next to him because that's
Do you
what
have a
the
mini
gun
for my the Dark Spectre of my soul?
I'm.
Oh.
I love you. I love you so much. Oh.
With Cassandra on the ground there.
next to Vex.
Right, so you guys will be probably back here.
Yeah.
Your dagger's ready. Trinket is probably over by you, of course.
Yeah, of course he is.
And Keyleth, I'd say you're probably on this side talking to Percy.
Oh, but we were holding hands at one point. So
That's
we were
true.
Kind of close.
So then,
Grog was covering me.
Nah, you gotta tap out. No problem, said Theshalo. Have a good night. I am also off screen. I just got a I just got a drawing tablet that I will be able to use to make better maps and make better like diagrams on stream. Wait, what? Does it already just fucking work? I didn't think it was working yet, but I'm doing that with this. Okay, wait, I need to figure something out. Just got off work. Yeah, we just got to Smokey. I don't know jack shit about Smokey yet, really. But okay, I'm very confused because the tablet has this big ass screen on it, but I can't see.
So Grog would have been closer to me because I had him.
Yeah, I was in front of Lady Briarwood.
I wish I had you right here between him and Lady
Okay,
Brown, right there.
that seems good. We're good.
And I can see. It looks like this, and I can see the fact that it is using the top screen, which is the screen that I wanted. Ooh. Oh God, it's doing all the things, but it's not showing up. I don't know. Is the timer inverted? It might. No. Timer's fine. Basic functions always work. Drivers are needed. I have the drivers. That's the crazy thing. I have the driver right here. And it's like, yeah, on your screen. Your screen is that screen. But it's not it's not doing the thing. I'll troubleshoot it either while I listen or potentially just after stream. It might need too much Switched up counting up time. Oh, yeah, true. I guess if you haven't noticed. Yeah. The timer's been counting up basically since we switched to this thing. It's a mouse. No, I know. But this has a display, and the display just isn't. It's just purely dark. And it is supposed to have stuff on it, specifically. But anyways.
Do I have a clear shot at, not that I'm going to do it, but I was aiming at Percy, so I would have a clear line of sight. Is there nothing between us?
You would have a clear line of sight. Well, the two gnomes are between you, so you're
I'm
so happy right now.
How'd my holy arrow do?
I would have found just a second. So first and foremost, initiative order, we have, okay, 25 to 20?
25.
Wow, okay, so we have Vex.
20.
2 20s? 19 to 15?
Is it a Wacom? Oh, wait.
16.
16, okay.
There we go. It is not a Wacom. It is a Huion. Huion. I had a Wacom. I had a really small Wacom that I did use for like map design and such. But it really wigged me out in my brain. That I couldn't see the thing that I was drawing. Like, I felt like very disconnected from like the motions I was making to what was happening on screen. So I got one that would mirror the screen on it in real time, but I don't know. Something's not working with it. Okay. Wait. Hold. Now I'm just unplugging random USBs that I don't even know what they do on my computer. I'm sure that there will be absolutely no negative repercussions. Especially doing all of it on stream. You know what? Nothing appears to have gone out, so I'm just going to assume I didn't even need that USB. Oh, hey, the screen's working now. Look at that. I actually think I fixed it. Look. Wait. Is there... Okay, wait, I think I know how to do this now. It might fuck something up. And I probably shouldn't be doing it on screen, but... Or on stream, but fuck it, right? What have we got to lose? Let's just duplicate those really quick. Keep the changes. Put that up there. How are we looking on screen right now? Hey! Okay. Wait, stream still looks good. Cool. How? Oh. Wait, why is that fucked up now? No. Yes. Okay. So like let's do a quick paint example. Cuz I think I just got it. Okay. Cuz this would be really cool. I would really like it at least. Let's make that white, that one black. So, oh, shit. There we go. Hey, we got handwriting. Woo! Okay, you'll all get to see how shit my handwriting is. So that's cool. Alright, sick as hell. And all of that is just on a string. Yeah, upgrade, big upgrade. My mom is always like, what do you want for your birthday and or Christmas? And for the past like few years, I have been really approaching like, Mom, I get everything I want for myself. Like, I do not need you to get me anything as a present. Because I have a day job that sucks but pays me really good money. And so this was one where I was like, I cannot justify this purchase for myself, but it would be really cool if I did have it. So yeah. No, like 30 seconds plus back, it was running the episode while playing, and he was still talking. Oh, that's probably because I have a macro set up but if I forget to click the macro, then the timer gets all concocted. I think they tend to default to monitor settings. Try shading. Try shaking it. Huzzah! Wait, but who is the I? Is Megaphone Man possessed? Uh-oh, dun dun dun. Suggestion, predict how the rest of the episode will go and act it out for us. The acting out would take much longer. They're gonna win, is my initial thing. Oh, they're in a corridor as well. Look at that, there's a map. That's cool. Happy birthday? Not my birthday. Not my birthday. So, fuck you. It just got here. I told her, because I do not give a shit about the actual day of my birthday. So I was like, just have it come as quickly as possible. And she was like, can do. And also, not to imply that it is after today, because before I told her, hey, my actual original plan for what she should get me as a birthday present was to gift memberships. And I was like, I knew I was going home, and I was like, this is kind of weird. I'm going to have to explain it to her in person. I was going to have to, I was going to have her do that. So I was like, I'll tell you about it, when I'm there. So I've been having her hold off for a while, and then I thought of this. So no information on when my birthday is or was. Probabilistically speaking, based on prior data, it was roughly a 3% chance it was his birthday, though. True. Valid attempt, yeah. Anyways, let's get back to Critical Role, and I'm excited now to be able to draw for you guys a little bit easier. What? Why didn't that work?
I can suck it up.
15 to 10?
17.
17. Oh, 17. Okay.
Oh, sorry, did I miss that section?
You did. That's okay. Pike, what'd you get?
Hey!
Hey! Yeah! All right. So, first and foremost, Vex, you're up. With the initiative on this, you go ahead and you bring your holy arrow and you release it.
Is it surprise attack?
Technically, no. I knew you were there. It was very aware of everyone's position, and was kind of essentially after being forced out of his body at the moment, preparing itself for some sort of a stealth. So, not a surprise round, unfortunately. Okay. So, go ahead and make your attacks with your arrows for that.
Yes. 28 and 27.
So, both those hit.
Awesome. Nice.
Okay. These two? False. So 15, 16, 17. Plus holy damage?
Thank you very much, Summer. Also, I am slightly worried of sometimes the dice tell a story. I am slightly worried about this combat of the smoky of it all. This has been a combat that has been brewing in Talison's mind for going on 3 years. And it's happening in a hallway. And so I am slightly worried about that. Of big villain build-up for 3 years that is just punching a ghost in a hallway. We'll see, I mean, I loved everything leading up to it, and that's all cool. And big nat 20 moments, things that this table absolutely adores. But I don't know if I would have chosen that. hallway fight is Matt Murdock around. Not exactly the most cinematic of environments. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know, we'll see. I haven't seen the fucking fight yet. Smokey could have some really cool mechanics that absolutely make up for it. This also might not be the last time that they fight Smokey. This might be essentially like a foreshadowing fight, which would be very cool. But this feels more important as a narrative thing, though. Maybe. We'll see. If they fully defeat Smokey, I would actually claim that that is maybe detrimental to the narrative. I don't know. It really depends on, like, what Taliesin wanted, what him and Matt talked about off table. But, like, narratively, having the culmination of your character get taken down like a chump? I don't know. Again, this isn't saying that you have to have like these crazy in-depth fights for everything. I just kind of feel like they shouldn't go out as chumps. Like, there's nothing that determined this besides the roll of a die. And I don't know that you should let the randomness and the excitement of, like, hitting Snake Eyes lessen what could otherwise be a more interesting moment and a more narratively impactful moment. Just because it's exciting that it happened randomly. Like, I think that excitement is legitimate. I don't want to say that it's not, but I think that it is sort of like a soda pop. Like, it is good while you're drinking it, but after the fact, was it as good as it could have been? I don't know. Pyramid cryptid measures time in aeons. Oh, yeah, true. I do share that criticism, though. There's background stuff you mentioned that I don't think I can extrapolate on. Yeah, certainly. Stuff that it's in Tox Machina. Yeah. And that is something that, like, once we get fully past it, like, once, like, Smokey is fully put to bed, and, like, that is, like, quasi-confirmed, sort of Horn of Orcus-like. Like, we did not talk through the Horn of Orcus until they were off the mountaintop of, like, the vault where they hit it. Like, I think it was the episode after that we, like, talked through, like, okay, the Horn of Orcus doesn't show up anymore. I would be super down to talk about, like, off-table Smokey stuff after, like, that amount of time has passed. He's gone. He's put to bed. And, like, we have that, like, level of confirmation. Because I would be really interested to hear about some stuff that they talk about in Tox Machina. That would be really interesting.
It's okay, yeah. So I'm going to do 1d4 radiant damage to it. In addition to that, 17 plus 4.
Plus 4 is 21.
21 for the first one.
And then 10 for the second.
All right. So.
And then I Hunter's Mark him.
Alrighty.
I didn't say Hunter's Mark him in the beginning. I'm explaining this to you guys because I already said I shot at him.
You did.
So I was being honest.
We can feel your
disapproval. Because I know they're going to tell me I forgot my damn Hunter's Mark.
It's okay. Alright, so keep like release the first arrow as it goes and hits. You can see the smoke itself is kind of obscuring its place and kind of getting hard to hit, but you still strike true with the arrow, striking into its form as a flash of radiant energy as it hits. And the creature kind of takes an impact and stares down its chest as it looks up, kind of its face steering towards you. And it is this formless humanoid body, but the face itself does kind of pinch into this elongated kind of crow.
Oh, I didn't do it. Holy damage the second one.
Right. There's a second one.
Did the arrows hit?
Yeah. Plus 2 more for the holy
They
damage.
impacted.
They impacted.
Okay.
Alright. So, takes both the hits and kind of looks over at you. You can see, like as it turns the head, you can see better, even in this low light, the shape of its face, and its eyes burst into this angry, burning, kind of purplish energy expression, and it looks very unhappy with the current circumstance. Do you want to move your trinket?
Trinket moves around and in front of me to kind of protect me.
Okay. There you go. That's what you're going to keep there?
Yeah.
Alright, that ends your turn. Scaling up next.
How tall is the tunnel?
It's about 12 feet.
Okay. No? Okay. I got precious little I can do. I will lightning bolt it. I'm really right next to it.
You are, which means you can just blast towards the wall.
Alright, I will turn around and I will lightning bolt it.
Okay,
Yes.
alright, so it's right there in front of you. The smoke kind of rises up. You see the arrow striking. There's a flash of holy energy from Vex's attack, and at that moment, as it's distracted, you use that to go ahead and conjure lightning bolt. And for a moment, the flashing of light lights up the cavern around. The bolt passes through it harmlessly.
What was that?
Lightning.
Either or magic. One of the two didn't affect it.
The lightning bolt passes through it, and it strikes the back of the wall. And you can see that the electrical energy discharge across the stone and earth kind of arcing and spiraling off till it dissipates, seeming to not have any sort of impact or effect on the building smoke entity.
Shit.
But to confirm, the holy arrow had effect. I think. Which, I mean, this is sort of like what I was talking about with the material stuff, with the residuum, is I am totally fine with stuff having immunities. Like, I think that's fine if it's, immune to lightning damage. As long as it has, I would hope, even a few normals or even a vulnerability. which are reasonable to come to. So I think they've already, found one of them, but we'll see.
You want to say that or you want to move? You want to see the range.
Huh?
Yeah, you want to see the range. So if you move a little bit back, choose the thing.
I will not move, and instead I will just inspire Percy.
Okay.
And I'll say, you feel good in this motherfucker! You hold good in this motherfucker!
All right, take a deep 10. Moment of intensity. As you turn around now, at this point, seeing everyone striking, you've looked your head over and you can see, for the first time in full physical form, the creature that has haunted your dreams for the past 5 years. And while it's not present, you can feel it smiling. It's your turn.
I'm going to run over to my sister.
Okay.
And cut open her bonds.
Okay, so you plug the
bonds.
Okay.
Use my sword to cut open her bonds. Get back! Run! And then if I still have enough timing beyond that, I'd love to take a swipe at it with my sword.
Unfortunately, to free her entirely of her bonds, that's going to be your actions.
Okay. We haven't had a short rest, have we?
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
We're not looking good.
Okay.
All right. So, it is now the Max's turn.
Oh, good. So I got advantage because the smoking hasn't gone yet. So dagger and dagger. The first one is it's 29, and the second one.
Box.
That's true. The second one's 24. So 29, 24.
Can you leave into this? Because
He's gone.
that's right. Yes. All right. So both those hit.
So the first one is 8, and the second one is 8.
Okay. You want
dagger, life stealing.
Right. Do you want to take attack with this? Because in theory, it's in melee range with an ally.
Oh, with Percy.
With Percy and with Scanlan.
Thanks, boss. Yeah. What's going on?
Don't rob yourself of what you do.
Matt's understanding of your
7, 8, 9. It's hard to see over there. 9, 12, 13, 15 points of sneak attack. Yeah, I'm not used to the screen.
I know. I keep
What kind of bugs?
This is another thing that I'm interested in. Like, Smokey feels like he should be a very difficult fight, and Taliesin essentially succeeding on something, throwing them into a fight when they are very low on resources, feels like an odd reward. And so I'm not sure how Matt is going to kind of square that in his head. If he is going to make Smokey weaker, if Smokey will just be as powerful as, he was always going to be, or if Matt makes him weaker because of the situation, which again feels like kind of robbing them of the build-up. I don't know. This is very interesting. Assuming that wasn't going to happen. Or is it? Or is it just an odd pause moment? I think it's an odd pause moment.
8, 9. It's hard to see over there. 9, 12.
Yeah. Oh.
15 points of sneak attack. Yeah, I'm not used.
I think it's an odd pause moment. I don't know.
To the screen.
I know. I keep
Work on the bugs. It's a process. Work on. All right, cool. 15 points of damage. So as you throw the two daggers, lunging them both of them, their little aura magical energy flashing as they both impact the smoke form, seeming to sink slowly as they hit, and then finding the edge of their blade sunken into its torso as it kind of rears back. For that's where it's there.
8, 15.
Correct. All right.
So
Laura 8. All right.
Cool. That's. Are you gonna stay where you are next?
Yeah.
All right. Now it is the entity's turn. As it kind of rears and the dagger both vanish from its torso, returning to your belt side. It's glaring down at you to its side and it says,
Percival, don't make Orthax regret working with you.
Orthax?
I hired them to get rid of some termites in my house once.
that was really your mistake.
Okay.
Shifting.
All right. So not Vecna, Orthax. Cool. I mean, that was relatively I don't think there's a bird beak related to Vecna, at least that's been talked about so far. Okay, so Orthax.
This way. Twice. Percy, we'll get an attack opportunity with your rapier if you'd like.
I'll take it.
All right.
Are you using Briarwood's rapier?
No, I haven't. No short rest. 25.
25 hits. Good roll damage.
9 points.
9 points of damage. All right. Just now.
Right. Yeah.
Now on the rest of its turn, as it kind of shifts up, it doesn't walk or move. Its form kind of drifts along, and the shadows kind of meet it there. The smoke almost appears at the spot where it intends to go, and then it meets it in that moment. As it does, it now stands between a bunch of you. Its eyes flare with dark purple, and you just hear this scream, this screeching echo out from it. And as it does, all of you hold your ears for a second. I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw. You have advantage.
Banshee.
21.
Start with a 10 and 23.
Natural 20. On the first roll.
16. 22. 18.
Okay.
18. Oh, shit.
Okay. So all of you guys kind of hold your ears for a second, and everyone that rolled higher than 17 takes 6 points of psychic damage.
And are you?
You guys both take 13 points of psychic damage.
13 is evil.
Both of you feel all of a sudden like your brain filled with this urge to strike something, this overwhelming need to slash out at whatever's near you. Both of you get a brief move. Relic's gonna pull you this way, and Max is gonna pull you this way. I need both of you guys to roll an attack roll. As you rush up with your hammer, the flames, and you swing it down towards Scanlan.
Oh, stop! Don't dab me, friends.
I'm gonna use
More possession magic. I mean, at least this possession magic makes a lot of sense with what we know of Smokey so far about, possession and making you do shit. But man, Matt just loves it. Matt just can't get enough, dude. Cousin of Orc and Pest Control.
Just cutting words to try to dodge out of the way.
Okay, roll these.
19?
Okay, so 19.
I'm gonna say, you gonna fail that attack, so you better sit your ass on back, because I ain't no holler back gnome. I ain't no holler back gnome.
All right, roll D10.
D10.
Come on.
3. So what does that do?
Right, so cutting words, if I recall.
It lowers his attack.
Right, so that makes 19 to 16. What's your armor class?
It's 17.
With that, the bard's words ring true to your mind, and for a second you feel this not grog-based rage, this outside forceful rage that confuses you. And as he says that, you're right, he is no hollowback gnome. And you resist with the hammer getting just enough time to step out of the way, boom, slams into the ground harmlessly, cracking the stone around the base.
You're right, there's no hollowback gnome.
Vax, I'd like to go ahead and make a dagger strike against Pike.
13, I rolled a 13.
Roll the 13. Pike, you look over your shoulder, all of a sudden Vax appears behind you and slams forward with the dagger. You swoop around with your shield and with a large striking arc of sparks, deflect the blade blow across the dark air of this interior tunnel. Harmlessly, you take a damage.
Badass Pike.
Alright, cool.
Ain't no hollowback gnome.
Ain't no hollowback gnome.
Ain't no hollowback gnome.
I know that, no.
And with that, you know what? I'm going to do this. The entity then moves backwards. Pike and Scanlan, well, you already used your reaction to defend once, you don't get it. Pike, go ahead and make an melee attack.
It's a reaction.
What do I roll for again?
Make one reaction per round.
Dirty
Just
20.
roll D20, roll for your normal mace attack.
17.
17, unfortunately does not hit. It seems like it should have, but the smoke is obscuring the vision around it, and where you swing, you do not manage to get quite close enough to hit its body, as it steps backward into the wall and out of visual range.
What? What?
Into the wall?
Into the wall. It just vanishes into the side of the tunnel. Brings us to Grog.
The cloud flew out in the wall?
Yeah.
I would like to rage.
Okay.
And move in front of the rest of the group. I put my back to the rest of the group.
Okay, so right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the fuck, Grog? You just tried to kill me. Please roll to go
I
in.
did?
Yes.
I don't remember
Are
that.
you okay?
If you want, you can use your action to ready an attack, so whenever a trigger of your choosing happens, you can then make your...
I would love to do that.
Okay, what trigger would you like?
When he reappears.
Okay, comes to the melee range.
Yeah, when I can see him with my beautiful eyes.
Okay, so an action there, cool, good enough. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, not trusting this guy. I'm gonna go ahead and cast
And they were roommates.
Fairy Fire.
Ooh, wait.
Just gonna write, it's a 20-foot radius. Just gonna write in this bubble that we've been hanging out in.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming he's gonna be up in our faces.
Alrighty, Fairy Fire. Where do you want? Just in...
Yeah, just kind of right around us.
Okay, so 20-foot radius, we'll say like probably in the back here, or this way, this kind of area between these.
Is this very far?
So as Keyleth, you put your arms out, and this burst of kind of glowing luminescent pinkish purple energy begins to sparkle through the air like glitter suspended in low gravity. And as it kind of drifts through the air, the entire scene, you can see it clinging to your guys a little bit. Alright. You're gonna move and stay where you are.
I'll step back a bit.
Step out of the Fairy Fire or into it?
Step out of it.
Okay, how many?
That's good.
Just 10 feet? Okay. Then your turn, Keyleth. Pike, you're up.
Okay, is Guiding Bolt considered the same thing that Lightning Bolt would be? Or,
No, as far as you know,
Radiant damage.
yeah, it's radiant damage, and let me pull up the...
We can't see him right
He's
now.
in the wall.
Yeah, you have no visual on him. The smoke entity has moved into the wall and is nowhere in your visible range right now, so you have nothing that you can attack in theory that you know of.
okay,
So if you have any sort of other like buff spells or anything you want to do in preparation for it, or hold your action as well until it reappears, you can do that.
okay, I'll hold my action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you staying where you put? Are you moving at all? You want to stay where you are?
I think I'll stay. I can't see where I'm at, but I think I'll just stay.
Okay, cool.
The thing...
And why is it going to come back? Please justify to me, Mr. Matthew M. Dog Mercer. Why is Orthax going to come back to get shredded by the rest of Vox Machina? Does he just have really bad sense of self-preservation? Or is he not going to die in this combat? Because if he dies in this combat, I feel like he has a really bad sense of self-preservation. We'll see. He's linked to Percy? I don't know, man. No host. We'll see.
I'm gonna just call out to everybody and say, the thing seems to want Percy. Should we surround him?
Yes.
All his friends call him M.
So you shut out that. Cassandra now, who's been down, kind of gets up. Her weapons were taken from her, and you bound her. So she kind of stands up and puts the long looks at you with like a...
I hand her my sword.
Okay, she takes the rapier and kind of looks at it and goes running away backwards where Castle Weiss is. So you see that one. Okay.
Can I?
All right. What are you gonna do?
Can I do something?
If you want
Wait,
to... I mean, if you want instead of holding your action, cast something, you can do that,
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to Percy and cast Protection from Evil on him.
yeah. Okay.
Whoa!
All right.
Which
What do you want to choose? You get to choose a certain type of creature in which he's protected against.
Do we know anything about Orthax?
You have no idea. You saw briefly. Have you go ahead and roll a religion check. Okay. Being a religiously trained individual, let's see if you can ascertain as to the nature of this creature, this entity.
No, right now he has...
22.
22. Okay. In the brief moment you got to see it, the way it moves, the way it completely cast aside Scanlan's attack, and the way that it kind of housed itself in Percy for so long, there are elements of it that make you think of a shadow demon. But usually they're not this large, they're not this powerful. Either this is just a powerful entity of a similar type, or it's been feeding over time, or it's something beyond that. But you get the sense that this thing is demonic in nature based on the brief appearance you had of it.
Okay, I'd like to protect him from shadow demons.
Okay, so be fiends. So you choose fiends.
Okay.
Great. So any tackles against you from fiend creatures have disadvantage.
He's a demon?
She's thinking he might be based on her roll.
I have a favorite enemy. It's demons.
Then knowing that going forward, that may change your next round of combat. All right.
Snap.
Good enough. Alright, so you currently are protected from fiends.
Only that were true in real life.
How many? She has dragons, I know. Is it just dragons and demons? I feel like everything is her favorite terrain and everything is her favorite enemy. It's coming up quite often. But maybe not.
Vex, you're up first.
Oh,
yeah.
so demons are my favorite enemy, so I have advantage against recalling information about them. Can I recall anything about something that looks like this? Orthodox?
Make an intelligence check. Roll d20, add your intelligence. You have advantage on it because it's your favorite.
Intelligence. I'm not that smart. I'm too much wow.
Well, okay. You know that these creatures are incorporeal. They can generally shift in and out of solid matter as a way of moving and repelling itself. You know they're difficult to fight in the dark. You also know that they, because of their form, generally resistant to a lot of types of elemental type damage. And lightning, cold, no whatsoever.
Got it.
As well as poison. That's as much as you can ascertain with that roll.
Okay. Alright, then I'm gonna cast. Where is he?
He's
in the
here.
fucking wall!
Just hit the whole wall.
Hunter smart. Can I sense anything about where he is?
You can sense, yeah, you can actually sense him. He's maybe 10 feet inside the wall. Like, submerged.
He's
He's currently hiding in the wall, yeah.
Alright, then for my bonus action, I'm gonna hide as well.
Okay. So, go ahead and roll self check.
Advantage.
Yeah.
Really?
Wow.
Really?
I didn't roll it. The cape had nothing to do with the rolls.
What?
3 and 3.
Well, hold on, let me add
plus.
my stealth to
That's
it.
a 33.
That's a 12.
Okay, good enough. So you flatten yourself against the wall, best of your
I
ability.
do. Like I'm gonna hold my turn until he appears.
Okay, so you're gonna hold your action until he appears.
How dark is it in here?
Other than the torches you guys have been carrying through here.
And the glowing off of our bodies.
Yes.
Oh, right. Oh, no wonder I rolled
Fire,
something
whatever.
stealth.
Glowing from the
Fairy fire?
But it's a gentle glow. So it's like very, very low light. And,
It's
yeah, yeah.
like we have body glare on. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a nice basement bar. Good dive.
Get the shit off me.
And you're turn you're up.
I say to Keyleth, get this shit off me. I don't want it to see me. Please. And then I will walk. I'll walk to the other side of Percy. We don't see the thing, right?
No.
Oh, I used to have a shirt. Actually, no, I didn't have a shirt. I had a test subject hat that said that on it, and it was orange. I really liked that hat. Didn't go with a lot of outfits, but it was a good hat.
Just move out of fairy fire. It's only 20 radius.
No, isn't it like on me now?
No, it's a radius. If you move out of it, you're
I'll walk out of it.
All right. You just step out of the area, and it alters off your body, and you're no longer affected by the
There's
spell.
nothing. We don't see the thing, right?
If it's anything that's in its radius, you get advantage.
Yeah, I mean-
But it works for us too.
There's not much we can do without seeing our enemy, right?
Not currently, no.
I'll just hold my turn. Is that a thing?
Yeah,
Can
do
I
that.
Yes, sir. I can say to Grog, you sure you want it? You okay? You're good? All right.
Too small.
All right. It's your turn. Percy, you're up.
I'm going to back up the fairy fire.
You're just stepping out there. You keep going.
I'm going to go a little further back, just behind Scanlan.
Okay, there.
And I'm going to plow bad news and hold my turn.
Okay.
All right, fair enough, John. Fair enough.
And your turn back, you're up.
I'm going to practice an old trick that my sister and I have done, where I hide behind Trinket's gigantic bare ass and hold my turn.
Okay.
And aim at the spot that my sister's aiming at.
All right, good to know.
Get up.
All right. At that moment, as you vanish into the side, the entity pops out from this side. And
Like right behind him?
Like right behind you as you're carrying it. Smoke billows out, you turn to the corner of your head. At that point, everyone is holding their action. You're doing your attack simultaneously. So,
He's in that fairy fire, right?
he is currently out.
So you get advantage, Joe.
He didn't see it being cast, he withdrew before it happened, so he steps right into it.
All right, starting with bad news with a sharpshooter.
Okay.
You get advantage on attack.
Yeah, all your attacks on him are currently have advantage.
Thank God.
I don't know if you can hear the demon or fiend going on over there, but that is the puppy fighting ring. Currently activating. Oh my god. Yes, and Vax says my sister.
I rolled 1. 14.
14 unfortunately misses. You fire, and it seems that in a strange way the gentle pink dust is actually obscuring your vision with the dark shadow in that vicinity, and it just blasts a piece of rock off the side of the wall.
Firing again.
So fire, reload.
Better. 26.
26 does hit. Good roll damage.
That's pizza. I don't think for my dice. I didn't think this through. 25 points of damage.
All right, good to know. This is piercing, right?
Yeah.
All right. The blast hits, but it appears like the expected impact from the blast of bad news. A bit of smoke kind of dissipates its impact. It seems to not be as damaging as you expected it to be. All right, that brings us to the next person who's holding their action. I believe Scanlan, you were. What do you want to do?
There's precious little I can do. So I will viciously mock it.
Good.
Through the hand cone, I will say, don't you know, smoking is the #1 cause of cancer and emphysema, and it will shorten your life by an estimated 10 to 20 years. It's not cool, and you shouldn't do it.
Is that all true?
I'm BSing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it does not make a saving throw. Roll a 4. So it takes 3d4 psychic damage.
Yes.
Roll that.
Yes.
And it has disadvantage on its attack roll.
Nice.
That fiend has low self-esteem.
5 points.
Yes!
Damage. Boom.
And it has disadvantage on
On
what?
its next attack roll. And it's just kind of like its eyes go dark purple for a second, like it can't contemplate the fact that it just got insulted mid-battle, and then they flare up again, even more furious. As part of that, it's going to use its reaction.
Oh, yes. Oh, shit. Okay.
It turns towards you, and in a what language do you speak?
Gnome, common. That's it.
Okay. you hear a muttering through your ears. And for a second, you feel your field of vision close down, like it's focused entirely on you. You're currently marked by its mark of vengeance.
Oh, marked.
Yeah. So essentially, there's an effect that's intent on you at the moment.
Is it a charm effect?
Nope.
Oh, you were joking about the pupper battle? Bird definitely has the higher dex. Not Bird, Bug. Bird might have a higher con at this point, and not a higher strength. Bird probably just has the higher con, but bug stats are definitely still higher.
Alright, that ends your health.
Fear effect?
No.
Yeah, I saw Mutter and Scanlan's here, so I take both my blades and I'm just going to slash both of them across, and he's surrounded, so this is sneak attack as well.
Yes.
With advantage. The first one... Ah! Yes, 16. Oh no! And the second one is 27.
Second one hits.
Alright.
You go strike the first time, and as you swing outward, you just catch smoke and it kind of dissipates around the blade, and you stab it inside the wall.
Okay,
Second attack.
That's sneak attack damage. That's 4 plus 6 is 10 plus... Sneak attack, motherfucker! 10, 16, 21, 22, 26, 28, 29 total.
38. That was 38.
Huh?
Just kidding.
No,
29 total. My math is awesome.
Okay. This blade, however, as you stab into this cloud of smoke, you feel there is more physical presence where it wasn't. It sinks in, and you feel this reverberation as it reacts to the pain. This dull kind of growl sound.
Shout hands off the gnome as I do it.
Okay.
On my roll, do I still get a bonus even after he...
You used last turn. That was his reaction to you holding your action.
No, but do I get my bonus action as part of my move or no?
That would have to be during your turn. When you hold your action, you just get the action when it
got
hits. Alright, so that ends Daxton. You want to do anything else?
No. What am I? I'm
Right there.
right up against it.
Yeah.
I'm going to use disengage and back up for the back of my sister. And is that Vex and Keeler?
Right there, yeah.
I'm going to move between my two favorite ladies.
Alright, there you go. Good to know.
Okay.
Alright, and you were holding your action.
Yes.
And you were holding your action. So everyone make your attacks.
Yes. Here's my question.
Yes.
Because I want to be honest, and I don't remember if I said I dipped arrows in the second holy oil flask or if I put them on Trinket's claws. Do we remember?
You did all arrows.
All arrows. That's fine. Then I'm gonna shoot 2 more holy arrows at it.
Okay.
Okay, well I'll just roll for that. With advantage. With advantage, which is good. I'm gonna
Yeah,
switch
forget
names.
those.
New
Yes.
ones. What just happened?
Well, one of those was a 14, so that hit. It was 14 and 8. 14 plus your attack. The second roll's got a 1 and a 2, so...
Seriously?
The other rolls.
So
First
one
two-
was a
I'm not doing it.
25, and then
14.
and the other okay, and then 17.
17 was
I mean
the
19 and a 25
What's the 19 from?
was the first roll, and the second.
Right, so you rolled 1 and 2.
I
On
rolled-
That was the second roll. The first
Oh, I
one was
see.
14 plus our modifiers.
Oh, see, I was rolling. I understand. I was rolling it in my head differently, but we'll count it as that.
Mop.
I was counting it as those are my first attempts at my first 2 attacks and my second attempts at my second.
Yeah, that's right, that way.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So the 25.
Okay, so one of them hit.
Great.
Alright, so you go
That's
for
good.
it.
I don't roll like that anymore. Where am I? That's radiant damage. And yes, yeah.
You got it.
Here we go. All right. So
All right.
12,
Oh, jeez, we got a smoke demon, don't you know?
17 plus 5 is 24 points.
24 points of damage. So one of them flies forward and misses.
22.
Yeah, nearly grazes the top of your head, just finishing. You don't notice because you're currently right in his face. Second one manages to strike it and splinter inside its torso. And you can see a flash of energy at the impact. As it kind of surveys the area, the smoke around gets even more and more intense. You can see it flaring
Still
up.
against the wall, like glowing.
Yeah, so the smoke actually gets thicker and obscures it even further.
Oh shit.
Alright.
We should probably light up this area as much as possible. FYI.
Angrog.
I'm gonna load it up with my flaming warhammer. I turn it, I swing at it.
Okay.
So metal.
Oh, I got it. 28.
28 hits. Second attack.
26.
26. Yes.
Oh, it's still covered with holy oil.
Yes. So an extra 1d4. Any damage, any strike.
21 for the first one.
Okay.
Got the radiant fiery damage.
Burning Holy Wrath.
Yeah, 19, 20, 21. 22.
Alrighty. Both hammer blows just strike it, kind of battering the smoke around. And you can see as this hammer swings through its body, the smoke almost swallows the light, and for a second, it's almost like it's this dull little orb of darkness beneath the surface of a deep lake. And then as the hammer merges its body, the light flares up again. It's almost like it's swallowing the light as you strike it. But it seems to be taking the impacts pretty hard. Alright, that ends your turn. Now, Orthax can take his turn.
Orthax.
Alright, so.
Wait, do I get my...
Oh, you should
Oh, you're holding 2? Yeah, you can do it too. Thanks for reminding me.
Yay, Mike!
Okay, I'm gonna guiding bolt it.
Alright, go for it.
Your punishment will be more severe.
Alright, so 46...
What level of guiding bolt are you doing?
Say one more time?
What level of guiding bolt are you casting?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it at 4th, because I have a couple 4th level left.
Okay. So that'll be. So roll to attack first.
Okay.
You have advantage in the attack roll because it's currently inside fairy fire, so take the higher of the 2 rolls.
I would just like to say that Pike is very eerie yet beautiful in this iridescent glow of astral projection. It's hard to hear her sometimes, but god damn it, she makes it look good.
Oh my god, I rolled a 1 and a natural 20.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so at 4th level, that would be 7d6 radiant damage.
Is that
Wait, did you cast?
Go ahead and roll that.
Guiding bolt.
Oh, fuck yeah!
7d6?
Yeah.
That's a lot of d6.
Times 2.
Is it times 2 after that?
Kind of lurking and getting ready for bed. I would bet we're going to get. I mean, I guess depending on how much longer the combat is, I would assume that we are going to get through this pretty quick. Because I don't have a ton to say about this combat. It's sort of just PCs whacking at a big bag of hit points. So probably will be on the order of shorter streams. If I had to guess, I don't know. Something very, very interesting probably will happen afterwards. I just don't know how long it'll be.
Because it's a crit? It's crit. Oh, right, because it's one straight dice rolls. Or does she roll? Or does she roll dice twice?
No, for the purpose of ease, I usually double. I'm just confirming one thing real fast.
She's just blinded us all in holy light, is what I'm assuming.
Yeah, so go ahead and do your math.
Little holy nuke.
That's my Pike.
Okay.
Little. Yellow.
Wait, was
I
it?
wonder if Matt intended for the real battle to be the internal struggle thing, but Tal kept rolling nat 20s on those wisdom saves. Well, generally, I will say that that's why I don't love the precedent, setting up a precedent of something special happens on a nat 20. Like, I know that this is a big tone at the table thing. This is like a big, like, not good or not bad. But for my tables, this is actually pretty exemplary of why, like, as a table, it wasn't just me, it was my players wanted to stop playing with skill check crits. And we have talked about it since, about how much we like not having skill check crits, because the assumption that something crazy has to happen, or something really, really good has to happen when a nat 20 is rolled, can lead to DMs doing things that they didn't plan for, and, you know, might just be worse than what they had originally planned. Maybe they'll be better occasionally, but I think a lot of times when you see this type of thing of, like, not what I had planned, doing this whole separate thing instead, it is, I would say, most often as good, if not worse. You know, maybe this would be as good as whatever he originally has planned, but I doubt it'll be better. But I don't know. I will have to see. I don't know how this will end. I don't know if this will end with them straight up defeating Smokey. If it does, you know, I'll have more to say, but I will reserve judgment on the whole deal until it's done. Yeah, I'm going to call it real soon as well. Past 4 a.m. here. Good episode. Thank you. Oh, yeah, also to them. I don't like skill check traits because in real life I don't have a 5 chance of lifting a boulder. I mean, okay, if I am getting in, we've established I don't do skill check crits. I don't like them. But to play Asmodeus' advocate, if you don't have a 5% chance to lift the boulder, there probably shouldn't be a roll in the first place. So to play the advocate there, if I am asking for a roll, if I'm allowing you to attempt it, you know, it could be argued that a 20 should maybe allow it, or just that maybe someone in the party might be able to do that. But I agree. I generally agree. I think that there is something to be argued that I don't actually mind the auto success and auto fail aspect of the 5%. True. But you know the moment players think there's a 5% chance of something crazy. And I think that that's the big thing, Erdturdmons, that, like, kind of separate. Because the way that crits are raw, it is just supposed to be auto success and auto fail in combat, not even with skills. And honestly, if I were to play at a table where characters really, really wanted skill crits, I would be okay with doing auto success and auto fail. As I've said, I'm pretty, you know, restrictive on when people even roll in the first place. So, like, auto success doesn't bother me, really. But the idea that something amazing and extra has to happen with any nat 20 roll, I don't like that as just, like, general policy. Because it gives a 5% chance that paints the DM into a corner a bit. Of, like, I need to come up with something crazy. And sometimes you just can't. And sometimes the thing that feels the most crazy at the time that your brain might latch onto might shove you deep into a corner that you are now having to fight your way out of. That could be what's happening here. I don't know. You know, obviously I don't know what's happening in Matt's mind. But it's that's the tough part about, maybe we'll call them crazy crits, right? Like, Erdturdmons, I'm not necessarily against the idea of auto success, auto fail, but crazy crits, probably never going to play with them ever again. I have played with them, but not on my list of things I like. Oh, dang it, the multi-stream chat. I think I maybe have to refresh my multi-stream chat every, like, hour or so. Yeah, gonna call it real soon. Passing 4. Oh wait, I already read that. About the whole bag of HP thing, I feel like making cool interactive battle maps sort of goes against making realistic battle maps. Like, what hazards could I place in a normal tavern? A normal tavern might actually be the worst example you could have used for how to make a cool interactive battle map. Like, I'll be straight up with you. A cave, I would actually be much more, like, on your side of, like, oh yeah, a cave's really hard to, like, make a cool battle map in. A tavern has so many options. And I'll bring up some of them. I think already people are putting some in chat. But tables can be climbed over, or the bar, spilled ale. Yeah, all of those sorts of things. Agree mostly, but in this case, the nat 20 is the highest he could roll. If he can't beat the DC with a 20, then the game is rigged. Well, what does beating the DC mean? Does beating the DC mean that he forces Smokey out of his body? I kind of doubt it. Like, I don't think that was the case. I think that beating the DC in this case meant resisting the possession. But the reason that he forced Smokey out of the body was because of the crazy crit aspect of things. That's what I would claim in this situation. So, like, sometimes succeeding, especially on a saving throw, just means not failing. Okay, but at the end of the day, it's just a better strategy for the players to just deal damage? No, I would also completely disagree. The way that you design a battle map is not just a strategy on how to deal damage, it is also a strategy on how to prevent damage. It is a strategy on how to potentially escape, but for both sides of the combat, because your combat should not always end in one party dead. I need to make one of the buttons on here Alt-Z, but I don't have it. So, like, if you have two sides of a combat in a tavern, there is a big difference. Let's call this a little bit of a tavern. Right, here's the bar. Already a bar. If it's 5 feet up, you've already got a place to take half cover back there. Already important. Let's throw in some tables with some chairs. Right, just like what people have already put in chat. And, like, I agree that there is, like, just, like, certain amount of strategery here. But, like, where is the door placed? The door being placed here versus the door being placed here completely changes this battle map. Seriously. I'm not lying. Like, because it depends on where are your villains going to be placed. Are they placed with an easy exit, like really, really close to a door? Or are they placed in a much more defensible position, like behind the bar? Is there a trap door back here? So let's say that the villain is an evil bartender. Oh no, so evil. He has a top hat. Ah, the classic sign of villainy. So he is taking he is taking cover back here, and there is a rug that blocks the party from seeing this trap door. And let's say that throughout the entire fight, he is consistently ducking back and forth behind this bar to prevent ranged attackers that are maybe over here from firing upon him. So this is going to just require an entirely different strategy to deal with. And let's say that we get our lovely little gentleman here to an 1/8 of his HP. That is a really easy trigger to say, okay, he ducks behind the bar, as the party is already used to him doing, but then he doesn't pop back up on his turn, because he has ducked into here to escape through this trapdoor. So, like, this trapdoor is immediately a piece of dungeon design that cannot exist in every dungeon. So, like, if we are in this cave battle that we're doing with Smokey right now, it would be very, very weird for a trapdoor to exist at all. And even if we go back to everything that we were talking about with the ziggurat, like, the ziggurat's whole deal... Oh, whoops. Oh, God. I need to get a better program than Paint. The ziggurat's whole deal of like being this big elevated structure just very fundamentally changes how you would do combat there. What sort of spells you could use if movement spells are important. So like even this right here, this whole situation that I have placed us in our fictional tavern, this movement is much, much less important than it would be in like the ziggurat. Climbing speed is less important. Teleportation is less important. This is a combat that favors someone like Grog. The other combat, the ziggurat combat, is someone that favors someone like a monk, say, someone with a bunch of extra movement. So even when we're talking about, like, when I just call him a big bag of hit points, that is because the combat that they are in right now is Smokey right here, and everyone standing around Smokey hitting him. There is absolutely no decision making. And that should be the fun part of D&D combat, is making decisions. Is saying like, ooh, do I duck behind this thing? Like maybe if you want to say that it's just more strategic about how you deal damage, you're right. It is. But like the strategy's the point. It's not hard to deal damage. This isn't an FPS where like it's legitimately hard to shoot people. It requires a certain degree of skill. All D&D combat, the fun of it and the challenge is in the strategy. And so the less strategy you have, the less good a D&D combat is. Like this situation right down here is just fundamentally worse than this situation up here. Because this makes absolutely no decision making in where am I going to move? How am I going to place myself? All that sort of stuff. You can deal damage. Oh, yeah. A top hat equals equal. Exactly. Top hat always equals evil. I would love to stay, but it's raid night and WoW. Oh, good luck, Twizzy. Good luck. From the old Western movie days, good guys wore white hats and the bad guys wore black because movies were in black and white, which is quick code for the viewer. Ooh, I always like really quick heuristics that like art builds into its stuff. I think those are always very interesting. Wait, I'm just going to hold Z, I think. Eee. Oh. Can I no longer hold Z? It's not letting me hold Z anymore. Weird. Blah, 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 blah. Good night, Twizzy. Doors, the real enemy. Doors are always a real enemy. The tunnel has no elevation, variation, or tight corners, leading to everyone just circling. Yeah, exactly. There are ways, and I will say, in general, I think that, like, these sorts of environments, like the tunnels, the caves, like, I think they are generally harder to build good, interesting combats in, specifically because you cannot introduce things that were built by intelligent people, which means that as a DM, you have to stay more in the realm of realism, which does kind of suck. Like, to go back to what G. Hercub was saying, like, it is harder to make an interesting battle map when we have to have the presupposition that it was made naturally. Like, naturally produced battle maps are significantly harder to make interesting. Battle maps that were made in environments by intelligent, sentient people, significantly easier to make interesting. Because you can build in things with your intelligent mind that the people in the story would have thought of. I'm currently working on a one-shot, and it's so difficult to make a map that would incentivize movement and actions other than attacks. It is difficult. I don't want to sit here and tell you that this is easy. Like, this is not me saying that, like, making a map where you don't stand around and just circle the villain and attack them is easy. It is a legitimately very hard skill to develop as a DM. It is just the skill that I focus on as a DM. And I'm not even very good at it still. This is still very much like a work in progress of how to make something interesting. So, Urka, we'll go back to watching it, but let me know what. Give me just like a short rundown in chat, and I'll go back to it. Give me a short rundown of like the very major points. Like, it's a cave. It has this sort of enemy. And I'll just show you an example off the top of my head of how I would incentivize movement and other actions. But you're entirely correct. This is your exact frustration in, like, it's hard to make a map is why some people think that Monk is bad. Is because it is hard for DMs to make maps that incentivize movement. And when you, as a DM, are having trouble doing that, when you have an entire class that is built around movement, it can suddenly feel pretty bad to play that class when, as a DM, you're struggling with that aspect of it. So that's exactly why people don't like monks very much, even though monks are good.
What's it like? 21. 21!
21, all right.
Times 2? Please?
Yep, 70 times 2. Confirming, has been a while since we've had any sort of spell-based crit. So it'll be 42 points of radiant damage. Asking, with this, as you release this bolt of energy in your hand, you see it charges up and feels your hand shaking as you're waiting for the moment where it might be too much to control, and your holy symbol flares as it releases and streaks forward. Right behind you, and this is, you were technically melee with it, which we're going to disadvantage on the attack, but he also has the advantage on because of that, and we'll say fine, it stays there, because there are a lot of things giving advantage against him, and then disadvantage. Yeah, we'll stay with it. Anyway, as you turn around and release it, point blank, it slams into the front. You can see where the smoke was swelling around it. It almost seems to be scattered away from the impact of this radiant bolt. And for a second, this image of this kind of obscured shadow humanoid becomes very clear for a second. You can see this extremely muscular humanoid torso with elongated, exaggerated arms and fingers, seemingly featureless across its body other than its black obsidian torso. No legs, they just sort of disappear into the smoke beneath it. Its head has the long, hooked, bird-like skull beak, and where the eyes are, it's just a smooth, almost leathery texture across the dark body itself. You can see what looks like faint horns that kind of curve around the back, that curl upward, and as it takes the impact, its head rolls back, and you hear this billowing scream as it leans back forward towards you. It looks like it's having a rough moment. Now we get to its turn.
Oh no. Uh-oh. And we're all like that.
All right.
What's it going to do?
It farts a little cloud of smoke.
You're right. A lot of sort of
Yeah, indeed.
Well, he gets
Based on that, it just zeroes down on the little ball of radiant energy staring before it. It just blasts a hole in its form. It's going to go ahead and take all 3 of its strikes at you, Pike.
disadvantage on its attack.
And has advantage because she's in fairy fire, so it cancels its natural attack. That is...
Alright,
that's 21. What's your AC?
20.
20, so that hits.
And your AC's high.
27.
That's why I'm so loud.
Natural 1.
Oh!
It was like 19, 1. Alright, so... that would be 14 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry, because the roll there, sorry, that was 14 plus an additional 12. So that's 16 for the first strike.
That's 20.
Right, 12 on top of the... there's not, so it's 16?
14 and then 12.
14, 12, so 26 damage. 26 psychic damage you took on the first strike. And the second one was 17. 21.
The
So,
second one, I thought the second one failed.
third one has 3 attacks. 3
Oh,
attacks.
there's 3.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, so what was the total, sorry?
It'd be 26 and 21. So yeah, 47 points of psychic damage as its arm reaches out towards you and strikes. Also, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
With advantage.
With advantage.
And with beauty.
Grace. Dignity. Spice.
Aperture.
You're doing your 100
Okay,
mark, right?
20.
Doing your 100 mark damage? What was that?
20.
20.
20? Yeah, you feel as its claws kind of move through your body, elements of its shadow essence kind of reach up, try and grasp an element of your willpower. You just shrug it off. The might of ceremony is too strong, and it has no way of grasping your intent.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, get out of here!
Unfortunately, that used all its movement. It cannot withdraw into the room. That'll be the end of its turn. See if it charges. Oh, yes, okay. That brings us to Grog.
It does?
Yeah, you're back up to your turn now.
I want to hit it again!
Go for it.
Reach. Do I have advantage?
Yes.
Very far. That's better. 24.
Okay,
The second one is 21.
hits. Just barely.
It's a tavern that is being assaulted by a group of robbers. I decided to give it a balcony thing on the second floor overlooking the first. Okay, I have a great idea for you. Just off the top of the dome. I don't know how it, works in your setting. So first of all, I'm going to assume that this is a incidental event for the group. So I'm going to assume that the group doesn't have time to prepare the tavern ahead of time, that they're just going to be there, and then everything's just going to happen. Also, there's a blizzard outside, so people outside are partially obscured, I guess. Oh, you're already on my wavelength. Okay, so if we have, say, you're already on my wavelength. So there are a couple of ways to think about your battle maps. You can either think about them as an interior battle, or you can expand your focus a little bit. You can zoom out a tad. If people are assaulting a location, so right, if I'm going, and I need to get a better drawing software because I'm already getting frustrated with paint. But if if there's a central point that is then surrounded by a few other central points, then the way in which you get into that central point is important. So let's say that all of these paths could be made kind of interesting. So how they even get into the tavern in the first place, how many windows are there? You're talking about the balcony. That's a good train of thought. But more of what I'm thinking, if you have, especially if the party isn't prepared and wouldn't have anything to counter this. Let's say you have the tavern right here. Obviously not to scale. But there is then the street out here. And let's say, a building there, building there, building back there. But then there's also a building across the street. Think about a lot of old, or not even old, but just spy movies in general. When the spy or the agent or whoever sets up in a building across the street to spy on the building over here. You also think about it, that's a very common thing in sniper movies, or when there's a sniper in a show. You have someone with a very, very good vantage point of this entire thing. And maybe you even give them a little piece of bandit tech that allows them to see through the storm. Maybe they have a spotter with them, like legitimately. Maybe they have someone like looking across with binoculars, telling them, kind of where to shoot. Maybe they have a fucking bow scope. I don't know. They have something that allows them to be a long-range presence from across the street. So you have your bow people, your ranged people over here. Maybe you have two of them. Maybe you have a bowman and a spotter, what have you. And so they are constantly putting down fire on anyone in the tavern that isn't one of their friends. Now, you've got a couple of incentives that are already set up here. They know that there's a blizzard, but maybe the bowmen are just shooting at anything that moves. And you might even have a little moment where, okay, say the fucking bandits swoop in on their little grappling hooks, they crash through the windows, everything all over the place. And then immediately, the moment that they swing in, say they swing in from this direction, right? They swing in from that direction. One of the bowmen almost immediately takes a shot because they just see something moving in the window. And you hear one of the lead bowmen say, "Oi, look at the uniforms!" Like out the window at the bowmen. So you are already now establishing these bowmen are now going to shoot at anything that looks like a bandit or that doesn't look like a bandit. Gives your players some options for some potential disguising, or if they knock out one of the bandits trying to take a cloak, take a clothes, maybe they have an identifiable mask, something along these lines to negate this ranged support. Also gives an option for, say you do have a monk, or you have someone that wants to charge across the street, splitting the party to go and deal with this ranged support. This is an absolutely perfect scenario for a monk to be able to very quickly go over and deal with this ranged support. Because on the way, they can catch and deflect the missiles, so they have no actual reason to worry about the bowmen. And they can dash across before the bowmen have a chance to run away. So this is absolute monk fodder, the situation that we've set up right here. But this does involve kind of expanding your focus a little bit. So you're not just thinking about the interior of the tavern, you are thinking about everything around it. And now this situation makes it really important where windows are placed. So if there's a window here, here, and here, and maybe the actual door is over there, and maybe there's another window over there, ducking between and around these windows, even for the fight, could be really important for the party. And the bandits themselves, after the main bandit, or maybe the mouthy bandit, yells over at the bowman, the bandits are going to try and place themselves within the cone of sight for your bandit archers across the street. So that gives the bandits priority on where to place themselves, which all of that interacts with the things that you have inside. So maybe you have maybe a concoction that went wrong in one of the brewing vats that has actually turned this batch of beer into fucking acid. And your person spills the acid across this entire side of the cavern, or of the tavern, so that the bandits have to clump up a little bit, maybe be more susceptible to AoE spells, but also not be able to take as good of advantage of their ranged support. Those are all sort of some considerations that you can have on how you actually fill out the hazards within the tavern. Beyond all of that, so now that we've kind of established some, a possibility for outside the tavern, zooming into the tavern, we have some possibilities for some ways to spice shit up. We could have some rotting floorboards over here that might break and actually basically serve as a pitfall trap down to the basement, which, would be a problem for anyone that can't fly, but maybe someone has a good jump height. And that will, if they fall, make them run all the way out to maybe an external cellar, which then again, if they fall down, they can't get back up. You could either have another party member drop a rope down this pitfall trap, or if they do have to run out to the cellar, they now have to get back into the building, running past the bowman outside and through the blizzard, just to get back into the building. Let's say that on the side where the exit of the cellar is, there are no entrances into the building over here. So they have to now cross in front where there's this range support and this environmental hazard. And because of the snow, maybe it's all difficult terrain all at the same time. Just from this tiny little pitfall trap. And let's think about some other things. You also could have had the bandits sneak in ahead of time, maybe plant some firebombs. So maybe they have a couple of tables set out. The bandits have already, that's the bar, I don't fucking know. The bandits have already planted maybe a bomb underneath one of these tables that could be discovered by the party ahead of time with maybe a good passive perception, passive investigation, that there's a small firebomb planted under that all the bandits have to do is light this specific table on fire. And if any of the party lights it on fire ahead of time, bomb goes off. If any of the bandits light it maybe too soon, bomb goes off. If the party chooses this table to tip over and uses cover, they will now see the firebomb underneath and be like, what the fuck is that? So these are the sorts of situations, and now you have essentially made a little bit of a zone that they can't go into, and you've created a bottleneck. So that's the other thing that I would think about when you are thinking about how to not get everyone to just stand around and hit something. The fact that they can all stand around, let's call this Smokey. The fact that they can stand in a circle like this, relatively, and hit Smokey is because there are absolutely no bottlenecks. If, for some reason, your tavern was shaped like an H, no idea why it's shaped like an H, but go with me. Let's say your tavern has okay, I'll give you a reason shaped like an H. Let's say that this side is the tavern, and this side is the inn. So, and these were originally separate buildings, but the great proprietor of this tavern bought the inn and made a really shitty connecting piece between them. So this is technically inside, but it's very, very shit. And it just so happens to only be 5 feet wide. So now this offers some opportunity for your bandits to split the party. It also offers some opportunity for some bottlenecking. So, say the bandits set up some sort of distraction. They see that the party's in there. They're already aware of the party's general reputation. And so they say, all right, like, we're going to have to deal with these people. I think we can deal with them, but let's split them up first. So somehow, I don't know how, the bandits attract 2 of your party members over here and 2 of your party members over here. And then either they station one dude in between, or they just cause a collapse between the two. And again, you have some ranged fighters out here to fight either of the parties as they try to go and join their friends in the other side. Alternatively, if you don't want to do any of the split the party bullshit, imagine that their goal, the bandits' goal in this case, is in the tavern. This is where the juice is. However, again, they don't want to deal with the party. So they lure the party somehow over into the inn. So now you've got the entire party over here in the inn. All the bandits need to do now is go and block this little choke point. So now you have a bottleneck that the bandits can make very good use of. And speaking of your blizzard, let's get rid of the cover situation. Maybe the blizzard is so bad that it's a legitimate hazard if you're not well prepared for it. So the bandits can now block this entire way to where it is one bandit fighting one party member, and the rest of the bandits can do all their fucking shit over in the tavern. And the party has to fight their way through this bottleneck, or they have to go out into your blizzard now, which maybe makes them take some cold damage. It's difficult terrain. If you do have the range support, this is fucking hell to have them go through, but it is a viable path. So, those are kind of all of my thought process off the top of my head. Will any of those work? Maybe. I don't know. But in terms of, what are some things that you can do to make movement viable, to make it to where it's not just them gathering around and smacking a bag of hit points, those are some ideas. No idea if any of them will work. He can't legally build through the road, so he built an overpass bridge. Oh, overpass bridge is delightful. It means that it makes it so easy for them to plant a bomb and just, absolutely set everything into turmoil in the middle of it. This battle map makes no sense. I don't know, it was probably designed by someone who didn't know what they were doing in world. Yeah, 1,000%. 1,000,000%. It can literally just be that it was like a shitty design, like a shitty architect that he paid 5 copper to just slash some boards together. He just needs it to work. He doesn't give a shit what it looks like. Yeah, you can. That's what I'm saying about setting your battle maps and your combats and your encounters in places that are intelligently designed. Let's not call them intelligently. Let's call them sentiently designed. Setting your battle maps in those sorts of locations brings a ton of options for what you can do with your battle maps in terms of, poorly designed, but poorly designed in fiction, which can unlock a ton of possibilities for you as a DM and a designer. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I'm happy. I'm very happy. This is one of the things that really gets my jellies moving. Is this sort of map design and ideas around clever map design, which I'm very nervous for you guys to see my actual maps because I feel like they aren't going to stand up. Which is one of the reasons that I that is one of the legitimate reasons that I'm really considering pushing off the Unshot, is to make sure that it is not rushed so that I get you an actually good quality thing that stands up to my own standard that I've been presenting during these streams, and that it's not just a rush shit job. An idea that worked well for me, draw a big square, split it into thirds. The walls that split the thing into thirds are triggered by buttons in different places in the room. You know, have all kinds of wackiness and maybe even crush someone like the Rancor in Return of the Jedi. Totally. Yeah. Like, you can start it just as simple as that. As like, okay, room's in thirds. Why is it in thirds? What can we do to make it sometimes in thirds, sometimes not? And like where the buttons for that control is can be very interesting. Yeah. It was so simple but worked so well. The triggers in my case weren't buttons by light triggers suspended above torches, making them easy to turn on and off with spells. Ooh, yeah. Making them like be able to be ranged, turned off by spells can be both interesting for the players, but if you're putting them against spellcasters, the spellcasters can remotely manipulate them. So now maybe you have a reason to put it in darkness as the party, specifically to prevent enemy spellcasters from fucking with it. Yeah, totally.
First one's 15.
Okay.
No, that's wrong, guys. 18.
18, okay. You hit the side of its body, and you can see now there's...
Dimming for 7 players, 5 of them are new. Difficult but exciting. That is difficult but exciting. I've DM'd for that number of group with that number of new people when I myself was new. It can be fun, it can be chaotic, but yeah, definitely difficult. But like you said, very exciting. Lots of variants, lots of good ideas springing around. Yeah, hell yeah, that sounds fun. Of course I did. It was hags. Fuck yeah, it was hags. And the party had differing levels of dark vision, so there were extra interesting choices. That's sick. Oh, I hope one of them had Devil's Sight. I hope it's so bad. No, that sounds like a dope... Like, I don't even need to see that battle map. That is just a solid conceit for a battle arena. And that's what I sort of talking about. Like, when I've talked about before, like, levels of battle arena design. Like, there's, like, level 0, which is, like, a blank white room. There's level 1, which is introducing, like, some obstacles, which I think is kind of where G. Hercup's head was at, of, like, yeah, you know, okay, I can introduce some pillars, I can introduce some twists and turns, but, like, at the end of the day, that's not that different from the blank battle arena, which I totally agree with. And then there's kind of, I would say, like, level 2 or 3 battle map design of, like, getting a gimmick. It's one of the reasons that even though I didn't end up liking the Emberhold fight in Baldur's Gate 3, or not the Emberhold, fuck, I'm getting my lava monsters confused. I didn't love the Grimforge fight, the gimmicky one, if you know, you know. But that was more in its execution, not the core idea. I think that the core idea, the core gimmick of that fight was interesting. Same thing with the hag fight in BG3. There's a core gimmick there that I think is legitimately, like, very interesting. And, like, once you solve the gimmick on both of those maps, it kind of fades into hit a big bag of hit points, which is actually one of the reasons I don't like them all that much. But, like, getting a solid gimmick or a solid conceit around your map, I think is the hardest part. And I would say, like, G. Hercub, you're 90% of the way there. You've got a solid conceit of bandits assaulting a tavern with a blizzard outside. So the question for you is, how do you make the blizzard really, like, detrimental to the players? How do you force them to interact with it? And the general gist of that is you force them to go outside. Or you don't force them, but you incentivize them. So what are differing ways that you can incentivize them to react to the blizzard? Or just say, hey, you know, you don't gotta interact with this blizzard, but if you don't, the fight's gonna be harder. So them interacting with the blizzard can make the fight easier, but interacting with the blizzard itself is difficult. I think that's kind of the starting point of an interesting conceit. Which, that to bring that back to this Critical Role episode, I thought that was going to be the conceit of the ziggurat, was the elevation. That was what I thought was interesting, is the goal, your goal as a party, is at the top of this massive monolithic structure, and you have to get up there. Now, some of you are going to be able to fly up there, but some of you are not. And so do you spend time leaving your party members, like Grog, because Keyleth can fly up there. One of you has a flying potion, can get up there. Scanlan can dimension door up there and bring Pike with him. But what are you going to do about Grog? What are you going to do about Trinket? Is it worth fighting up the ziggurat with your companions so that you're at full party when you get to the thing at the top? Or do you split the party? Do you rush up to the top and trust Grog and Trinket and all of them to make their way up there as you can? That becomes like a time-based challenge rather than an environmental hazard like the blizzard. Now it is it worth it to race to the ziggurat? I mean, come on, that's why I thought it was fucking gonna happen like that. Is it worth it to race the Briarwoods to the top, or is it worth it to take your time so that you're at as full of strength as you can be when you get to the top? So again, core conceit, I thought was cool. The anti-magic zone can be part of a core conceit. I think that's a little weak, but it can be part of it. All of these things are things that you think through when you're creating the maps. You can see now. Does that count for G4? Did I say it, or did Matt say it? You know what? Regardless, whoever said it, I'd say it counts because I didn't say that Matt says it. I put some statues and pillars and stuff around the room, but it was basically interesting square shape, and no one noticed because they were having too much fun. That's sort of what I'm saying. That's like the level 1 design, which you still need. You need the actual stuff. You need it to not be a blank room. But you make it not a blank room, and it has an interesting conceit, and that's a battle map. And the hard thing is, it's interesting, it's harder to do both of those things when your environment is naturalistic, when it's a cave, or when it's a plains, or when it's a woods. Both of those things are harder to do. They are still very, very doable, but they both get harder. I think that both of those aspects, interesting conceit and interesting layout, both get more difficult, or both get easier when your place is sentiently designed. It came at the end of a puzzle dungeon that involved triggering moving walls so it's thematic too. Oh yeah, you've essentially foreshadowed it at that point. Yeah, that's very cool. G. Hercup, 2 floors. Top floors are more open to the bottom. Yeah, you could have kind of like a catwalk situation. Yeah. Snowbanks along one side outside to give her direct access to the top floor. Ooh, I like the idea of snowbanks. Because you could also say that that's, kind of a difficult climb. Maybe you could even work in, like, you have to make an athletics check. Because, like, to me, climbing a snowbank doesn't sound easy. So that could be an athletics check to actually get up the snowbank to the second floor rather than, like, sink into it or something. Chandeliers to swing on. Certainly chandeliers to swing on. Reduced vision. Yeah. Matt is currently saying it. Oh, Matt's currently saying it. Okay, yeah, that counts. Anyways. Yeah. This sort of thing, this sort of, like, discussion, as well as the predictions, are the two things that I love about this sort of watch through. So yeah, timer is lying 15 minutes and now 7. Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, look, this is like redesigning the Emberhold. This is the stuff I'm really going to focus on. But
just a little bit of small cracks in its black.
I will also say, John, if there is a place that makes sense to stop, because I know that Wednesday, the second half is shorter. So if there is a place to stop before the, like, explicit place to stop, like the explicit break, maybe we could target that. So that, we can buff out Wednesday a little bit. I know we had some ideas for how to buff out Wednesday, but we might also need to use those ideas for when I'm gone in Kansas. So if there is an earlier time code, maybe we want to utilize it. If there's not, that's fine. There's no worries. So yeah, don't try too hard to find one if it isn't, like, apparent. But if there is, we might. Unfortunately, no. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Portal to the abyss in the center of the tavern with demons occasionally emerging. Yeah, I mean that's a sort of like an inversion of Tales from the Yawning Portal. Yeah, that could totally work. I actually really liked all the ceiling mounted things in BG3 like chandeliers, but it's a bit clunky on a pen and paper battle map. It certainly is. That is one of the challenges of verticality. It is one of the reasons that like someone brought up isometric battle maps can be a huge help there. It is also something that I have done before, is made, the different levels and have one of the levels be a ceiling level. It's not a perfect solution by any stretch, but it can work of being like, hey, like, this thing is mounted to the ceiling here, and this is like, ceiling or roof level. At the second floor, this is what is directly available. Maybe it's like the chandelier. And then on the first floor, you put a shadow of the chandelier, or you put some sort of, non-reality marker that the chandelier is above. But I agree, it is very clunky. It's one of the reasons I think Baldur's Gate 3 is so interesting, is because it bridges that gap of a lot of that clunkiness. What about reverse gravity dungeon? I love reverse gravity as a gimmick, especially if you have a control that is potentially even a puzzle on how to reverse it. So the enemies or the villain know exactly how to reverse the gravity, but the players don't. That could be the entire conceit of the encounter, is the moment that they figure out how to reverse this, how the villain is doing it, the encounter becomes super easy. But until then, he keeps fucking with them by changing the gravity, doing a bunch of bludgeoning and falling damage. Unless they have something like slow fall or feather falling. Yeah. That could be a very cool conceit. It may be a cool conceit for a dungeon as a whole, but it could also be a cool conceit just for a specific room. What's up? Nothing. Oh, Paige came over to say hello. Hello. Anyways.
When we're starting to form, you can see with that purplish energy leaking out, it's starting to actually visibly show a difficulty in getting its corporeal form. So as both blows slam into it, you can see it kind of shaking, and there's a struggle with its movement. You want to stay where you are? You want to move?
I'll stay right.
Okay. Keyleth.
I'm going to... He's totally surrounded, pretty much, right?
Essentially.
Yeah. I'm actually going to throw up. I'm going to maintain my fairy fire. I'm going to... Careful.
I pulled her hair back.
And just say, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll hold the ceiling.
It's about 12 yeah.
I'm going to take a daylight beam and go bing right over top of it like a nice, pretty spotlight.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, so...
just brush up on weightless movement / fighting? Yeah, totally. Yeah, that could be very interesting. Especially, you could easily foreshadow that through a lot of what we're talking about. I'm trying to write using D&D for 80% inspiration. Forgot to say hello. Hello, how you doing? Welcome. We're watching Critical Role. That's the spawning of all of this. We do half an episode every Monday, Wednesday. Talk a lot about it. It's probably like 2 parts talking and like 1 part watching Critical Role, maybe like 3 parts talking super fast. Oh yeah, if I don't watch it super fast, the stream will be like 10 hours. So I have to, during combat I watch it at 2 times speed. During not combat it's about 1.5x speed. Back when I first started I used to not watch it that fast, but yeah, the streams got to be like 10 or 13 hours because I was just I'm not gonna not talk. The last one was 10 hours, but that was because it was a full episode. So, yeah, so this one will probably be more like 5 or 6 hours. But yeah, it is super fast.
Which that is a concentration
It's
spell.
not actually. It's an action that lasts for an hour.
Interesting. Bam! That's not what
Snap away, bro.
I looked it up just now.
So, this little spark ball of daylight opens up on the ceiling like a bright spotlight that fills the area. As it does, you can see the creature shrinks away from it, and its smoke actually dissipates, lowering its armor class again. All right. And you say you are going to move.
I'll just take another step back.
Okay.
That's good.
All right. With that, okay. There's a momentary whisper in the shadow around you,
More whispers.
and the sound of chains. I want you to go ahead. Everyone make a perception check.
What?
Damn! So close.
This is 26.
19.
20.
17.
16.
Bike.
17.
Okay. So, all of you just continue focusing
Oh, whispers! It's like we're back in.
So many whispers.
I missed them.
I completely did miss the whispers. I hadn't even realized how much I missed the twisted tanks.
Actually, Matt is whispering in Talison's ear, just so you know.
Sweet nothings.
Really?
He's licking his ear a lot.
Really?
Yes.
Really.
All right, Mike, you're up. What's your turn?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna guiding bolt again.
Okay. Same deal.
Can't tell you yet. It's not my turn.
All right, go ahead and make your single attack roll right now because the previous things.
10.
Okay, so yeah, this time it's ready for you. It dodges out of the way to blast. Hits the snowball behind.
Okay, I gave whispers a lot of shit when they were first used. Still maintain most of my opinions on them, but in battle, I'm actually a big fan. I actually really like their usage during battle to really hit home the kind of disconnected and frantic and chaotic nature of everything. I'm liking that. Battle whispers. Ouch. Yeah. I zoned out for the past half an hour. Where are we? We're fighting Smokey still. We were talking. Oh no! I predicted Nightbot too early. Damn it. Well, it's spamming. Who cares? I do text. Yeah, text can totally work. I generally don't like that type of private information communication, but him using it in battle, I'm realizing I really like it during battle. Especially because of what Taliesin just said of it's not my turn yet.
And it cracks it slightly. Do you want to move or stay where you are?
Yeah, I'll move away from it.
Okay, we're going to attack opportunity on you.
Wait, hold on a minute. I should probably take a potion or something.
It's up to you.
Are you low?
I'm pretty low.
Mike!
I could have done something about that.
Oh, nope, it's okay. I'm gonna take a what do I have in here?
Fresca?
It just says I have a healing potion. God, I don't know what that means.
That'd be low, so that's 2d4 plus 2.
Didn't you get healed from your own healing?
Well, I don't have enough. I don't think I have enough left. I want to save them.
Yeah.
Okay. 2, 6. Okay, 8.
Okay, so you heal 8, and did you want to move back or stay where you are?
She dies.
I'll stay.
Okay, so there you are. Alright. Cassandra, he's running up this way.
Oh, gee, Hercub, that can totally work. My preferred way to do death saves is for just the DM to roll them and not tell anyone, including the player, that the death saves are of. That's my preferred way to do it. But, yeah, that can also work. Yeah, I had a question about demonesses. Is this a bad time? Might be a bit of a bad time. We're running a bit behind on pace. I got my D20 ready. Running a bit behind on pace. If you join the Discord and ask in there, we can definitely answer there. Or if you leave it in a comment on the VOD, I generally do like comment answering at the beginning of stream. Also, if you just join stream at the beginning before we've already fucked up the pace, I answer way more questions. Before we've really understood how fucked the pace is, I do a lot more answering. But yeah, no worries. There are lots of ways, and I would, if we weren't so deep in, I would definitely do it. But we're a bit deep, and I went on a big tangent just now. But I'd be really curious to hear.
And halts for a second.
Who's that? Who's going? Oh, that's Cassandra.
Yeah, she's running.
We're okay with her running away.
Running away.
Yeah, he's running away.
Kill her,
Top
sure.
is Vex, you're up.
Me.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to... Who else around him? Pike and Grog?
Pike and Grog, and technically Trinket as well. Are all melee.
Alright, then I'm just gonna shoot a couple arrows at him again, man.
Okay.
I just can't do anything.
And I think, let me actually confirm. I believe my Discord is linked on Twitch. I just recently started streaming on Twitch, so I'm still getting a little used to it. Okay, my World Anvil is linked on Twitch. My World Anvil has everything about me. So if you go and check out the World Anvil, Mr. Shadowbright, it'll be right on there. Anyways.
But he's still advantage, right?
Yes, advantage against him, yes.
So, 21.
21 hits.
And 28.
Okay, you're no damage.
Okay.
These will be your last holy arrows. You use 6.
Oh, no, I'm out of holy arrows.
Okay, that's okay. No, that's right.
Because one of them was my exploding arrow.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, these are regular.
So that's 13, 15, 21 for the first.
Nice, alright.
Well, there you go. So goodbye.
It was 20.
No. 21 for the second.
Nice. 42 points of damage this round. These arrows now find their way towards the cracks that are starting to appear in its chest. And as each one strikes in, these arrows are actually visibly staying in its body. You can see now. What was once just coming off of smoke after the impacts from Grog, and as it begins to wear itself down, it's starting to find it harder and harder to keep this kind of ethereal form. So now these arrows are taking out these cracks of purplish glowing energy, and it's moving a little more sluggishly.
I hide again for my bonus, whatever.
Okay. So go make a stealth check. Scanlan, you're up.
Scanlan's up.
21, stealth.
Scalen's up.
Good enough. Alright.
Do I have my wits about me?
You do.
Oh, that's nice. You
just feel like there's an aspect, you get the sense you probably want to be close to it.
Okay. I charge at it. No.
That's the Scanlan I know.
I have so little that
Suddenly there's a stained glass wall behind me.
Wow.
As my bonus action, I will, as my movement, I tragically flip the gun to Percy.
Okay.
The 2 pieces.
No,
No,
one
the good
that
gun.
I gave to him.
Like what was that Martin Lawrence movie, Bad Boys? They're all in slow motion, just like throw the gun. Okay. As a bonus action, I will healing word Pike.
Okay.
Did she heal herself okay?
No, she didn't.
Okay, I will healing word her, and I'll say, believe it or not, you're made mostly of air. Never thought you could feel so free.
I will level you something.
Just at 1.
The 1. Okay. So 1.
4 plus 5.
24 plus 5.
8, honey, I love you.
Hey, I blow him a smoker.
I love it. And then for my move, my action, my whatever you call it, I got fucking nothing, man. I say to the beast, to the whatever it is, I say, and another thing! Your smoking encourages minors to smoke, and creates an aura that it makes going to restaurants not pleasant, and it's just horrible, makes your clothes stink, it's terrible. So another vicious mocker.
Please
Please let him die from this.
Please let this be what kills him.
Please, he's laughing like it is. The third time this happened.
All right. Roll damage. 84 second damage.
Come on.
8. All right. You can see now it turns to you for a second, and the mark of vengeance fades. As suddenly you feel like you've damaged it mentally enough to the point where it doesn't even want to deal with you anymore. You're far too mean. You say you are?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then it's your turn. Percy, you're up.
I yell, Delilah's getting away!
Wait, that's
You
Delilah?
guys all glance over. The shackles that are on the ground are now collapsed and empty.
Oh, shit!
With the gag safely removed from her mouth during this allowed her to cast Misty Step, which is just a verbal-based spell. She is currently...
How far away?
I'm calculating that right now.
And can I see her?
I'm gonna have to ask you to roll a perception check here in a minute.
Okay.
Oh my.
Absolutely the greatest example of which I felt it in my jellies when I saw him use it during combat. I was like, that's good. That's awesome. Because part of my problem with Whispers is that I want, generally, all of the players to be on the same page, to be able to make a lot of decisions, but when it comes to in the moment, like time-tracked stuff like this, where like they would have done probably clearly different shit on their turns, and you do not have time to communicate it, I think that's where I'm really liking it, is almost as an enforcement of no meta talk when you literally would not be able to communicate it as a player. Could also work for splitting the party, I'm realizing. So a lot of my opinions on Whispers were when all of the party was together, they could easily talk to each other. I still don't think I like them in those circumstances. But as a tool for limited time scenarios like this, I liked that a lot.
God.
And the question is, yeah, I'm kind of curious how far she got.
This is just what she's... There we go. So
We're morons.
She misty steps.
this is there. She landed, cast invisibility, and vanished. And you just hear the footsteps down the hall. You're not quite sure where she is or how far she's gotten. But you know she's kind of down that way.
Cassandra!
Sandra's right there.
Yeah. Cassandra doesn't know. She's just been running as you told her to run.
Is Cassandra
But she heard you
still-
shout, and she did hear you shout, and she looked over her shoulder, but not in time for her to see anything happen. This all happened during the last round, just during your realization.
I will also say something that I talked about really early on, but I didn't dive into this aspect of it, is third parties within encounters. Delilah is very much a third party, has no horse in this fight. I'm sure she would prefer it if Vox Machina died, but she's not gonna get involved on Smokey's side. She's gonna cut and run. And I think that involving those sorts of third parties, neutral bystanders, maybe a gadget, gizmo, MacGuffin in the middle that is sort of providing some chaos, providing some external factors, I think can be a huge benefit towards making your encounter feel more interesting. Like, having Delilah randomly escaping now presents a very clear dilemma to the party of, do we let Delilah go? Probably fucking not. Or do we face down whatever his name is, Smokey, and try to deal with him and then go get Delilah? Like, what the party does is now much more up for debate than just hitting a bag of hit points. Like that, now we are not just hitting a bag of hit points. There is an actual strategic decision to make here. Even if they decide to keep hitting the bag of hit points, that is now just more interesting because they are actively choosing to not do something else. Makes this battle 10 times more interesting. Really like that. Mega being educated on Whispers like a college of Whispers.
So you guys just see her, you just look around and Delilah's gone. You're the only one who really saw the direction she's going, but it's your turn.
Son of a bitch, we left her alive.
I cannot believe we left her alive.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
She's
This is embarrassing, but I don't know a thing about Discord. Oh, no worries. No worries. There's a little bit of like an onboarding process. I'm not sure. Let's see if you've already joined. Ooh, man. So it should like invite you into it. And then it may ask you some questions. And you can kind of make no, it did not. Uh-oh. Did it say, like, the invite was expired? I hope not, but that is a very real possibility. Let's see. So if you go to the World Anvil, you should be able to copy that invite and paste it into, like, a URL bar. No, I as in. No, you are in? I was not there yet. Oh. I don't know. No, but no embarrassment at all. I want to. It's good to maybe immortalize this a little bit because I know a lot of people. A lot of people are not very well versed in Discord in general. Oh, I was trying to answer you, but you're too fast. I'll zip here. We'll watch Critical Role for a second, and I'll zip my lip. My bad.
I'm fucking pissed. Maybe she's learned the error of her ways.
Mm-hmm. I'm afraid of some fail safe she's got.
Okay, I'm going to.
Chase her.
Tell us where she is.
I'm going to. Double. Fuck. Oh, goddamn! I'm gonna double my speed. I'm gonna burn my turn double speeding, trying to catch up.
Okay.
And then as I pass my sister, I yell, "She went this way."
Okay.
She's invisible.
Do I hear that?
So
She went this way. She's invisible.
I hear it.
We hit it.
All right, so that's Percy's turn. Go.
So sorry, everybody.
For the situation, go make a perception check.
All right.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
That's 20.
No.
Okay. You have the...
No, I'm
I'm adding my bonus die.
You have inspiration?
Yeah, I'm using my inspiration die. 15, 16, 23.
Okay. I mean, you see a couple of recent footsteps, but you don't see the pressure being made. So you know she's not too far.
I'm going to follow that path of footsteps.
Okay.
I'm keeping an eye on them.
Okay, good to know. Back to you.
All right, I'm going to use my bonus action and dash and run 60 feet after Percy to catch up.
Should I kill the smoke beast?
You're going to kill the smoke beast.
Okay, so use your bonus dash, your movement to get there. So move up 60.
So that's 60 feet from where I was. Okay, and I'm going to...
And here, Mr. Shadowbright, I actually think I can just paste it directly in for you, if that would be any easier. So the Discord link is that. I got into the Discord by following the link in the YouTube description, then I just had to accept invite. Yeah, which is, the YouTube having the description is good. I also just pasted it into Twitch chat. So if you just click that, it'll pop up. It'll look a little bit different for me, but it'll pop up a screen that looks something like this that says like you have to accept the invite. And then it'll ask you like, oh, do you want to join? If you don't have a Discord account already, you will have to make one. But yeah, otherwise, if you don't want to mess with Discord, feel free. This stream is also being simulcast to YouTube, and there will be a YouTube VOD. So feel free to put your question in the comments there if you do YouTube at all. And if not, like I said, just I stream every Monday and Wednesday, and then every other Friday. So feel free to hop in on Wednesday. Wednesday is going to be a really short stream anyways, because the second half of this episode is really short. So I will have plenty of time for Q&A stuff on Wednesday if you wanna do it live. So whatever is good works for you. Oh shit! I pressed the macro, but it was still up on World Anvil. I know I will have to make a Discord account. Okay, I mean. The Discord's a great time if you do want to join, but if you don't want to mess with it, like I said, there are some other options.
To throw a dagger after. Well, can I do perception check and that, or is that two different things?
Well, honestly, once the creature's invisible, you know where it was. You don't even really get a chance to check the distance, so it's just roll its attack with disadvantage.
All right, I'm going to attack with disadvantage.
All right.
That is 14.
14's a miss. Returns to your belt. Finds no purchase.
Mine's no
18.
It was 18. You rolled 18.
That was an 18.
Checks AC.
It's simple. It is indeed 18. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, see?
Thanks, sis.
No problem. This is why I look over your shoulder even when I'm at the guy.
Okay. That is 8.
8. Okay.
But she's also unconscious. She only went to
So at this point, as you're running, you're rushing forward. To the left of your ear, you hear a.
Oh, she fell.
You glance over your shoulder, and there, face down on the ground, is Delilah, sprawled out, face down in the dirt, with a single dagger sticking out of the center of her back.
Oh, for a second.
And then it's gone.
And blood gets out from the wound.
She's dead. We killed her.
All right.
Is she dead?
You have to go inspect. Now it is Orthax's turn. Orthax is going to move here, still remaining melee, and is going to use a secondary rampage pulse and he charges. Gives out another desperate scream outwards in the vicinity. 20-foot radius. I need Keyleth, Vex, Trinket, Pike, and Grog to all make wisdom saving throws with advantage. 12?
25 total.
25 total.
Yeah.
12.
I'm very wise. Wait, why is this book?
19 for me.
Okay.
22.
13 for Trinket.
Okay. So Vex, Keyleth, and Pike, you guys all take 5 points of psychic damage as you kind of cover your ears momentarily. Grog and Trinket both take 10 points of psychic damage. Both turn immediately, flanking Pike, who has been the radiant blaster across its entity. I need you to go ahead and make an attack. I need Trinket to go ahead and make an attack against Pike. You guys both have advantage because she's in the very fire.
Yes, 3 out of 4. 13.
13, okay.
Is Vex
Roll a natural 20.
No! All right, so Pike, this blast comes out in your ears, and as your vision comes back to you, and you look up, all you see is Grog lifting this giant hammer with his eyes kind of clouded in the same black smoke material. You bring up your shield, and as the hammer comes down, striking it, you know there's a bruise going to be in your form tomorrow because the sheer force of it hits you, but at the same time, you know it's not the friend you grew up with. And you look up into his face as the cloud fades, and you can see an expression of immediate regret on his face.
What do?
Before you can respond, though, the bear behind you, Trinket, snarls and latches in. Go ahead and land.
Do you want a bite attack or a claw attack?
I'm going to have to plug a bite on this.
Oh, no.
So roll the dice, and then that times 2.
Oh, right, I have to. No, yeah, okay. That's 11.
So you take 11 points of piercing damage. All of a sudden, Trinket sinks.
Oh, Mr. Shadowbright, I've gotten on Matt about being like, man, why do you not use more battle maps? Yeah, man, Theater of the Mind is hard. Theater of the Mind is something that needs to be very agreed upon by the DM, the players, like everyone involved, because it can very easily be a very frustrating experience to not have a map to clarify those things.
His jaws into the back of your shoulder. You
Times
feel.
2. Times 2.
Oh, that wasn't with the multiplier. Which one was the dice?
No, I rolled 11.
With
The dice,
advantage.
22 plus whatever the modifier is.
What? No, I mean I rolled.
Oh,
no,
it's
no.
8 plus the modifier.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
15.
16 plus whatever the modifier is.
19 then.
No, I
That's
rolled
double.
4. Times
That's
2 is
double.
8.
Got you. I see.
Modifier of 7.
7 is 15.
There we go. Thank you so much for clarification.
Hey, no problem.
15 points of piercing damage.
Math, everybody!
You just
Not
got
bad.
And Trinket clenches down.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that'd be double hard. I mean, I do not do Theater of the Mind because I find it very, very difficult. So I can only imagine. Yeah, that sucks.
Feel the armor plates kind of jamming together. And
Hopefully you're able to play better, or not better D&D, but D&D that, you know, suits your needs and preferences more directly now. I hope at least.
kind of wrenches your shoulder out of the socket. Not have to actually, do too much serious damage. And immediately Trinket pulls away and you hear this whine behind you.
Oh no,
Nose kind of
so
rubs against
bad,
your head.
Mike. I put my hand down, touch his nose, and tell him it's okay.
Okay. Orthax is at a point where now Orthax is going to try. Orthax is going to turn and begin to chase after Percy now. And you guys, yes, I know, Grog and Pike and Trinket all get attack opportunity.
Kill him.
With advantage?
Trinkets.
With advantage, yeah, 'cause he's-
Natural 20.
Oh!
First roll. What are you going to do?
Ow.
Nat 20's a bitch, bitch.
24.
Okay, and Pike?
16.
16 is not hit, unfortunately. So Pike, you swing loud, still from the pain of Trinket's attack, and, Grog at you, you swing wide, it just passes through the space behind it. Grog, remember, roll an additional d12 too, because you're brutal critical.
Okay, then.
Brutal critical. 13
Yeah, so
for Trinket.
13 for Trinket, awesome.
31 total.
31 total. How do you and Trinket want to do this?
Oh, did you kill him? Yeah! Oh, yes!
I'd like to pick up the hammer and slam him down to the ground just so he's at Trinket's head height.
And then right when he gets to his height, Trinket reaches up and bites him as hard as he can and lashes him around like a dog with a toy.
Yeah.
As you slam it on the ground, the smoke goes around it, it dissipates for a moment, where as opposed to its obscured form, you now have a very clear view of his physical body, just a little bit of smoke trailing about where its lower torso and legs would be, as it kind of, its arms reach out, and it looks up, its head shaking as the purple cracks are rising up its body. It looks up straight into the face of Trinket, who snarls. And just lunges out, clamping onto its face and tearing upward, arcing in the air. As it does, the body dissipates into smoke and sinks into the ground, into this black shadow in the dirt that races up the hallway in the direction of Percy. Percy, as you're stopping looking over, you look down just in time for the shadow to kind of reach your legs, and you feel this cold rise up your body and then slowly dissipate into this little nugget of cold in the center of your chest and then vanish.
Wait, but doesn't he have protection?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He disappears. It disappeared. Maybe it disappeared forever.
Or maybe it's always going to be there, haunting us.
While he's thinking, I walk up to Delilah,
Wait.
grab her by the
No,
clothes, drag her to the side of the wall, and
Wait.
prop her up, and turn to Percy, and say, "In this."
Cassandra?
Cassandra, who's now stopped and looks at you, kind of. She clutches the rapier in her hand, and you can see her hand shaking, just the tension of the muscles in her fingers, clenching it as hard as she possibly can, as she walks up with each slow, quiet step echoing across the stone. Delilah up against the wall, like blood spilling out the corner of her mouth, coughing, conscious, with her one, missing arm on the side. The blood's beginning to ooze now from the wound as just the sheer force of all the movement has torn the wounds fresh open, and she's there, and she looks over in the corner of her eye and turns, seeing the rest of you, and sees Cassandra. Cassandra steps up. She holds the rapier at her side, staring down. This time just a single tear cresting down the side of her cheek. Delilah looks up and goes, "You could have been my daughter." She looks down at Delilah and says, "No. Cassandra is a Dorolo. And you took them away from me. And now we're taking everything away from you." And just thrust the rapier forward, right into the chest. As it hits her, it actually pulls her up about a foot against the wall. The sheer force of the wound. Last breath escaping from Delilah's mouth. Her arm falls limp to the side. A moment of tension passes, and Cassandra's just still holding her there, her head down, her hair in front of her face, just shaking, keeping her pinned against the wall.
I put my hand on her shoulder and gently pull her back.
Rapier withdraws and the body just tumbles to the ground. She looks back at you, face just a mess. Thank you.
We have a lot to do.
We do. And she hands the rapier back to you, and she grabs the scruff of Delilah's collar and begins dragging her up the hallway towards the castle.
Wait, I meant to loot her earlier, and it didn't happen. Sorry, I really like that.
She drops the body and gives you a look. Hurry. There's one thing I've learned here in Whitestone, is that things do not stay dead long.
Seeing as I'm 50 feet ahead of my sister, I walk ahead of her.
Don't you fucking do
and kneel
this.
down and
Do
check.
not you do
Is she
it.
wearing a cloak?
Okay. Inspecting the body, you find a very fine pair of metallic bracers.
Yes.
For archery purposes?
You're not here.
I'm like 5 feet away
You're
from
way
you at this
behind
point.
me.
Her robe, though soaked with blood, is very, very well made.
I roll that up.
Okay, so roll up the robe. Her cloak is...
No, that's what I meant. The cloak. I leave the robe.
Now take
Okay,
everything.
leave the robe.
Take everything.
Yeah, I roll it. And all the fabric I take.
Okay, so take all the fabric. The robe and the cloak.
It's falling out.
Mark those down.
I take the
The cloak in itself, it looked like cloth at a distance. Close up, you can see it's actually like a very fine, dark black purple fur. And down at the side of it, you see dangling these two, almost like long tentacles that end in these little cupping, spiked elements. It looks like it was carved from a creature at one point.
This is the cloak.
Cloak.
Can I do a nature check to see?
Go for it.
'Cause I think I know what it is.
Looking at it. I get up in time to smack
Yeah.
it upside the head.
Yeah, 29.
Yeah, you've actually you've fought these creatures before. This is a displacer beast. This is
Yeah.
a cloak of displacer.
I got the cloak and I just walk away from it and leave my sister to go sick onto the rest of it.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, there on the ground lies
Thank you so
a
She's like naked.
yeah,
Good
she's
job,
pretty
brother.
much she's mostly nude other than her undergarments.
I toss the robe back.
Cassandra,
Okay.
let's take her to the acid pits.
The only thing she has left is a ring on her finger.
What about those bracers?
Ring on her finger.
Cassandra, remembering this, just drags her.
Oh, okay. So this next episode is so fucking. Oh, Vex. Oh, Vex and your shiny disease. It's. Oh, it's so funny. Okay, we got 10 minutes left. That's fine. Yeah, I can check it off. Pretend it's checked off. Or turn mods. Pretend it's checked off. I'm just not checking it off so that it's legible the whole time. For, anyone who might want to put anything there. I'll put a logo. I'll put some words like that. I'll put a saying, maybe a jingle. I'll sing a jingle every stream. Look, I'm willing to sell my soul to someone I like. That's all good. Yeah, Mega doesn't chill. Mega doesn't chill yet. She's dead, Jim. Quick, grab her wallet. Dude, that is what it feels like. This incredibly emotional, just like pin her to the wall. We're so sad and edgy. We're the Derolos. And then immediately, quick, take her shit. Before the Derolos keep doing their edgy shit, let's grab her stuff. With all dead, that's the only thing you could do. Yeah, true enough.
Body through, but remnant is there on the ground. There's a big groove in the dirt.
That
left
sounds
behind
like
her as she's being dragged
N4.
through it.
Not
You
to
get the
my
second trap that you marked, and you guys make your way around it. You make your way to where the road diverges, the one way to the castle and the one to the acid pits. And Cassandra heads towards the acid pits.
Cassandra, what are you doing?
She's doing the mission.
She doesn't look back at you, she just keeps walking. You follow her for about 5 minutes.
Are we sure that this won't make anything bad happen if we throw our body into the acid pits?
I think it's fine.
I think it's acid.
Okay.
about 5 minutes of following her, the path leads up and then crests, and there's a room that smells awful. It's similar to the kind of acrid scent that the room was filled with when the acid was pouring into the room. There's a whole series of other chemicals, and inside you can see there's a number of laboratory setups in here. You get the feeling this is probably where a lot of this particular acidic concoction that was fine-tuned for the Stone of Whitestone was created, or at least honed by Ripley. Without a beat, Cassandra just walks up to the edge and just throws Lila's body in. And it disappears beneath the surface as the hissing, bubbling noise takes over the silence of the room. She just sits there and just watches it sink.
Well,
She brought a lot of ill to this world. Don't feel too bad.
Cassandra turns back around.
She was too dangerous to let live.
What about you? How do you feel?
How's that gun barrel of yours?
Yeah.
I pull out the broken barrel and inspect it.
Looking at it, you can see Delilah's name is missing from the barrel entirely. Cassandra's name is still on the barrel, and so is Ripley's. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I had some thoughts, but yeah. 11.
Okay. Just looking at it, it looks like the names are there, blazoned as to where they were before.
I'm going to just take the broken gun and point it at my sister. What do I feel?
Currently nothing.
I think I'm alright. I think I may be alright.
Why don't you toss that thing into the acid just in case?
Kind of what I'm thinking, yes.
I'm going to do something else.
Are you going to shoot your sister like you just pointed your gun at her, or what was that about?
You were the one who wouldn't give me the other gun.
I gave you the
I'm going to
other
go
gun.
over to the I'm going to go over to the little lab setup. Is there some acid there?
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
17.
17? Yeah, a brief look around, you can see there are many different compounds, different strengths of acid, kind of what a lot of the initial kind of experimentation was.
I'm going to start trying to scar her name off the barrel.
Okay. You take a moment and eventually manage to scar and dissolve enough of the exterior of that barrel until the name is no longer visible.
I think it's fine.
You think it's fine?
lovely.
You're going to have some faith.
I don't have any faith.
But you got
Here,
to
we'll make a
have
deal.
faith.
I'll let you keep that gun if you give me the other one.
No.
So glad that your smoke monster is seemingly gone, Percy. That's wonderful news. The spinning orb of death, however, is still back there.
Yeah, that music definitely makes me feel like the smoke monster is gone. Especially with the way that Orthax was defeated, let's say, it's making me wonder. And I said it before the combat happened. M-Dog, Matt has to give me a reason that Orthax didn't just retreat, and I appear to have gotten it. It seems like they defeated a physical manifestation, maybe weakened it temporarily, but I do not believe that we have seen the last of Orthax. Maybe we have, and that was it. If that was it, that's insane. That's ludicrous. Obviously, definitely don't tell me this episode. Maybe a few episodes down the line, if that was really it, tell me. But that's insane if it was. And such a pessimist. No, that's what I'm saying. I hope. I think that is not the last we have seen of Orthax, and I'm glad. A DK? I don't know, maybe. Mr. Shadowbright, if you have seen Critical Role, I have not. I have seen absolutely none of it. So I will throw out some wild theories, but, no confirming or denying any said theories. But, questions like that are totally fine. What are you talking about? This is the most uplifting music I've ever heard. Yeah, this music, so delightful. Have you ever ran Fiend villains before? Yes, kind of. I've ran like bestial fiends that are just like, are like mindless skeleton sort of deals. And then I've also run like devil deal type fiends, which are actually devils, but I've ran like more intelligent fiends that don't actually like combat the party directly. And not very regularly. I'm not a huge fiend guy. Not a huge hells guy in general. I find it a little bit too... I don't know what the word is. Maybe it's because there was a tiny bit of satanic panic in my family, but it felt like having fiends and devils was maybe a little bit, maybe reminding my parents of maybe some reasons they wouldn't want me to play D&D. So I generally avoided it. I went for more of the weird, wacky fantasy shit. Nothing against them. They're totally fine and legitimate, but I don't have a ton of experience. I've seen some Critical Role. Gotcha. Yeah, just keep the knowledge in there. There is a spoilers chat in the Discord if you want to talk about, spoilers and such with other people who have seen it. But I will say, if you're worried about it getting spoiled for yourself, there are, it's no holds barred in the Discord. Or in that Discord. There's a small chat. The Discord in general is spoilers tree, but there's one chat that has spoilers that I don't look at. But yeah, we're watching through the whole thing. All of Campaign 1 is up on, or not all of Campaign 1, but, we're on episode 35, so 1 through 34, all on YouTube of the watch through. Let's see. I've made it to the live for these theories. What's up, Trintron? You've made it just barely to the live. There's a lot of theories. I'm going to wait until the end of the episode because we're almost there. Or the end of this stream because I'm going to end at the halfway point. We're almost to the halfway point, so I'm going to save too much of the postulation for when we get there. You'll see Orthax again later when he reformed his life and got an assistant manager job at a local grocery. He's gonna be the person that manages the franchise of Gilmore's Glorious Goods. You see just a totally reformed Orthax that has gotten in good with Gilmore. Yeah, the work's not great, but it's union. Will Wheaton did this stuff too. Yeah. He was in their Vasselheim bits, and probably later as well. My character, her name is Gothmore. She hates being mistaken for Tiefling. Nice, hell yeah. Devils have it good. Dental is important. That kind of parents. They were generally pretty cool, actually. But there were people around them in my community that were much more in the satanic panic mindset, that were very much like, oh, you let your son play D&D? Like, so, they were cool, but I wasn't trying to test my luck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, when you're making a career switch from Demon of Vengeance to Grocery, you got to climb the rungs of that new ladder for a bit. Take your list. Ernturn is doing a whole... He's creating a whole universe, alternate universe in his mind. C2 and C3 has spoiler tags, though. Only C1 is free for all in spoiler chat. Oh, I didn't even know that, Deadly Spark. Oh, I had no idea. Hey, you've got your own thing going on in there. Okay, cool. We do try to keep spoiler tags on anything not C1. Okay, cool. Sorry for the delay effect in us responses. No problem. I'm still getting used to some amount of streaming, and because it's simulcast, Twitch is a little bit even more behind YouTube. YouTube has a really small latency. Twitch is a little bit wider of a latency gap. So part of it is also me getting used to the Twitch side of things, because this is only like my third or fourth Twitch stream. I've been doing it on YouTube for months and months though, so I just got simulcasting kind of figured out. Andy wears a white top hat, and he had a white top hat, just like Shadowheart in Baldur's Gate 3. He had a white top hat to show that he's changed. Trust me, that how we end this first half will have a lot for you to talk about. Ooh. One of my friends was definitely the guy who only played a paladin so he could justify the game to his parents. Oh, yep. I have known that type of person, which, you know what? Fucking fair enough. I get it. But yeah. Let's go.
So we should probably figure out what to do.
Well, I think
about that.
Perhaps we can talk to Keeper Yen and perhaps put together some priests.
Keeper
Deal with
Yen,
that.
my
Enlist the
ass.
help of the entire town now that there's no longer a revolution to be fought.
Yeah, that's a solid plan.
This
Oh,
half will
revolution.
never end.
You forgot about that.
We should go stop the fighting. Right? We should probably let them know it's over.
Probably.
Well, if they're fighting, wouldn't it mean it's not over?
Well, I'm sure they don't know that the Briarwoods are dead.
So perhaps if we tell everyone the Briarwoods are dead.
Oh,
Who would they be fighting?
Cassandra?
maybe we'll see Ripley on the way out.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Probably not.
I just had a thought, Percy. I cast friends on him.
Okay.
I think I know how to fix your gun if you hand it to me.
Never in my right mind would I hand my gun.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. And you go ahead and make an insight check. But you have advantage on it. Or no, he has advantage on the persuasion. You don't have it on the
While they're talking, can I attempt to pull it off of his belt?
pull off of Percy.
Percy's.
My insight is 21.
I rolled a natural 20.
You're going to cost me so much money.
I step back, I see Scanlan kill it, and I just step it back.
Okay. You look down at this gnome, and while he's normally pretty silly and jovial, in this moment, there's an honest spark of his own inspiration in his eyes.
I mean, as Matt, I'm not making him do shit. I'm totally down for them to roll dice, for them to use spells on each other, whatever. But I am letting Taliesin decide what he wants to do with all of that information. If he still doesn't want to hand the gun over, I'm not making him. I'll do this as Matt. I'll tell, he looks so on, whatever. But I'm not forcing any action here. We'll see what Matt does. D&D is hard to try in my town. I mean, there's 7 churches here. You can see why it's hard to set one up. That and no books. Yeah, I'm hoping. One of the things I hope to do long term is right now I have something called the Unseen Campaign in my Discord that is an approach to helping people play online and connect with other people that want to play online. And without getting to specifics into specifics, I want to expand that in the future, but I very much do not have the capacity to do so. But it is one of my big goals for like 2024, 2025, is sort of expand that program. Because I would really love for people who want to DM to be able to DM and be able to find easy players. And also for people that really want to play to be able to find easy groups. So, yeah. My daughter actually DMs for a group of kids after our church services on Sunday. Some of the parents were wary, but once they sat through a session, they thought it was really cool. Yeah, and I mean, there are, like, that's how my parents were. Like, my parents, and that's why I never went into the fiend, demon, devil shit, is just because I didn't want to give anyone any reason to cry foul. Like, my parents sat in on some sessions, and they were cool. Like, they were like, oh, yeah, like, this seems, like, totally chill. So, like, there definitely are, like, this is not to say even remotely that, like, all religious people are going to have any, like, a problem with D&D. Those roots those roots exist in some places, and if you can go about, disarming them through, like, watching them play, that's really awesome. But so it definitely can happen, totally. But I also definitely understand, if it's like a really small town, maybe there's no LGS like to get books, so you'd have to like get them online, and it can be hard. It can be hard to set up that sort of thing. Yay! The townsfolk are still finding the cranberries. I mean zombies. Oh, I got that one, Daniel. Zombie. Fuck yeah, I got a music reference. Let's go. And also, yay, more mind control magic. We always love it. I hope to keep. Yeah, I really hope. Like I said, I don't have the capacity right now, but once I go full time, that is one of like the big things I want to do. I guess I'm lucky there was no Satanic Panic where I grew up. The downside is that there was no D&D either. Yeah, yeah. I was very lucky. I mean, I like where I grew up in general. Again, even like the people that were kind of like whispering in my parents' ear, they weren't whispering too hard. They weren't like really trying to convince my parents. So it was I got pretty lucky where I grew up. Cleric of the Church of Fawns is more punchy. Oh, I would do the demon ones. I would, lol. Yeah, and I mean, fair enough. Like, if that's what you want to go after, yeah, that's sure. But that's what I was saying. Is like I wasn't trying to give anyone a reason to be weird about it. And none of my parents or none of my parents weren't weird, and all of my friends, like their parents, weren't weird about it. Like all my players. So it was totally chill with us. I lived upstairs from an LGS, and that was dope, but unfortunately the apartment was a slum. I can imagine. That would be super sick to live above an LGS. I would love that if the apartment wasn't a slum. Does that scene count as N4? Mega is Sam? I don't think so, mainly because it was prompted by a chatter. I'm not gonna count that. Being goth and 7 churches, you can guess my sense of humor. Yeah. I feel that. Yeah. And I'm in town. Yeah, 7 churches in town. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of my players was from a really, really tiny town. Or a player that I played with in college. He's from a really tiny town called Beloit, Kansas. That it's not even like a 1 stoplight type of town. It's a no stoplight type of town. And I'm assuming the humor is similar. Anyways, let's finish this episode.
I'm so upset that I have to do this.
Wink.
I'm going to kill you.
You know that was, he's your friend. You're not bad at all.
For like another 3 minutes.
Yeah, roleplay for 3 minutes, Towson.
I hand him the broken gun.
Begrudgingly, you reach out and place it in his hand and release.
I say thank you, Percy. I think in due time you will thank me for this. And I toss it into the as I say, when the spell fades, he's going to be super pissed. Somebody protect me.
Throw it up on my shoulders.
Yes, I go run and jump on.
As you watch it arc forward in your head, you're like, that fucking gnome. The spell fades. You hear him say that. And just as it. Boom,
You're not going to get that, are you?
I reach in to try and grab it out.
Oh shit! No.
You threw it though, right?
No, he dropped it.
He lobbed it. It wasn't a huge throw.
I cost whole person at 3rd level.
On
As I reach up and I grab his hands as well.
That was so expensive.
Make a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Son of a fuck.
Hero's fees working against you.
You're the Lord of Castle Whitestone. You've got some money.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
15, 18.
What's your DC?
My difficulty class 18.
You're like,
I always fail rolls against Percy. It sucks.
A few moments pass. You don't even see it beneath the surface now. You just see a little bit of some fume released from whatever slow process is
I
dissolving.
step in front of him as he's unconscious and I go, Percy.
Bro, let's get out of here.
You'll thank us for this later, I
He's
know it.
paying for a new one.
I kiss his cheek and say, I'm so sorry.
He's paying for a new one.
We'll get you a new one, Percy.
I'm gonna have to. Oh God.
As you're watching this, there's a small, from the fume, a small plume of black smoke goes.
See?
And that cold nugget in the center of your chest
It
is gone.
It feels good, doesn't it?
Doesn't it feel good?
You fucking genius!
It feels good.
That was so expensive.
Oh, come on!
Oh, just throw the carpet in there now, why don't you?
Oh, that's personal. That hurts.
Cassandra steps up to you and takes your head in her hands and forces you to look at her and goes, Brother, we've all made sacrifices for this. She slaps you. Oh, that's a 21.
He's
19 plus 2.
He's held right now, isn't he?
I'm still holding him in place.
I hold my fist way up high to Scanlan on Grog's shoulder for a silent little exploding fist bump.
And she looks to you and goes, Cassandra gives you a look to.
You were never Mother's favorite.
Let's not be petty.
She told me.
Let's not be petty, Percy.
You sure? You sure? Did you hear what he just said to you? You
It
sure?
came out as.
I let it go.
Okay, your muscle control comes back to you, and Cassandra's holding your freshly slapped face because you goes, Brother, let's go to our people. Let's tell them that for the first time in 5 years, Whitestone is free.
Oh God. Yeah, I'm letting it go. I'm letting it go.
She reaches over and she takes your arm in her arm.
Bigger and better than before.
Oh,
Promise.
She takes your arm in her arm and begins walking both of you back towards the tunnels.
Oh, that one was enchanted. Okay. 2 enchantments. Yeah, all right.
And with that, we're going to go and take a quick bathroom break.
Oh, man.
See you guys back here in a few minutes.
But you're still alive.
I'm not alive. I'm not controlled anymore.
Holy shit. Oh, wait. we have plenty of time on Wednesday. We will watch this art break on Wednesday. Whoo, boy. You were right. I do have plenty to talk about. Holy shit. I moved here hoping I would find D&D lovers or Halloween or goth lovers in this town, but rolled in that one big time. That sucks, dude. That's one of the reasons I moved to a big city, was that there's just every type of person around. The reaction of "that was so expensive" is very true to life of what a real gun owner would say. Oh my god. My buddy that built his AR-15, I cannot imagine chucking that into like a pool of lava or something. I cannot imagine how upset he'd be. He would be like, that's like 4 birthdays money worth of that. That's so much fucking money that you just threw into that acid pit. Oh my god, dude. Scanman coming in clutch. Oh yeah, Scanman absolutely coming in clutch. Oh man, this is the type of aggressive, I say aggressive, like PvP stuff that I do like at the table. Like, I've talked about the PvP that I don't like. This, especially within the, like, people just doing this to another PC that, I don't want to say doesn't deserve it, but like, it given no indication that they needed this level of like restraint, I would have probably a worse reaction. But one of the cornerstones of this entire arc is we can't trust Percy's judgment. We can't trust Percy's judgment. There is like and then we have just had a fight with his literal inner demons that we all know are not gone. That is a moment where I am more than okay to let this play out as a DM. I'm going to be monitoring it hard. I'm going to be watching very hard. And like, this is one of those times where like, I don't remember what the good term for it is, but I think it's like the little red X, where at any point someone can like put a symbol into the middle of the table if they're uncomfortable with what's happening. Because, like, one of your party members restraining you with hold person, one of your party members manipulating your mind, that's intense. And that is something that some players might not want at their tables, no matter what the plot is. So that is a very good example of a place where, like, that type of safety tool, that little red X, is very important to be able to have at your tables. And if that was the case, if Taliesin put out that little red X after like the friends and the whole person, I would immediately say that like the bond of your friendship, or I would have some sort of spiel about how essentially the magic doesn't work on it. Because that is towing a line. But narratively, I think it makes sense. And I think that Taliesin as a player was okay with it, even if Percy was being a brat. It definitely, I think he was all right with it, especially with like what he's quasi put the party through throughout this arc. So I think it was warranted. It was valid. I wouldn't stop any of my players from doing something similar in their place, but I would keep a very close eye on how it evolves. Very close eye, because that's a really towing a line of some potentially really bad player table behaviors and table expectations. A gun in D&D. Oh yeah, he invented it. He's a gunslinger. He's a subclass of fighter that is homebrewed for this game. He is a bit of a brat, but that's okay. That's okay. That's his character. This is why I came for the after chat. Fair enough. Fair enough. Now Percy's subclass is just Slinger. He still has the bad news. Yeah, he's got like 4 other guns. He's got plenty. Legend says Taliesin still hates Sam for this, though jokes aside, I love how Taliesin still played along with it. Yeah. And like I said if I'm mad, I'm not making him hand over that gun, but I'm leaving Taliesin with that agency, and Taliesin handed over the gun. Like, he didn't have to. No, I was not going to make him as the DM, but he chose to. He chose to play into it, which I think was solid on his part. There's so many layers to that scene, and Tal's reaction both in and out of character. Oh yeah, very, very layered. Slinger, so still ranged fighter. Yeah, I suppose. F for the list. He's got some guns from Ripley. Yeah, true. Percy said he's fine. Yeah, Percy has said he's fine for a while. I thought he only got one gun. I don't know. Well, if he made one, he can make another, right? Oh, yeah. 1,000%. Which is, again, why, their goals are important. Like, okay, this would obviously be very different if they were like, we're going to cast Hold Person on you, and we're going to carve Smokey out of your chest. And they, fucking got out some daggers. Very different feel. Probably wouldn't be cool. But yeah, throwing away a weapon that he can make another of, that, they have party gold. Vex is their treasurer. They have plenty of gold to remake this stuff. It will be very okay. We can get him another, which is the another layer to why this scene is okay. And, their actions are probably okay. Well, if he made one, a big reason why I felt what I felt like was so desperate to get it back was because Tal did say that this one was enchanted. So I think Tal just lost his enchanted / magic gun. I mean, fair enough. And I would say, I don't know that Tal was desperate to get it back. I think he was role-playing Percy, legitimately. He might not have been, though. But I mean, again, they're loaded. Let's not mince words. They're rich. And they have connections to, some of the most powerful enchanters and enchanted item dealers in the realm. They'll be fine. So, I agree, Flame Lord Echo, but I also, that's why I think that I wouldn't put any sort of kibosh on this as the DM, at least unless the player communicated that they were uncomfortable. It was a really nice gun, but it was haunted. Yeah, it was confirmed haunted. Yeah, that was his only magic gun, as he amended just before the break, yeah. And so, now this is going to be the thing. Did Smokey just go out like a chump? Because it kind of seems like he just went out like a chump. We'll see. I don't know yet. I will not. Do I want to know? No, I don't. Not yet, at least. Give it a few episodes, and then if that is really if that is really the end of it, then we'll talk about it then. Probably, I would say just generally after the Briarwood arc. Let's leave it until the Briarwood arc, and then we can potentially discuss it. But ooh boy, I'm not gonna be happy. I'll say if he went out, if Smokey went out like a chump like that. We'll see though. Many times you have to stage an intervention for cursed weapons. True. Yeah, Kiva will not be. Yeah. Let's just leave it there. Although, G Hercum, thank you for asking. You could ask in the spoilers chat, but I'm also very, very cool with you. If I am phrasing something that could potentially be interpreted as a question, I am very down with you asking. Sean Storm. Working on a campaign that takes place behind the scenes of Avatar: The Last Airbender. The way I can see it playing out would end up with The Legend of Korra having a completely different story, not happening at all, or be an afterthought to the campaign. Got any ideas on what areas I can look into for this campaign? I honestly, number one, I do like Avatar: The Last Airbender a lot, but I have not watched Legend of Korra, and I'm not that into Atla. In general, the things that I would consider are any time in the world or in the story of Atla where you see faction conflict within the factions. So there is no war in Ba Sing Se is a great example of like a really solid arc to take your players on. Anytime that, you know, people seem good and they're actually not good at the end, I think that's an interesting thing to explore. Maybe exploring a time after Aang where there's a nice Fire Nation. Like, I don't know anything about how Korra goes, but maybe think about how Korra evolved the story, and if you don't want the Legend of Korra, like the events of Legend of Korra to occur, think about some, like, small choices that they made in how they evolved the story, and, like, what would happen if you changed, like, one of those things. Like, imagine if you changed a single aspect of, like, the prehistory between Atla and Korra, and how would that spiderweb out into the series that you want to run. Those are some recommendations I would give. Atla does have its own tabletop RPG. That's sick. I didn't know that. Korra has a girlfriend. Yeah, I don't know anything about Korra at all. It's something I've been interested in watching at some point, but I have not watched any amount of it. It's a fairly new one too. Korra. Mega's a sweet summer child regarding CR. We can't even let Mega spoil Mega. True. Avatar Legends is the name of it, I believe. Oh, that's interesting. Cool. I was thinking of two potential endings. If it went with them being good, they would help the White Lotus take back Omashu. If they went through with evil, they overthrow Ozai, and they have to tangle with Korra. With Korra having an uphill battle since there would be no airbenders to teach her airbending. While I love to talk D&D, it sounds like you are more focused on the airbender part of this than the D&D part of it. So I don't know if there's... Unfortunately, I don't know a lot about Atla lore. Like, I don't know who White Lotus is. Is Omashu a city? I think. I don't know. Yeah, wrap it up. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, what about Netflix? What about Netflix? She-Ra? What do you think of that? I don't understand how to parse that sentence. I'm not airbending. I don't know that stuff. Yeah. I'm only familiar with the story, how the game itself would work. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. The way the game itself would work will be the part I'm concerned about. I mean, that is... Like, the magic of Avatar is very different from the magic of D&D. So, that is a concern that I don't have a good solution for you on, because essentially one of the like key things about Avatar is that they are like limited down to these elements, which basically has no comparison in D&D. The closest thing is Way of the Four Elements Monk, which is closer to the Avatar than a normal bender. So that campaign would involve you like essentially homebrewing in a bunch of different classes, and it would be tough. What I would recommend is creating a separate world that is not the Atla world, that is just reminiscent of the Atla world. So there are explicitly not benders, because you would have to like make a whole homebrew class to have benders. And like they have maybe like the more traditional D&D magic. But it is like representative still of like they have these nations that focus on certain elemental types of spells and that sort of thing. That would be my general recommendation, is if you are struggling with even the core concept of the world of how to fit it into D&D, it probably just shouldn't go into D&D. You could look at a different system, especially if there is an Atla TTRPG. You would probably just want to look at running that rather than D&D. A show called She-Ra. Oh, yeah. This is a good maybe thing. Mr. Shadowbright, I don't watch a lot of movies or TV. That not really my thing. So I have not seen most, just straight up most TV or movies. I've seen some selections, but not a lot. The hyphen is important. Skip it if you want. I would highly recommend checking out Avatar Legends if you're setting up an Atla world. It's very different. Yeah, I would think that would be a good way to go with it. I hope to talk about D&D questions in the future. First thing, Demoness and do how they apply to my character. Yeah, let's do that. So let's end it here, especially because doggies are going insane off camera, so I need to go deal with that. We'll end it here, and we will talk more on Wednesday. I think that'll be good. Because, again, Wednesday will be pretty short, so we can do maybe more of like a generalized QA type deal. Or Q&A type deal. So, yeah. I will see you all. Thank you very much for joining me. I appreciated having you all. And I will see you all later. Have a good night.